Her lips twitched as she met his gaze. "Fine, I'll just think it." Her heartbeat picked up, matching his as he moved forward. "Lucky me. Come here, handsome." Bending her knees, she planted her feet on either side of his hips. Seth stretched out above her, letting her take some of his weight. She sucked in a breath when he slid his cock against her clit. Supporting his upper body on his elbows, Seth dipped his head and nuzzled her neck. He loved her scent, would never get enough of it. Leah wound her arms around him and slid her hands across his back. Palming one of her full breasts, he drew a thumb across the tight peak as he rubbed his hard cock against her clit again. Her skin was soft as silk, her body wonderfully responsive. Moaning, she caressed a path down to his ass and arched up against him. "I mean it. I want you inside me, Seth, please." He wanted to do more. He wanted to taste her first. Everywhere. To use his lips, teeth, and tongue to drive her to another orgasm. He wanted to draw out their first time together and make it perfect. But his whole body shook with need after thousands of years of celibacy and restraint. Reaching between them, he positioned his cock at her entrance. "Look at me," he murmured. Her eyes met his, glinting with desire. He pressed forward, entering her damp heat. She bit her lip, pleasure flushing her cheeks. He groaned, muscles tense. She was so tight, so hot. Seth withdrew, then thrust deeper, stretching her a little more, withdrew, then thrust deeper, withdrew, then thrust deeper, giving her body time to adjust until he was finally buried to the hilt. Both moaned as he ground against her. Her fingernails dug into his ass. "You feel so good," she whispered. Then she circled her hips and squeezed her inner muscles around him. Seth swore. Withdrawing all the way to the crown, he plunged inside her again. "Yes," she moaned, "harder, don't hold back." He couldn't, not anymore, not with her body squeezing him tight, not with her hands stroking him and her legs wrapping around him, urging him on as she stared up at him, her face flushed with passion. Propping his weight on his hands, he drove inside her with deep, powerful strokes, making sure he hit all the right places to enhance her pleasure. "More," she moaned as her hands on his ass urged him on. "Leah," he whispered. He needed her so much his body shook with it. Or maybe it was the bed rocking from his thrusts and slamming into the wall. Or the ground itself. Seth didn't know and didn't care. He was too busy losing himself in her beautiful body as Leah arched up to meet him thrust for thrust, tantalizing cries escaping her, passion rising, muscles tightening until an orgasm crashed through them both, the pleasure so sharp it stole Seth's breath, going on until both collapsed. Rolling onto his back, he brought Leah with him and settled her atop him, their bodies still joined. His heart raced as madly as hers. Little ripples of lingering pleasure continued to tease him as her tight sheath delivered light squeezes in the aftermath of her orgasm. "Wow," Leah exclaimed breathlessly as her body went limp atop his. "That was amazing." Seth smoothed his hands up and down her back, then hugged her tightly. "Yes, it was." The doorbell rang. Seth loosed the foulest curse Leah had ever heard him use. Frowning, she lifted her head. "Is that someone at the front door?" It had sounded as if the bell had rung inside the room with them, not out in the living room or hallway. "No," he grumbled as he reached up to rub his eyes. "It's someone at this door." He sounded pissed, looked it too. When he started to sit up, Leah planted a hand on his chest and used her position on top of him to push him back down again. "Ignore it." "I can't." Easing her off him and over to his side, he sat up again. "They'll kick the door in if I do." Rising to her knees, Leah straddled him once more and pushed him back down. "No, they won't." The two of them had just shared something amazing, something Seth had both needed and enjoyed. She wasn't about to let whoever was ringing the doorbell drag him off to work. He deserved some time to himself, damn it. and with her core resting atop his length, she could feel him already hardening again beneath her, so the quicker she sent the intruder on his or her way, the quicker Seth could make love to her again. "Don't worry, I'll handle it." Some of the irritation left his face as he arched a brow. "You will?" Smiling, she scooted down to the foot of the bed and hopped off. "You think I can't?" "I think I won't let you if you plan to do it naked." She blushed as his heated gaze swept over her. The doorbell rang again. Grabbing Seth's black T-shirt off the floor, Leah pulled it over her head. The neckline was too big, exposing one shoulder, but her breasts were covered and the hem reached halfway down her thighs. "You see? No longer naked." His eyes flashed brighter with desire. Leah drew her hands down her body. "You like seeing me in your shirt, don't you?" "Hell yes, I do. It makes me want to peel it off and—" She pointed at him. "Hold that thought." Crossing to the door, she swung it open and looked up. At least a dozen or so males, all with black hair, brown eyes, broad shoulders, and a lot of muscle, were crowded into the hallway outside, and not one of them stood less than 6 feet tall. "Wow, he wasn't kidding," she murmured, remembering David's words the night he and Seth had come to her store for the first time. "You guys are tall." For some reason, her words made them tense. "Who was right? Gershom?" Roland demanded. He and Marcus were closest. "What are you doing here, Leah? Where is Seth?" Leah was a bit surprised he remembered her name from the store, but gave it little thought. Every one of the men appeared tense and held weapons, swords, short swords, daggers, sais. What exactly did they think the two of them had been doing in here? The thought made her smile. "Seth is unavailable at the moment. May I take a message?" If anything, the polite words made Roland's brows draw down farther. "Not good enough. Let us see him." Leah glanced at Seth, who lounged, gloriously naked, on the bed beyond their sight. She faced the men once more. "I don't think so." "I'm afraid I'm going to have to insist," he retorted. When he would have moved forward and pushed his way in, Marcus grabbed his arm. "Roland," he cautioned. Roland turned on him. "The ground was shaking moments ago, Marcus, and you know that only happens when Seth is pissed." The ground really had shook? "I knew it!" she exclaimed in triumph. "I knew I felt the earth move. I just didn't want to say anything because it sounded so cliché." Then she frowned. "Wait, Roland thought that only happened when Seth was pissed? What exactly do you think has happened?" "I think you've harmed Seth," Roland declared furiously. Leah stared at him in astonishment, then motioned to herself. "I'm naked under this shirt." What the hell harm could she do to Seth while in the nude? Roland's face darkened. "And my wife was naked when she stabbed me in the heart with a dagger. Step aside!" Leah gaped at him. "Sarah stabbed you in the heart with a dagger?" She had only met the woman a few times in her store, but had liked her. "No, my first wife did." "Oh. Did you cheat on her or something?" "No, she cheated on me." Leah frowned. "She cheated on you, then stabbed you in the heart? What a total bitch." The statement seemed to take him by surprise. "You see," Sarah called from somewhere out of sight, "I told you your first wife was a bitch." Marcus leaned forward and caught Leah's eye. "We all know Seth is here. We all know he's in that room. A minute ago the ground was shaking and it was storming so badly outside that the wind nearly peeled the shingles off the roof. The fact that Seth didn't answer the door himself has only heightened our concern. Please, step aside and let us see him." Sighing, Leah looked over at Seth. "Well, I guess you'd better cover up, Buttercup," she said with resignation. "We have company." But Seth no longer seemed annoyed. In fact, he seemed amused as he dragged a corner of the sheet over his lap. Backing up a step, she swung the door all the way open. The men in the hallway tensed as though readying for battle. Several gasped, eyes widening as they noted the scattered clothing, comforter, and pillows on the floor, then located Seth's long, muscled form reclining on the bed. Though the sheet covered his goods, it left his chest, arms, and one leg bare. His long hair was mussed from her fingers. A fine sheen of perspiration glistened on his bare skin. He looked sated and relaxed. Only a complete imbecile would fail to guess what they had been doing. Stunned silence engulfed them. Leah shifted her weight as she waited for someone to break it. Seth looked positively edible, sprawled out before her like a banquet, and she was eager to partake again. When the quiet stretched, she tilted her head to one side and met Seth's gaze. "It storms when you make love?" His eyes still held a golden glow as he sent her a sheepish smile. "Apparently. I think because it's been so long." After thousands of years of celibacy, and considering how powerful the man was, she supposed it shouldn't surprise her that he had rocked the very earth and sparked a storm when he had finally unleashed his passion. Turning back to the large warriors in the doorway, Leah flashed them all a grin. "Well then, boys, you'd better put your rain boots on, because monsoon season is coming." Their mouths dropped open just before she shut the door in their faces. Seth burst out laughing. Skipping over to the bed, she hopped up onto it. "I can't believe you said that." Chuckling, she knelt beside him. "I know. Did you see their expressions?" That sparked another round of laughter. Leah swung a leg across his hips and straddled him once more. Seth smiled up at her as he settled his hands on her hips. "You're such a delight." "I like to see you smile," she told him softly. His smile turned tender. "No one makes me feel the way you do, Leah." Her heart leapt. "No one makes me so happy." He slid his hands down her thighs to her knees, then back up to her hips in a caress that heated her blood. He tugged the T-shirt over her head, then settled his hands at her waist. His thumbs slid across her stomach in a caress. When they encountered the thick scars that marred it, she casually brushed his hands aside and brought one to her lips for a kiss. His brow furrowed. "What's wrong?" "Nothing." Nothing she wanted to talk about, anyway. "Don't lie to me," he implored gently. "I felt the change in your emotions, and want you to be able to speak freely with me when something upsets you." Silently she swore. She had forgotten about his empathic ability and all it probably revealed to him. "Please, Leah." Unable to deny him, she nodded, though she felt, for the first time with Seth, a reluctance to talk. "I don't like you touching them," she admitted, having to force the words past her lips. "Your scars?" Again she nodded. The backs of her eyes began to burn. His gaze fell to the ridges on her abdomen, then the ones on her knees. "Do they hurt?" Swallowing hard, she shook her head. "Then why does it bother you when I touch them?" Unwanted tears welled. "Because they're ugly. And Seth was perfect from head to toe." He frowned. "They're a part of you, Leah. Nothing that is a part of you could ever be ugly to me." He settled his hands on her hips once more. "May I?" She nodded, but couldn't help but cringe inside when he smoothed his thumbs over the scars. Leah fought the desire to curse when she couldn't stop a tear from spilling over her lashes. "I wanted to have a plastic surgeon do whatever she could to remove them or reduce the appearance of them. Seeing them every time she went to the bathroom or changed her clothes or showered or bathed had made it harder for her to put her life back together after the accident. But I couldn't afford it, and insurance doesn't cover it. It's considered cosmetic surgery." He met her gaze. "You want them gone?" "Yes," she choked out. "I don't need a visual reminder of what I lost." "Because that loss is always with you." She nodded, unsurprised that he understood, having suffered such a loss himself. Leah bit back an instinctive protest when he splayed a hand over her stomach. She hated those scars, both seeing and touching them, and couldn't bring herself to believe that... Heat suffused her where his hand covered her. Her skin began to tingle. When she looked down, her eyes widened. Was Seth's hand glowing? Yes, it was. The warm light emanating from it was faint, but definitely there. Then the glow faded, his skin tone returned to normal, and the heat receded. He slid his hand back over to her hip. Leah gasped. The scars were gone. Only smooth, pale skin remained. She drew shaking fingers over her stomach, then met Seth's gaze. "Do not mistake my reason for removing them," he ordered softly. "I meant what I said. Nothing that is a part of you could ever be ugly to me, Leah. I only removed them because they caused you pain, and I wanted to make you happy." Leaning down, she pressed a kiss to his lips, then hugged him tight. "Thank you." He wrapped his arms around her. "Anything for you." Raising her head, she again pressed her lips to his. "I'm going to tell you something, and I don't want you to confuse it with gratitude, okay? It isn't. I would have said the same thing before you erased my scars." "Okay?" She brushed his long hair back and studied his ruggedly beautiful face. "I'm falling in love with you, Seth." Golden light flared amid the dark brown in his irises. Cupping her face in his big hands, he stared up at her for a long moment. "I've been falling in love with you ever since I held your hand the night we met." Her heart soared. Lizette once told me that before she met Zach, it seemed as if she were just sleepwalking and going through the motions. Then Zach woke her up and made her feel again. Taking one of her hands, he pressed a kiss to it, then placed it on his chest above his heart. "That's what you've done for me, Leah. I was sleepwalking for thousands of years. Then you came along and woke me up. Now I'm feeling things I never thought I would again." Emotion choked her. She had been alone for 12 years. Seth had been alone for thousands. More tears welled as elation battled with despair. He brushed the tears away. "This makes you unhappy?" "No," she swallowed hard. "There's something else. Something I should have told you before we made love." "Tell me now," he said, no concern evident. Regret twisted her stomach into knots as she sat up. "The scars you healed aren't the only ones I carry." His gaze slid to her knees on either side of him. Cupping a hand over each, he healed those too, erasing the marks as if they had never existed. "Those aren't either." He studied her a moment. "You refer to the emotional scars you bear?" She shook her head, swallowing hard. "I can't have children." Another tear spilled over her lashes. "There was too much damage from the accident. The doctors I consulted all told me the same thing, that I have no chance of ever getting pregnant again, even with in vitro fertilization." Brow furrowing, Seth smoothed a palm over her abdomen and stared at it. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to hers. "They didn't perform a hysterectomy." She shook her head. "But my uterus and—" "Do you want children, Leah?" he asked, interrupting her. "Yes," she answered, silently adding, "with you." His hand heated. "Seth," she whispered. She knew he wanted to help, but the doctors had been very clear. His gaze fell to her stomach, a look of concentration sweeping over his visage. "Had they removed your uterus, ovaries, and fallopian tubes, I would be unable to help you. My healing gift is not so great that I can enable someone to regrow a limb or an organ that was removed. But damage and scarring?" His hand cooled. "That I can heal." His eyes met hers. "All is restored, Leah. You can have children." She held her breath, afraid to believe it. "I'm 46 years old." "And now you have the reproductive system of a 30-year-old. Glancing down, she slid her hands over her stomach. "I can really have babies?" "Yes." She didn't know whether to laugh or cry or shower Seth with kisses. She opted for the latter and leaned down to brush her lips against his. She meant the kiss to be tender, to convey the multitude of feelings she bore for him. But Seth cupped the back of her head in one large hand and took control, deepening the contact and teasing her with his tongue until both were breathless. Rolling her onto her back, he settled himself between her thighs. Leah hummed her approval when he slid one hand down to grip her ass and urged her to wrap her leg around his waist. He palmed her breast, kneading it, then tweaking the taut peak. She moaned when he abandoned her lips to take that tight, sensitive bud in his hot mouth and tease it with his tongue and teeth. His hard shaft slid against her clit. Sensation shot through her. "Yes!" Wrapping her arms around him, she grasped fistfuls of his long, thick hair and urged him closer. She loved the way he felt against her. His mouth on her breast, his cock teasing her center. He was so hard and made her body burn. "Seth!" She gasped. "Take me. I want you inside me again." But he shook his head. "I'm doing it right this time." She moaned a protest when his lips left her breast. "If you had done it any more right the first time, my head would have exploded." He laughed, and she sucked in a breath when it made his cock jump against her. "Seth, please, I really want you." Smiling, his golden eyes mesmerizing, he shook his head and winked. "You'll want me even more by the time I'm finished." So saying, he lowered his head to her other breast. Leah gripped his back, still holding fistfuls of his long, loose hair. She'd never been with a man who had long hair before. It was so soft and beautiful, and somehow managed to tickle her with little brushes against her bare skin and tantalize her all at the same time. He shifted, slipping lower on the bed. She squirmed when his lips left her breast and trailed kisses down her stomach. Though the lust thrumming through her did not lessen, tears welled anew when his lips caressed her newly scar-free skin. Seth had done that for her. He had healed her. Then his soft lips brushed her mound, and she sucked in a sharp breath, forgetting everything else. He drew his warm, wet tongue over her clit. Moaning, Leah threw her head back and dropped her hands to the bed. So good. Another long lick followed. Her fingers curled into fists, clutching the sheets. That oh-so-talented mouth, that wicked tongue, stroking and flicking and sucking, driving the pleasure higher and higher. She arched up against him, wanting more. He rested a hand on her stomach to hold her in place, then slid the other up to cup her breast. She cried out when he pinched her nipple at the same time his tongue stroked her. Her breath grew short, emerging in pants and gasps as she writhed beneath him. "Seth!" Just when she thought she would die if he didn't make her come soon, his tongue vibrated against her and sent her careening over the edge. Leah screamed his name and arched up against him, but Seth didn't stop, his mouth and hands continuing to torment her, drawing the orgasm out for so long she damned near couldn't breathe. At last she collapsed against the covers. As she lay there, panting, she became aware of a rumbling. The bed shook beneath her. She glanced around. Everything shook. She looked up at Seth as he rose above her and lost what breath she had managed to regain. His golden eyes shone as brightly as 100-watt bulbs. His face was hard with need as he settled himself between her thighs once more. She gasped when he entered her with one hard thrust. Both moaned. It felt so good, and Leah loved looking up at Seth, seeing his muscles ripple as he withdrew almost to the crown and drove inside her again. His long hair fell down around them like a curtain, some pooling on her breasts and teasing her with light touches. Again he nearly withdrew, then slid home, grinding against her clit and sparking another moan. Leah wrapped her arms around him. "More," she begged. A muscle in his jaw clenched. "I don't want to hurt you." She slid her hands down to grip his ass and arched up against him. "I can take it." The bed shook harder. Or was it the ground? Seth left her no time to decide as he ducked his head and took her lips with a voracious kiss. She closed her eyes. Her hands tightened on his ass, urging him on as he drove inside her deep and hard, over and over, touching all the right spots. The scent of fresh rain suddenly filled the air, as strong as Seth's own tantalizing aroma. His mouth left hers and trailed down her neck. Leah opened her eyes and gasped. Huge, dark wings now adorned Seth's back. The semi-translucent feathers they bore were the same color as his tanned skin at their base, then darkened to black at their tips. "Seth?" she breathed, staring up at him in awe. Seth told himself to slow down, to ease his hold a bit and take more care, but he couldn't seem to bring his body under control. Leah felt so good beneath him, her hands gripping his ass, her hips arching up to meet him thrust for thrust. her warm, wet body clutching him tightly as he drove inside her, squeezing him and pushing the pleasure higher and higher. She whispered his name. It only made him more frantic to claim her, to make her his, to make her come for him again. He never wanted it to stop. He tried to tell himself to be gentler, feared he would leave bruises on her pale skin if he wasn't, but he couldn't hold back. He had wanted her since the day he had met her, and she tasted so good, smelled so good, felt so good beneath him, was so responsive to his touch. "Seth, please," she begged. He gave her what she wanted, what he needed most. Her tight, hot sheath clamped down around him as she threw her head back and cried out in ecstasy. Seth shouted her name as he finally succumbed and let an orgasm rip through him. On and on it went. By the time the pleasure ended, both breathed heavily, their skin coated with a fine sheen of perspiration. Bracing his weight on his elbows, Seth burrowed his hands beneath Leah and hugged her to him as he rested his head beside hers on the pillow. Her heart raced madly as his. He closed his eyes, embracing the happiness and contentment she brought him. How he needed this. How he needed her. Her hands left his ass and caressed a path up his back. Another shiver of pleasure shot through him as she lightly drew her fingertips across his wings. Smiling, he sighed in satisfaction, then stiffened. His eyes flew open. "Oh, shit." "Yup," she said, still breathless from their vigorous love-making. "Looks like you forgot to mention something else." Ducking his head, he lightly bumped his forehead against her shoulder, wishing instead that he could bang it against the wall in dismay. "It would seem I have no control at all when I'm with you," he murmured, and could keep few secrets. Raising his head, he eyed her warily, her brow furrowed. "Is it a shape-shifting thing?" Her slender fingers gently explored his wings. "Were you afraid it would scare me if you added the wings?" He should say yes and leave it at that, but his heart wouldn't let him lie to her. "No." Carefully withdrawing from her warm body, he eased away. "I didn't hurt you, did I?" He rested a hand on her hip where he had gripped her so tightly. "Was I too rough?" "No, it was wonderful." Raising a hand, she positioned her index finger half an inch from her thumb as if she held a small marble. "You came this close to actually making my head explode." Relieved, he found a smile. Red crept up her neck and entered her cheeks. "And I'm pretty sure I've never screamed like that before." Grinning, he shook his head and moved to sit on his heels down by her knees. "Being immortal does have its perks." "No kidding," she said with a faint smile. Drawing her legs together, she rested her hands on her stomach and studied him with a faint question in her hazel eyes, more brown than green tonight. Seth motioned to his body. "This is the real me, Leah." He stretched his wings out as far as he could, a wall restricting the movement on one side. "This is who I am." Face sober, she sat up. "I only kept it from you because I knew it would raise questions I couldn't answer without endangering you and everyone else I love." She bit her lip. "You think I would betray your confidence?" "No, I trust you implicitly, but the telepaths would read it in your thoughts. I can command them to stay out of your head while they're awake, but the younger ones lose control over their gift when they sleep and may find the answers in your dreams." She was silent for a moment as her gaze wandered over him. "You were born like this?" "Yes." "And they don't know? All those guys in the hallway, they don't know this is the real you?" "They don't know," he confirmed. "I've never shared this with them. David, Zach, Lizette, and Jared know. Zach and Jared are like me. Lizette is Zach's wife, so she knows he's like me. But she doesn't know why we're like this. Only David knows, because he's been my closest friend for thousands of years, and no one can read his thoughts." She remained silent for a long moment. "There's something else," he added reluctantly. "Okay." She drew in a deep breath as though bracing herself, then nodded. Melanie explained the virus to you when we were at network headquarters, didn't she? The virus that infects all vampires and immortal guardians? Yes. Well, I'm not infected with it. She blinked. You're not? No. I'm a gifted one. I don't understand. Melanie said the virus is what transforms mortal gifted ones and gives them immortality. It's a conundrum, I know. I wish I could explain it to you. What is it you fear will happen if the rest of your brethren find out? He shook his head. Sooner or later, someone will share the information with someone they shouldn't. They'll trust someone they shouldn't. And when they do, violence and death will follow. It always does. She frowned. You've told someone before? Yes. My wife and our children. Our son and daughter both fell in love and married humans we trusted. I loved my son-in-law and daughter-in-law as though my wife had birthed them. I loved them as much as I do Amy and Adira. But, he shook his head, my daughter-in-law shared the secret with someone she shouldn't have. She told her sister, and her sister betrayed her, betrayed us all. When word of what I am travelled, a plan was hatched. A man lured me away to heal his dying child, and his co-conspirators slaughtered my wife and children in my absence. She touched her fingers to her lips, then reached out to him. Oh, Seth. He refused to let her console him, best to tell her all of it. I lost it, Leah. When I saw what they'd done, when I saw how my wife had suffered, the violent deaths our children had been dealt, he shook his head. I lost it. Of course you did, she declared gently, no condemnation in her voice. I killed them all, he told her, steeling himself for her response. Every man and woman who had plotted against us, every teenager who had eagerly joined in, their minds already corrupted by hate, and I didn't stop there. I swept through the city, slaying every man and woman who hadn't plotted against us, but who had hoped those who did would succeed. Every man and woman who had embraced that darkness fell beneath my sword. I razed most of the city, burned it to the ground. And I know people today like to believe that there were only tiny, primitive villages back then, but it was a large, thriving city, Leah, and I destroyed most of it. Had David not found me and intervened, I would have continued on to the next city, and the next, and the one after that, determined to wipe out every hateful heart that would have risen against those I loved, had they been given the chance. Rising to her knees, Leah surged forward and wrapped him in a hug. Shh, it's okay. Seth held her close and buried his face in her neck. It's okay, Seth. It's okay. No, it isn't, he whispered, still tormented by the memories. Do you know how many children I orphaned that day? How many lives I destroyed? He tightened his hold on her. I can't let that happen again, Leah, I can't. Is that why you've worked so hard to keep everyone from finding out about gifted ones and immortals? You fear history will repeat itself? Yes. Loosening her hold, she leaned back and clasped his face in her soft hands. Seth met her gaze, expecting to find disappointment, disapproval, horror, perhaps, but found only love and understanding. Keep whatever secrets you must, Seth, to prevent that from happening. I trust you. He shook his head. It isn't fair. I know, but I understand the reasons for it and can live with that as long as it means I can have you. I want you to be happy. Her lips turned up in a half-smile. I want to be happy. She brushed her lips against his in a tender kiss that touched him deeply. And you make me happier than I ever thought I could be again. Can you erase your wings from my memory or make that knowledge disappear? He offered her a rueful smile. I could, but I fear such would prove futile. I seem to have no control when I'm with you, so they're bound to make more appearances when we make love. She grinned. Good. I like them. She stroked the feathers, then met his gaze. They're soft and beautiful. He drew his wings in and closed them around her, cocooning her inside. Hopefully, he suggested. If any of the telepaths wander into your dreams and see them, they'll assume I shapeshifted. You see? Problem solved. Sighing, he pressed his forehead to hers. I wish I could share everything with you, Leah. I do too. Her look turned mischievous. You've shared so much of yourself already. So much. She glanced down at his body, making him harden once more. You are a fantastic lover. Sliding his hands down to her tempting ass, he lifted her and settled her on his lap. Her eyes widened at the feel of his long, hard length. He grinned. Why don't we put that to the test, shall we? Desire flaring in her hazel eyes, she wiggled against him. Hell yes. Chapter 17. Tessa came awake slowly. Raising her arms above her head, she gave a leisurely stretch and sighed. For once, no nightmares had plagued her. They had besieged her on a nightly basis for so long that she had forgotten what it felt like to enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Smiling, she opened her eyes, then stiffened. Her heart began to slam against her ribs as she took in the unfamiliar room around her. She was in what appeared to be an upscale studio apartment. Aside from the queen-sized bed that supported her, it boasted a very comfortable-looking love seat, a huge flat-screen television, a kitchenette with a bar and 2 stools, and a bathroom. She couldn't tell if it was a full or half bath from her position, but the tile she glimpsed was of the pricey variety. 2 walls in the main living room bore windows that displayed a sunny meadow rife with wildflowers outside. The brightly colored blossoms danced on a breeze, the grass around it rippling like ocean waves. Rolling out of bed, Tessa hurried over to the windows, eager to identify where the hell she was and make her escape. Disappointment struck when she realized they weren't actually windows, but flat-screen digital displays made to look like windows. Where the hell was she? Voices filtered through the walls and ceiling, reaching her hypersensitive ears. There must be hundreds of them. Conversations blended together until she concentrated and tried to sort through them all, seeking as much information as she could gather. Most were of the mundane, daily routine variety. Others belonged to guards. Guards? Guards where? And whom were they guarding? Her? She caught the word vampires more than once. Not vampire singular, vampires plural. Perhaps she wasn't the only one the immortal guardians had caught. There had been 24 with her when she had invaded Leah's apartment, but the guards spoke as if Tessa was the only new vampire in the mix. The last thing Tessa remembered was trying to attack Seth after he'd rid her of her weapons, even though she'd known she wouldn't survive it. She glanced around. Apparently she had. Why hadn't he killed her? Seth and his so-called immortals bore no love for vampires. They slew them all, willy-nilly, with no care or compassion. So she didn't understand why she still lived, and found it hard to believe there were other vampires here, wherever here was. Perhaps Seth had let her live so he could torture information about Gershom out of her. She frowned when she heard the guards again reference the vampires. "How long do you think she'll sleep?" a woman asked. Tessa zeroed in on that voice because it seemed closer to her than the others. "I don't know," a male responded, his words colored with a Scottish accent. "I admit to being surprised she slept this long." "Did you read her thoughts?" another male asked. His voice carried a British accent. "Yes," the Scot replied grimly. "Gershom did an excellent job of turning her against Seth." "What did he do?" the woman asked. She sounded American. "He assumed Seth's form," the Scot told them, "and killed her twin." Bitterness invaded Tessa as memories bombarded her. For the 1,000th time she saw Seth gutting her brother, Seth, not Gershom, and hated herself for failing to slay the bastard. "Oh, no," the woman said softly, with dismay that was surely feigned. "He killed the boy right in front of her, and did it damned slowly," the Scot went on. "Then he cut Tessa up." The Brit swore. Blinking back tears, Tessa began to look for another way out of the swanky apartment. Does she not know that Gershom can shapeshift? The woman asked. Tessa snorted. Shapeshifting? Really? That was how they were going to malign Gershom's name and try to clear Seth's? By trying to convince her that Gershom had somehow morphed into Seth and done the fucked-up deed? Utter bullshit. No, the Scot replied. Gershom has not revealed that particular talent to her. She thinks it impossible. More impossible than teleporting? The Brit asked, moving things with his hands, healing with his hands, reading her thoughts, manipulating those thoughts. Aye, he played her well, the Scot interrupted with regret. She thinks Gershom saved her. She thinks him her friend. A loud sigh ensued. Well, the Brit said sadly, who the hell am I to criticize? I thought Roland responsible for killing my sister for 2 damned centuries before I came to understand that my best friend had done it instead. Bastian, honey, the woman said softly, I wish you'd stop beating yourself up about that. It wasn't your fault. Blaze was your best friend. You loved him like a brother and had no reason to doubt him. Of course you trusted him when he told you Roland killed her. I protected that bastard for years, he countered. Blaze killed Catherine with their babe still in her belly, and I fucking protected him. I raised a damned army of vampires to help me kill Roland and take down the Immortal Guardians because I believed that bastard, only to discover that Roland, the man I had viciously hated and hunted for so long, was instead the one who had brought my sister's killer to justice. Well, the woman said helplessly, maybe it would be better if you speak to Tessa then. You've actually been in her position. You once believed Seth and the Immortal Guardians were the enemy. Seth captured you instead of killing you. He wanted to save you, just like he wants to save her. Who better to help her see the truth? Tessa's heart thudded heavily in her breast. It was bullshit, right? They knew she was awake and hoped to manipulate her into believing they were the good guys, and Gershom, who had saved her and helped her in so many ways, was the bad guy? Gershom, who had tried to save her brother's life. Gershom, who had saved her own, enabling her to live and seek revenge. She shook her head. It was bullshit. Gershom had told her they would try to fuck with her head if they ever got their hands on her, just as they had Veronica. Fury and sadness flooded her. The Immortal Guardians had kidnapped Veronica Becker's son and attempted to use him to gain her cooperation in their hunt for Gershom. And even though one of the Immortals had deceived her, Veronica had gone to them. Tessa hadn't blamed her. She would have done the same thing to save her brother, but whatever information Veronica had given the Immortal Guardians hadn't been enough. Gershom had found her body 3 days after she went missing, and he had blamed himself for her death. Shite, the Scotsman spat. Aidan? The woman asked. What is it? The Scot's name was Aidan? The Aidan? The one who had kidnapped Veronica? Gershom told her we killed Veronica. Aidan disclosed. Veronica Becker? Bastian asked in surprise. Yes. Dismay struck. Was Aidan reading her mind? Veronica was Roland's descendant, Bastian exclaimed. His relative. We would never have harmed her. Hell, look what happened when Roland thought I had harmed her, Aidan said. He tried to kill me even though he knew Seth doesn't like fighting amongst the ranks and would be furious. Seth was furious, the woman reminded them wryly. Poor Roland. He took Veronica's murder hard. Is there any way we can prove to Tessa that Gershom killed her, not you or Seth? I don't see how, Aidan replied. We could tell her about Michael, Bastian said. Tessa gasped. Michael was Veronica's son. Perhaps, Bastian continued, once she knows Roland and Sarah adopted him and how well they've been caring for him, she'll begin to question the lies Gershom fed her. Michael was alive? Gershom had told her he'd died alongside his mother. Aidan swore. That bastard Gershom told her Seth killed Michael, too. Because Seth had killed Michael. Well, that's easy enough to disprove, the woman said. We'll just show her Michael. You know damned well, Bastian retorted, that Roland isn't going to let Michael anywhere near Tessa. Not while her mind is still chock full of lies. He won't risk her harming him. As if she'd harm a toddler. That was such bullshit. All of this was. Empty words, nothing more, no proof. She wants proof, Aidan stated. That's right, asshole, Tessa thought. Put up or shut up. Is she awake? The woman asked with surprise. Aye. Aiden, she reprimanded. A chair scraped the floor. Why didn't you tell me? She's probably hungry. Let me get her something to eat and introduce myself. No, Melanie, Bastian said softly. Let Aiden do it. She's dangerous. More dangerous than the vampires who live across the hallway? Melanie retorted. I can handle her. No, Aiden said. I'll do it. I may have a way to clear things up for her. Bring it on, asshole, Tessa thought. Clearing her mind, she began to sing a song in her head to keep him from reading her intent. Then, crossing to the kitchen, she appropriated every weapon she could find. Seth lay in bed with Leah pressed up against his side, her head resting on his shoulder while he toyed with her hair. "Do you feel guilty?" she asked softly. "No," he responded, and was a little surprised by that. "Do you?" "No." She was quiet for a moment. "I thought I would. I thought I would feel like, I don't know, I was being disloyal to my husband or something. I thought the same thing, even though David assured me my wife wouldn't want me to remain alone for the rest of my life." He stared up at the ceiling. "I think I would have felt guilty if I had slept with someone else, someone who meant nothing to me." "Me too." She drew circles on his chest with one finger. "Is it weird that I asked?" "No. I was lying here wondering if you felt any guilt or regret." "I don't." He pressed a kiss to her hair. "Good." Shifting, she propped her chin on his chest and looked up at him. Amusement rose as he stared at her. "Something else on your mind?" "Yes." She wrinkled her nose. "But I'm afraid to ask you. It seems a little morbid." "Go ahead. You can ask me anything." She bit her lip. "Do I remind you of your wife?" He chuckled. "Afraid you might look like her, and that's what attracted me to you." "Only maybe 0.5% of me? The 0.5% who has seen many made-for-TV movies in which men seduced women, then tried to convince them to dye their hair or wear different clothes so they'll look just like their dead wives." He laughed. "Aside from being close in height, you look nothing like her." She smiled. "Good to know. I'd ask if I look like your husband, but I saw the pictures in your home." Her husband had been several inches shorter than Seth, with closely cropped dark blonde hair and blue eyes. Skillet's monster disrupted the quiet. Seth frowned at the cell phone he'd left on the bedside table, then reluctantly reached for it. "Yes," he answered, wincing a little at the resignation in his tone. "I would have spoken to you telepathically," Zach said, his deep tone tinged with mirth, "but I thought it unwise, considering what you might be doing in there." Seth sighed. "I assume you heard what happened earlier?" "Yes, and laughed my arse off." "Of course you did. I thought you should know that Tessa is awake, and Aiden has something he wishes to discuss with you." Voices carried over the line, many voices. "Where are you?" "In David's living room." "Is everyone still here at the house?" He had felt the sun set a couple of hours ago and would have thought they'd all be out hunting by now. "Yes, your little Immortal family isn't quite sure how to react to Daddy's romantic escapade and are reluctant to leave until you make an appearance." "Seriously?" "Seriously," Zach said around a chuckle. "You're loving this, aren't you?" Seth asked balefully. "Hell yes, I am." "Fine. Tell them we shall see them shortly." "Feel free to make them wait," Zach taunted before he ended the call. "What's up?" Leah asked. "You're all tense now." "It looks like I'm going to have to share you with my brethren earlier than I'd hoped." "You mean those guys from the hallway?" "Yes, them, their wives, their seconds, and more." "Second what?" Right, he hadn't told her about seconds yet. "I'll explain that while we dress." A soft thump sounded. Seth looked toward the door. A neat pile of clothing now rested on the floor in front of it, teleported in by Zach, no doubt. "Did that just appear out of thin air?" Leah asked. "Yes." What is it? Fresh clothing for you would be my guess. Rolling off the bed, Leah crossed to the neat bundle and picked it up. Seth admired her lovely bare body as she inspected the garments. Cool, she declared with a grin. They're all my size. Zach had better not have plucked those sizes from her thoughts. Seth rose. Let's take a quick shower before we dress. Okay. The shower ended up not being so quick. Once Seth watched water cascade over Leah's beautiful breasts and started running his soapy hands over her delicious curves, well, who could blame him for giving in to the desire that struck and taking her against the wall? You did it again, she declared breathlessly as he lowered her feet to the tile floor. You made the earth move. He shook his head with a wince. Sorry about that. It had probably stormed outside again, too. How long would that keep happening when they made love? It hadn't done that thousands of years ago, but he was far stronger now than he had been then, and he could manipulate the weather now, something that, since he'd grown in strength, tended to slip out of control when his emotions ran high. Don't apologize. I enjoyed it immensely. She sent him a teasing smile. But we should probably hurry and get dressed before those guys from the hallway come busting in here to see if you're okay. Seth shook his head. So humiliating. What you must think of me. Rising onto her toes, she pressed a quick kiss to his lips. I think you're an amazing lover. Her hazel eyes twinkled with merriment beneath lashes spiked from the water's spray. And now that I know making love with you could end the drought that has stricken the area, I think it is my solemn duty to nail you as often as I can. He laughed. You'll hear no objections from me. Leah didn't seem nervous at all about meeting his immortal guardians. Seth found that a relief. After what had happened earlier, he wasn't sure what to expect. He still couldn't believe they'd thought Leah had harmed him in some way. Roland he could understand, but everyone else? Really? The clothing Zach had provided fit Leah like a glove. Black cargo pants, black t-shirt with a V-neck that taunted Seth with glimpses of cleavage, black socks, and black boots. Seth assumed Lizette had chosen the underwear because it wasn't the generic, plain white fare David kept on hand for any immortals or seconds who might arrive coated in blood and in need of a change of clothes. No. Both the panties and the bra were tiny, black, and lacy. It just made Seth want to drag Leah back to bed again. But then, so did seeing her garbed like an immortal warrior. Leah grinned as she finished tying her bootlaces and stood. I'd ask how I look, but your eyes say it all. You're so beautiful. And you're gorgeous. Now, tuck all those delicious desires of yours away so you won't walk out of here hard. Seth glanced down and sighed. She laughed. Wouldn't want to shock your guys any more than you already have. At least she had a sense of humor about it. As soon as Seth reined in his desire, he escorted Leah out of the bedroom, down the hallway, and into the living room. Almost every immortal currently stationed in the area appeared to be present. David, Zach and Lizette, Roland and Sarah, Bastian and Melanie, Richard and Jenna, Etienne and Krista, Ethan and Heather, Aidan and Dana, Sean, Imhotep, Chalk, and Marcus. Their seconds were also present, as were Amy and Adira. Even Stanislav and Susan were there. "Where's Jared?" Seth asked Zach telepathically. "Guarding network headquarters." All conversation ceased when Seth and Leah stepped into view. Everyone stood and faced them, clustering together. "This is Leah Summerson," Seth announced, resting a hand on her lower back. Leah smiled and offered them a friendly wave. "Hello." Before they could respond, Seth scowled and decreed sternly, "Do not read her mind, telepaths. I expressly forbid it. Zach, you and David may read Leah's mind only in the case of a dire emergency. The rest of you may not. Do so against my wishes, and you will suffer my wrath." Leah nodded somberly. "Seth told me that many of you view him as something of a father figure." Leaning into his side, she gave his chest a little pat. "Trust me when I say you do not want to read my thoughts and see the kinky shit Daddy does in bed." Eyes widened as over a dozen mouths fell open. Seth threw back his head and laughed as Zack burst into guffaws. Curling his arm around Leah, Seth hugged her close. "She's teasing you," he told their stunned audience, then looked down at her. "Tell them you're teasing. Quickly. I'm already starting to pick up on some freaky guesses they're mentally broadcasting." Leah grinned. "I'm just teasing." Everyone laughed and parted to allow David passage. David shook his head as he approached Leah, his deep brown eyes alight with laughter. "Well done." "I couldn't resist," she told him with a laugh. Taking her hand, he pressed a kiss to it. "I'm happy to see you well and recovered from your injuries. I've been assured that your home has already been cleaned and put back in order, all repairs are complete, and your employees are running the shop well." "Thank you." "Thank you for holding Tessa for us. She probably would have escaped us yet again if you hadn't distracted her." Leah sobered. "How is she?" "Confused." David met Seth's eyes. "That's why Aiden wishes to speak with you." Aiden stepped forward. "Sorry about that, Seth. I didn't realize you were with Leah when I told Zack and David I needed to talk to you." "Don't worry about it." Aiden smiled and offered Leah his hand. "I'm Aiden. It's a pleasure to meet you." She smiled. "Nice to meet you too." When Aiden kissed the back of her hand instead of shaking it, she sent Seth a glance. "You guys are all so gallant." "Because we're so old," he returned with a rueful smile. "Hi, Leah." Seth looked over the heads of the others. Sheldon and Tracy stood in the entrance of the kitchen, waving. Leah waved back. "Hi, Sheldon. Hi, Tracy." Darnell stepped into the doorway behind them. "Hi, Darnell." Smiling, he waved back. Leah looked up at Seth. "Seriously, who doesn't live here?" He laughed. "Usually it's only David, Darnell, Amy, Marcus, Adira, and me. But Roland and Sarah have been staying here since they adopted Michael, and everyone else has been sticking close to keep them all safe while my enemy is at large." "That's so sweet." Leaving him, she moved forward to stand among the immortal males, every one of whom smiled down at her and studied her curiously. "And look," she said with a broad grin as she tilted her head back to look up at the warriors. "I'm shorter than all of them." David chuckled. "I told you you'd love our family." "You were right. I feel positively dainty." Amy and Sarah stepped up beside Leah, both barely 5 feet tall. "Hi, Leah." "Hi, Leah." Leah sent Seth a wry smile. "Well, I did feel dainty." He grinned. Amy surprised Seth by giving Leah a hug. She was usually painfully shy around men and women she didn't know well, a holdover from the torture she had endured. Leah hugged her back. "I'm so glad you're okay," Amy told her. "Were you badly injured?" "No." Leah waved it off the way one might a paper cut. "It was nothing." "It was not nothing," Seth countered, his amusement dying. "She was shot in the back and the bullet tore through her chest." Silence fell. Expressions darkened as everyone stared at her. Leah shot the men around her a disgruntled look. "What? It was an accident. I didn't do it on purpose." Amy touched her arm. "They aren't angry at you for getting hurt. They're angry that someone hurt you." "Oh." "How did it happen?" Roland asked, stepping up behind Sarah and resting his hands on her hips. Seth answered before Leah could. "She took a bullet for Tessa." Sean moved forward. "The missing Immortal I fought?" "Yes. Tessa led the vampires that attacked Leah in her home last night. Leah guessed who she was and took a bullet to save her." Leah frowned. "Don't say it like that. You make it sound like I saw the bullet coming and dove in front of it like action heroes do in movies. That's not what happened." Seth arched a brow. "You saw a bullet strike her, knew more would follow, and dove between her and the shooter, tackling her and taking her to the ground. How exactly is that different?" "Dude," Sheldon said, "that was badass." Yes, it was, Seth acknowledged, then frowned at Leah. Don't do it again. Instead of getting offended or expressing anger at the order, Leah smiled and closed the distance between them. I've said it before, and I'll say it again, she quipped lightly. You are hot when you turn into Mr. Tough Protective Guy. He shook his head. You think you're going to wrap me around your little finger, don't you? Not really, she winked, but I'm going to have a lot of fun trying. Curling an arm around her, he pulled her up against his side once more. Speaking of having fun, Sheldon said, I'm sure you two have worked up quite an appetite, so I... Tracy elbowed him in the ribs. Sheldon! Ow! What? I counted at least 4 or 5 thunderstorms and earthquakes. Who wouldn't be hungry after that? Rather than being appalled at having her sex life discussed so openly, Leah laughed. Actually, I am pretty hungry. I am too, Seth added, and felt guilty that he hadn't offered her more than chips before now. Excellent, Sheldon replied with a grin. Anybody else hungry? Many voiced an affirmative. That's what I figured. Which is why Tracy and I have spent the past few hours working our butts off to cook you dinner. Who wants to set the table? Krista, Etienne, and Sean all darted forward in a blur. Place settings appeared on the long table in the adjoining dining room as if by magic as the 3 zipped back and forth from the kitchen. Leah smiled up at Seth. That is awesome. I'm totally going to borrow some of your guys the next time I do inventory in my store. Everyone laughed and began to migrate toward the table. Aidan hung back. What did you wish to speak to me about? Seth asked. The ancient Celtic immortal's face acquired a grim look. I read Tessa's mind. Gershom did an excellent job of making her want you dead. Tell me. He had been too concerned about Leah to delve into Tessa's thoughts earlier. He took your form and slaughtered her twin brother. Leah gasped, and he did it right in front of Tessa, dragging out the pain to make him suffer. Then he damned near gutted Tessa too. That poor girl, Leah said softly. Aidan nodded. Before she could bleed out, he stopped, looked over his shoulder as if he heard something, then sped away in a blur. Fury filled Seth. Let me guess. As soon as he was out of sight, Gershom shifted back into his own form, cleaned up in seconds, and raced back to Tessa's side. Because he came from the opposite direction, it looked to her as if he was hunting you, and you were fleeing him. He made himself the hero, healing her wounds and burying her brother, and he's given her no reason to suspect otherwise. She doesn't know he can shapeshift. She thinks such impossible. Gershom even convinced her that we killed Veronica. The 2 women saw each other briefly right after he rescued Tessa. A muscle jumped in Aidan's cheek, betraying his anger. I fear Veronica could not tell the difference between Gershom and me when he took my form and kidnapped her, so Tessa heard her expressing confusion over why I had done it. She too thought Gershom had rescued her from me. Gershom separated them before she could say more, then later told Tessa that we killed Veronica when we got our hands on her again and weren't satisfied with the information she gave us, then killed her son. Payback's a bitch, isn't it? The words Tessa had spoken when he had accused her of hurting Leah resurfaced in Seth's memory. Such bitterness had infused them. She thought he had tortured and killed her twin, and she wanted to bring him the same pain by harming those he loved most. No wonder she had attacked Leah. Gershom must have already divined that Seth was seeing her. "Did you speak with Tessa?" he asked Aidan. "No. She heard me talking with Bastian and Melanie. Nothing we said swayed her, though, so I thought..." "What?" "I wanted to ask your permission to take the children to see her." "Hell no!" Roland roared from the dining room. Seth held up a hand, forestalling further refusals. "Does she even know what Michael looks like?" "Yes. Tessa looked Veronica up on social media after Gershom gave her a cell phone to call him in case of an emergency when she started hunting immortals." Leah made a thoughtful sound. "What?" Seth asked her. "Well, I think that's a good sign, don't you? Why would she look Veronica up on social media if she thought the woman was dead? It sounds as if she wasn't sure, despite Gersham's words, and wanted to see if Veronica had posted anything recently that would indicate she still lived. Aidan nodded. I thought the same. Roland joined them, scowling up at Seth. You can't actually be considering it, letting him take Michael and Adira to see her at the network. She attacked Leah. She's dangerous. Seth shook his head. I won't let him take Adira and Michael to the network. Roland relaxed. I'll bring Tessa here instead. Once more the room fell silent. What? Roland and Marcus both barked. I'm going to bring Tessa here, Seth repeated. She will be joining us for dinner. Krista ducked into the kitchen to fetch another place setting. Roland looked furious. Marcus worried. Seth shrugged. There are over a dozen immortals present, and at least half a dozen seconds. Tessa couldn't harm Adira and Michael if she tried. And if she does try, he added, catching every immortal's eye, incapacitate her if you must, but do not kill her. Understood? Understood, most chorused. He didn't blame Roland for refraining. As long as she thinks us monsters, she will remain loyal to Gershom, Seth told them. So let her see us as we are, a loving family and protector of innocence. It took a moment, but activity resumed as immortals helped Tracy and Sheldon carry trays bearing 3 large turkeys to the table, along with bowl after bowl of side dishes. Seth clapped Roland on the back. Relax. I won't let Tessa hurt them. I vow it. Drawing in a deep breath, Roland released it in a long sigh. I know you won't. Leah looked around. Where are the children? Roland nodded to 2 sofas that had been pushed together, facing each other, to form a huge crib of sorts. Napping on the sofa. His lips twitched as he met Seth's gaze. The tremors and storms unnerved them a bit, so they wanted to stay up here with everyone else. Damned if Seth didn't feel heat creep into his cheeks. Leah bit her lip. I don't know what's worse, the dismay I feel that everyone knows exactly how many times we made love, regret over possibly frightening the children, or fear that you aren't going to touch me anymore, Seth. Roland chuckled. Don't worry about the children. We managed to convince them that the ground shaking was like a fun carnival ride. Leah grinned. It sure as hell was for me. Laughter erupted through the room. Even Seth joined in. 2 little heads poked up from behind the sofa's back. Adira's eyes brightened when she saw Leah. Squealing with glee, she stood and started to climb over the back of the sofa. Marcus zipped past and caught her before she could fall. Roland did the same for Michael when the little boy opted to follow her. As soon as their feet touched the floor, the toddlers raced over to Leah, who knelt and accepted warm hugs. REM's It's the End of the World as We Know It filtered faintly through the conversations that arose. Across the room, Zach answered his phone. Yes? Riley and I are badly outnumbered and could use some help. Quinn, an immortal stationed in Ireland, said, Shite! Zach teleported away. Guilt suffused Seth. Don't, David said softly enough to prevent Leah from hearing him. Seth sent him a penitent look. Zach, David, and Jared had been fielding his calls for hours while he lolled in bed and explored Leah's beautiful body. You shouldn't have had to field my calls for so long. I should have done exactly what you did and taken the time you needed. You'll hear no complaints from us, Seth. Immortals around the world are becoming accustomed to their calls being answered by Zach and Jared. They all have devices that confirm Zach and Jared aren't Gershom, and both are fine with taking on additional responsibilities. He patted Seth on the back. The fact that you can shoulder all of the burden yourself doesn't mean that you should. Seth smiled. I haven't shouldered all the burden myself in thousands of years. You've taken much of it off my shoulders. Zach and Jared will take even more. David's smile broadened. Jared is loving it, by the way. He's been bored for millennia. This gives him something useful to do, and will save us a lot of headaches by keeping him too busy to date. Seth chuckled and shook his head. That's going to be a nightmare. Such was my thought. The Mills brothers began to sing rhythmic doos to the accompaniment of piano and drums in the tune, "I've Got My Love to Keep Me Warm." David palmed his cell. "Yes?" "David," a Finnish immortal named Lena said breathlessly, "Joachim is down. We've defeated the vampires, but he nearly lost an arm and could use a healer." "Call the network and have them send a medic and a cleaning crew to you. I'll be there as soon as I can." Pocketing the phone, he sent Seth a smile. "I'm so glad I can teleport now," he told him telepathically. Seth was too. Only Sarah, Roland, and Zach knew it, however, so David left through the front door and flew away in the form of a hawk on the off chance Gershom might be watching from far enough away that Amy couldn't detect him. Once David had flown a few miles, he would seek the cover of forest, retake his form, teleport somewhere discreet near Lena, then fly to her side. They would let no one else learn that particular secret until their final confrontation with Gershom. Chapter 18. Tessa paced the length of the studio apartment. Her stomach growled. Aiden hadn't made an appearance with a dinner tray. She had dared him to come to her, dared him to try to convince her that Gershom had lied. But he hadn't. "Coward," she muttered furiously, resting a hand on the butter knife she'd tucked into a pocket. One didn't need a sharp blade to penetrate flesh when one had preternatural strength. Tessa planned to pierce the Scot's heart as soon as he made an appearance, then fight her way out of whatever the hell this building was. "You're the coward," a male growled in response. She jumped. It was the same man she'd heard arguing with himself and saying some truly scary stuff. It had not taken her long to determine he wasn't right in the head. "What?" "You're the coward," he repeated, "too afraid to see what's right in front of your fucking face," he grumbled, "too afraid to admit you've placed your trust in the hands of a monster." "You're one to call someone else a monster," she challenged. "At least I have an excuse," he retorted without pause, offering no denial. "I'm a vampire." "So?" The deep laugh he released carried a maniacal lilt. "Did Gershom keep you so clueless about the virus that infects you that you don't even know it causes brain damage in humans?" She frowned. "Bullshit. I'm human, and all it's done is make me stronger." "Really?" he countered. "Did he tell you that? Did Gershom tell you you're human? No big fucking surprise there. Well, newsflash, you aren't human. You're a gifted one." He thought she wasn't human? What did he think she was, an alien or something? "You're insane." "No shit. I've been fighting the madness this fucking virus spawns for 6 years. Even Seth hasn't been able to stop it. But that doesn't change the fact that you're a gifted one, as in someone who is born with gifts others don't possess. Haven't you ever wondered why you can do the things you do? How you can do things no one else you know can do?" She stilled. How did he know she was different? "It's because you were born with advanced DNA. All gifted ones are. It's why Gershom chose you. It's why he kidnapped you. He knew he could transform you without you going insane. You aren't a vampire. You're an immortal." He loosed another growl, and something crashed to the floor somewhere. "I wish to hell I were too." He sounded tormented. "Is that why you're a prisoner here? Because you're a vampire?" "I'm not a fucking prisoner!" he bellowed. Even though Tessa couldn't see him, her heart began to beat faster with fear as more crashes sounded. She patted the pocket that held the butter knife, terrified the man might burst through the wall and try to kill her with his bare hands. Quiet descended. "Shit," he said. I'm sorry. That was the virus. I'm sorry. Fuck! I can't think straight tonight." "Cliff?" Another male said softly. "You hanging in there?" A choked laugh full of despair carried to her. "I'm hanging on by a thread, Stuart." The insane man, Cliff, replied, "Clinging to the edge by my fucking fingertips." "You want me to call Bastion? Or Aiden?" "No, they've done enough babysitting for the day." Tessa cleared her throat. "Who are you?" she asked the second speaker. "Stuart," he replied. "I'm a vampire, too. You should listen to Cliff. He's known the Immortal Guardians longer than I have." "You don't sound insane." "No." he acknowledged somberly, but I've been struggling a lot lately. I'm having psychotic breaks now, like once a month. But the Immortals who are usually on hand, Melanie and Bastion, make sure I don't hurt anyone. That's why we're here. Me, Cliff, and the other vampires. We don't want to hurt anyone. The Immortals are doing everything they can to help us and to keep us from completely losing it and killing innocents. Tessa sank down on the comfy love seat. Help you how? Cliff answered. I surrendered to the Immortals not long after my transformation when I realized they were the good guys. Their doctors have been trying to find a way to help us, to help all humans who turn vampire. They're trying to find a cure for the virus, or at least find a way to keep us from going insane. It didn't sound as if they were succeeding. If what you're saying is true... Of course it's fucking true! He raged. You think I'm lying? Another crash sounded. You think I want to be insane? Crash. You think I want to turn into someone whose thoughts would have fucking made me vomit 8 years ago? Crash. This isn't who I am. Crash. This isn't who I am. Crash. Crash. Silence. He swore. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He kept repeating it over and over, his voice getting softer and more controlled with each apology. I'm sorry. He sighed. I'm sorry. It's not your fault you doubt us. Gershom has been fucking with your head as much as this virus is fucking with mine. Cliff, Stewart said. Let me call Aiden. No, it's okay. I'm okay. He wasn't. He really wasn't. Tessa thought Cliff would have killed her if he had been in the same room with her. Tessa, Cliff said, no anger lingering in his voice. From what I've heard, you were hunting with vampires for at least a few weeks before you attacked Leah. The fact that he sounded completely calm now unnerved her as much as his violent outbursts had. So haven't you ever encountered vampires who weren't newly turned? Vampires who weren't quite right, or who seemed unnaturally eager to kill just for the sake of killing? Vampires who maybe weren't as clean-cut as the ones Gershom had you hunt with. Vampires who didn't bathe or wash the blood from their clothing after a kill. Vampires who were so clueless in regard to right and wrong that you worried they might attack you, the only female in the group. Yes, she had, and they had totally creeped her out. But she had just chalked it up to their having been sick bastards before they'd been turned. If not all humans were good people, she had reasoned, then not all vampires would be either. I'll take your silence as a yes, Cliff said. Those vampires, the ones who get off on terrifying and torturing, are the vampires Immortal Guardians hunt. Newly turned vampires, like I was when I met them, and like Stewart and the others here were when they met them, are given the option of joining the Immortals and seeking medical help. Yeah, Stewart said. Like you said, Immortal Guardians are the good guys. They don't get off on hurting people the way Gershom does. I really lost it one time when I was badly injured and accidentally hurt Dr. Lipton. I thought the Immortals would kill me for it, but they didn't. They continued to help me, and Melanie has never held it against me. I know it sucks, Cliff added, to discover that everything you thought was truth is actually a lie. But that whole ignorance is bliss thing is bullshit. Ignorance isn't bliss. Ignorance just makes it easier for other people to manipulate you, and Gershom has been manipulating the hell out of you to get you to do bad shit to good people. Seth and the others just want to help you. As if summoned by his name, Seth abruptly appeared inside the apartment. Tessa lunged to her feet. Standing near the door, he offered her a slight bow. Good evening, Tessa. His stance remained relaxed, unthreatening, as she eased around the coffee table and braced herself for a fight. Cliff and Stewart grew quiet. You won't be needing those, Seth said and waved a hand. The butter knife, vegetable peeler, pointy bottle opener, pencils, pens, and other weapons she had amassed leapt out of her pockets and deposited themselves in the sink. I've come to take you to dinner. Tessa fought the fear that inundated her. How had he known about the weapons? He had filched every single one of them. I knew about them because I'm reading your thoughts, he replied as though she had spoken the question aloud. Gershom can do the same. It is how he has managed to control and mislead you for so long, quashing every doubt as soon as you think it. Damn it, She didn't want to doubt Gershom. He had helped her. He had saved her. And he had tried to save her brother and been so crushed when he couldn't. Seth's lips tightened. I know you won't believe me or think me sincere when I say this, but I'm sorry I couldn't find you sooner. I've been searching ever since I learned you and the other gifted ones had been taken, but even I have my limits, and I am so sorry for your loss. The police report indicated that William was knifed in a traffic accident while the two of you were visiting your parents in New York. I had no idea Gershom was involved. As usual, grief swamped her at the mention of her brother's name, but so did anger. She couldn't trust this man after seeing what he had done. Seth approached her slowly, raising his hands in a take-it-easy gesture that showed no weapons. But he hadn't needed a weapon to plunge her into unconsciousness. I apologize for that, he said, but Leah was injured and bleeding profusely. I couldn't heal her as long as you persisted in attacking me. Tessa's thoughts shifted to the woman she had meant to use as bait to entrap Seth, the woman who had taken a bullet for her and tackled her to the floor to remove her from the shooter's line of sight. How is she asked, angered by the guilt the inquiry sparked. Gershom wouldn't want her to feel sorry for Leah. Uncertainty rose as she questioned that for the first time. You're questioning it because Gershom isn't present to feed your fury and need for vengeance. Could Gershom really do that? Because without it... Did Leah survive? She asked. He smiled. Yes, and she's worried about you. She will be dining with us. She would? When Seth reached out and touched her shoulder, Tessa flinched and brought her hands up. The room went dark, and that weird weightlessness struck as he teleported her away. A moment later, bright light erupted around her. Multiple beeps sounded. Breaking Seth's hold, she backed away and took in her new surroundings. Not a holding cell, not a torture chamber, but a huge living room with high ceilings and multiple sofas, love seats, wing-back chairs, and coffee tables. She frowned. Coffee tables with small foam cushions attached to every corner, the kind she had seen a friend use while baby-proofing her home, which was weird because atop some of those coffee tables lay sheathed swords and daggers. The children know not to touch the weapons, Seth told her as he pulled a cell phone out of his pocket. Children? What children? He dialed a number, then pressed the phone to his ear. Rorden, a man answered. Her preternaturally enhanced hearing enabled her to hear both sides of the conversation, and this man's voice was one Tessa had heard often since awakening in that studio apartment. She had quickly concluded that he was one of the higher-ups at whatever facility had held her. Just letting you know we've left, Seth said. You can turn the network's alarm back on. Will do. The network. That's what everyone seemed to call that place, but the name didn't tell her diddly-squat about it. Seth nodded as he tucked his phone away. That's why we call it the network. If an employee slips and mentions it in public, no one will have any idea what we do there. Lunging forward, Tessa grabbed a sword off the closest coffee table, discarded the sheath, and held the blade up between her and Seth. It pissed her off when he didn't even tense. She knew he could yank this weapon out of her hands as swiftly as he had the others, but still felt better holding it. Which is why I'm letting you, he remarked softly. Movement behind him drew her gaze to what appeared to be a dining room table. Well over a dozen men and women, all wearing black clothing, stood around it, staring back at her. Immortal guardians. Her heart began to race as ice filled her veins and her fear multiplied. There were so many of them. Easy, Seth said. We are not your enemy, Tessa. Despite the things Cliff and Stewart had told her, she couldn't bring herself to believe it. A man stepped up to Seth's side. Seth was at least 6 foot 8 inches tall. This man was 6'4" or thereabouts, and offered her a nod of greeting. I apologize for not having brought you a meal earlier. I wanted to speak to Seth first, he said with a Scottish accent. I'm Aidan. This was Aidan? This was the man who had kidnapped Veronica and so many of the other women? You son of a bitch! Tessa sped forward, raising the sword. A blurred form passed between them and grabbed her arms before she could finish swinging the blade. Straining to free herself, she stared up at the warrior who held her wrists above her head. He wasn't quite as tall as Aiden, but bore piercing brown eyes and an air of menace that unnerved her. "It's all right," he crooned in a British accent. With slow, careful movements, he extracted the sword from her fingers and released his hold. Tessa stumbled forward. "Aiden didn't harm Veronica," he said. "Bullshit! After Gershom rescued her, she told me Aiden was the one who kidnapped her." He shook his head. "I thought Aiden guilty too at first. I'm Roland Walbrook. Veronica Becker was my descendant." Tessa shook her head. She would have mentioned it if she had an immortal relative. "She didn't know about me. I'm nearly 1,000 years old, Tessa." "What?" "I watch over my descendants, but don't introduce myself." He shrugged, his ruggedly handsome features tinged with sadness. "I don't age, so I can't be part of their lives without raising questions that are best left unanswered." Bending, he picked up the discarded sheath, slid the sword home, then returned it to the coffee table. "And I admit getting close to them, then losing them generation after generation, was taking too great a toll on me." She stared, not knowing what to think. "When Gershom made it appear as though Aiden had abducted Veronica," he continued, "I wanted Aiden dead." She shook her head. Veronica was certain it was Aiden. Roland looked to the Immortal Guardian's leader. "Seth, show her how he did it." She returned her attention to Seth. Seth sighed. "Gershom can shapeshift." She laughed. Did they think her a simpleton? No one could... Shock stole her breath when Seth's form began to change. His long hair shortened. His height did, too, by a few inches. Then his features and build transmogrified in swift, small increments until she found herself staring at Aiden's twin. She backed away a step, then another. "Gershom can shapeshift," Seth said again, only this time he sounded exactly like Aiden. "It's how he convinced Veronica and so many of the others that Aiden took them." His form changed again, growing taller, his hair changing length again, his features altering, until Gershom stood before her. "It's also how he convinced you I killed your brother." He looked and sounded just like Gershom, except now he wore no shirt and bore huge dark wings with translucent feathers. "Gershom doesn't have wings," she choked out. Seth Gershom tilted his head to one side. "He never showed them to you." She shook her head. The wings vanished as a dark shirt enveloped Seth's arms and covered his chest. "Is this more like it?" She nodded numbly as her world began to crumble. Seth once more spoke in his own voice. "Gershom killed your brother, Tessa, after assuming my appearance. He injured you, then sped away before you could bleed out. As soon as he left your sight, he shape-shifted back into himself and returned, valiantly playing the hero to win your trust." Seth shifted back into his own form. She shook her head. "I protect gifted ones." He took a step closer. "I watch over you all as best I can from the moment of your birth." His form changed again. Tears welled in her eyes as Tessa stared up at her brother, who, despite being her twin, had been a half-foot taller than her own 5'6". "I would never have harmed William," he said in her brother's voice. Moisture glimmered in his brown eyes, which were lighter now. "I would never harm any gifted one." His Adam's apple rose and fell with a swallow. "I'm so sorry I wasn't there to save him." A sob caught in her throat as she slowly moved forward and raised a hand to touch his face. "Will?" she whispered. He looked exactly like him. He even sounded like him. How many times had she wished her brother were standing before her once more? How many times had she wished she could tell him she loved him and say goodbye? Wrapping her arms around him in a tight hug, she burst into tears. She knew it wasn't really Will. She knew it wasn't her brother. But the chance to hold him again? To feel one of his big bear hugs? She just couldn't resist it. Deep, racking sobs erupted as her heart broke. She missed him so much. He rested his cheek on her hair and wrapped his arms around her in a bear hug, which only made her cry harder. He even felt like Will. Someone pressed some tissues into one of her hands. Tessa just balled them up, unwilling to release the brother whose loss had left such a gaping hole inside her. She didn't know how long she clung to him, soaking his shirt with her tears, but she reluctantly loosened her hold when her nose began to run. Stepping back, she scrubbed at her tears and blew her nose. Leah now stood beside them. Her smile was gentle as she held up a small stainless steel wastebasket with one hand and offered Tessa more tissues with the other. "Thank you," Tessa said, her voice hoarse. Leah nodded, then looked at Will. "Maybe you should go back to being you now." Tessa fought back a protest when William shifted back into Seth's form. More tears welled. Frustrated, she scrubbed them away with more tissues. No one spoke. Well, almost no one. Over in the dining area, someone with a British accent said softly, as though speaking to a child, No, sweetie, stay here with Daddy. She's okay. She's just sad." Everyone watched Tessa with concern and sympathy that just did not seem feigned. "I don't know what to think," she admitted. In that moment, she felt as shattered mentally as Cliff had sounded when he had spoken to her earlier. If all this was true, and it felt horribly, horribly true, then she had been fighting for the man who had slain her brother, the man who had tortured Will and reveled in his agony. She had been doing his bidding and helping him hurt more people, and... "I can't believe it," she whispered. "I don't want to believe it." "I didn't either," another Brit said. That voice she recognized as Bastian's, and when he stepped up beside Roland, she could put a face to the voice. "I've been where you are." Bastian shook his head grimly. "For 200 years I thought this one," he jerked a thumb in Roland's direction, "had killed my sister and her husband Blaze, who was my best friend. And for 200 years I plotted Roland's demise, determined to avenge their deaths. I vowed to slay every immortal guardian on the planet, and even raised an army of vampires, much the way Gershom is now, to accomplish that feat." Tessa glanced at Roland, then back at Bastian. "I take it you failed?" Bastian smiled. "Yes, and I'm thankful I did." His expression darkened. "Come to find out, Catherine was slain by her husband." He shook his head. "You don't know how much it continues to torment me that I protected my sister's killer after her death." "I do," Melanie said as she joined them and leaned into his side. "And I wish it wouldn't. It wasn't your fault, honey." She looked at Tessa. "And it isn't your fault that you trusted Gershom." "I never once questioned him," Tessa admitted, self-loathing consuming her. Seth recaptured her attention. "Because he was manipulating your emotions." When she opened her mouth to protest, he held up a hand. "I mean, he was literally manipulating your emotions." Calm immediately suffused Tessa, erasing all her grief and sadness and loosening the muscles in her shoulders. "To keep you from questioning him," Seth continued, "he fueled your anger, suppressed any doubt or guilt that attempted to rise, and filled you with hate and a lust for vengeance." In the next instant, rage consumed her, quickening her breath, and drove her to dive for the sword again. Before she could touch it, the rage vanished, replaced by calm. Shaken, Tessa stared at Seth with wide eyes. Oh, shit! Had he done that? Had Seth made her feel all that? "Yes," he answered. "Like Gershom, I possess empathic abilities. A few of the other immortals present do as well." Bastian nodded. "I do, but I can't manipulate emotions. I can only read them with a touch." Melanie pursed her lips. "Something I still wish you would have told me sooner." She cast Tessa a self-deprecating smile. "He knew I was lusting after him way before I knew he was lusting after me." They all seemed to take such miraculous abilities in stride. The only gifts Gershom had revealed to Tessa were his ability to teleport and his ability to heal with his hands. And Tessa and her brother had only been able to manipulate plants, making them flourish with a touch. She looked at Seth, a tiny part of her still trying to rationalize it and make the thing Seth told her a lie instead of the months she had spent with Gershom. Seth looked over his shoulder. "Marcus, bring Adira here, please." The men and women watching from the dining room parted. A handsome man strode forward with a toddler on his hip. The pretty little redhead studied Tessa somberly as her father frowned up at Seth. Seth smiled at Adira and took one of her hands. Pressing a kiss to it, he said softly, "Adira, sweetheart, I want you to show Miss Tessa what Gershom did to Mommy." "No!" Marcus instantly growled. Cupping a protective hand around the child's head, he pressed her cheek to his chest. "Hell no! I don't want her reliving that." Seth released Adira's hand and held up his own in a calming gesture. "I wouldn't ask her to do it if I thought it might make the nightmares return. If she thinks about that evening, you know damned well the nightmares will return." Dread filled Tessa's stomach as she watched them. This did not feel like an act or a show put on for her benefit. "She thinks about it every time her mother leaves her sight, Marcus," Seth said. Marcus looked pained by the revelation. "You know how much I adore Adira," Seth went on. "I would never do anything that would cause her harm." Marcus swallowed. "Everyone here can understand why Tessa might be reluctant to take our word. But I don't think anyone, even Tessa, could believe Adira would show her anything but the truth. She's too young and innocent to harbor a deceptive agenda." A full minute ticked past as Marcus visibly battled his need to protect his daughter. "Fine." Seth patted his shoulder. "Thank you. Let Tessa hold her, please?" "Hell no! Adira can show her while I hold her." Seth shook his head. "I don't want any of us touching Adira while she shows her. It would give Tessa an excuse to doubt the veracity of what she sees." "Amy?" Marcus called. A short red-headed woman who closely resembled Adira joined them. "Go ahead." Taking the toddler from Marcus, she transferred her to Tessa's arms. "Please don't hurt her." Tessa met Amy's green eyes. "I would never hurt a child." Adira seemed perfectly content in Tessa's hold. Leaning into her chest, she stared up at Tessa with somber emerald eyes, identical to her mother's. "Adira," Seth repeated softly, "show Miss Tessa what Gershom did to Mommy." Reaching up, the toddler touched a tiny hand to Tessa's cheek. Tessa sucked in a breath when the living room vanished, replaced by a large front lawn as the child's memories became her own. The scenery blurred. Wind whipped her. Tessa saw everything from the point of view of the toddler. Amy held her as Marcus carried them both in his arms, racing for the safety of the trees. She could feel Amy's anxiety and fear. Panic built inside her when the bad man, Gershom, teleported in front of them and thwarted them time and time again as they tried to get away. Marcus finally stopped. Setting Amy down, he placed himself between them and Gershom. Amy cradled her close and pressed a kiss to the top of her head. She heard Gershom warn human males bearing weapons that if they fired, he would send every bullet into Amy. When an immortal tried to help Marcus, Gershom flung out a hand and hurled him at least 30 feet into a tree. Bones cracked audibly. Tessa's fear spiked, making it harder to breathe. "Easy," she heard Seth say from somewhere out of sight, distracting her. "What you're feeling is what Adira felt in that moment. It's all part of the memory she's sharing with you." The memory blurred, letting the living room bleed in for a moment, then sharpened again. Fear returned and grew at an incredible rate as she watched Seth and his immortal guardians fight Gershom. She hugged Amy tight, clutching the front of her shirt as the battle raged. A roar of fury suddenly filled the air. She whimpered. Then Gershom vanished and reappeared behind Amy. Smiling savagely, he drew a blade across Amy's throat. Warm red liquid poured forth, soaking her clothing as Amy tightened her hold and began to fall. "No!" Tessa cried. Adira withdrew her hand. The vision vanished, returning Tessa to the living room. Adira stared up at her, her pretty face solemn. Amy took the child from Tessa's arms and cuddled her close. Tessa began to shake uncontrollably as she stared at them. Amy's brow furrowed with concern. "Tessa? Are you all right?" Tessa couldn't speak. She could barely breathe. Seth frowned. "She needs air. Clear the way." Gently curling a hand around her upper arm, he guided her toward the front door. Another Immortal opened it as they approached. As soon as she and Seth stepped outside into fresh air, Tessa shook off his hold. He voiced no protest when she kept walking, placing a good 20 yards between herself and the house. Bending over, she braced her hands on her knees, closed her eyes, and drew in one deep breath after another. Such chaos reigned in her head that she couldn't seem to focus upon a single thought. Seth said nothing. After several minutes, her heart didn't slam quite so painfully against her ribs. Her breathing began to slow, and she stopped trembling. Releasing a long sigh, Tessa straightened and opened her eyes. Moonlight filtered down from a cloudless sky, illuminating the large front lawn and the forest that bordered it. Her stomach sank. It was the yard from Adira's memories. Turning, she faced Seth and was surprised that the door behind him had closed, leaving the two of them alone. "This is where it happened?" "Yes." He strolled toward her. She stared up at him helplessly as he drew near. "I can't think straight." "I know. I did not wish to cause you such distress, but could find no way to help you see the truth without it." She looked around, thinking the peaceful night a painful contrast to the turmoil deep inside her. "I don't know what to do." He nodded, nothing but concern reflected in his handsome features. "Don't you hate me?" She had attacked Leah, and Leah had nearly died. She had helped Gershom, and Gershom had slit Amy's throat. "No," he responded simply. "I only want for you what I want for all gifted ones and immortals. I want you to be happy and safe and well." She couldn't seem to digest that. "None of this was your fault, Tessa." He looked away, his brow furrowing. "It was my fault, for failing to keep you safe in the first place." She heard swears erupt inside the house, followed by muted conversation. "Gershom is my enemy," Seth said, "and he knew he could use you to strike at me." Before Tessa could respond, the front door flung open. Leah marched toward them. "That's bullshit!" she yelled. Eyebrows rising, Seth swung around to face her. "What?" "I said that's bullshit." She frowned as she joined them. "None of this is your fault, Seth." Now he frowned. "How did you even hear what I was saying?" "I didn't." She waved a hand at the house behind her. "They told me, and they think it's bullshit, too." The anger left her features as she turned to Tessa. "I know this has come as a shock to you. I'm actually still trying to process it myself. Are you all right?" Tessa slowly wagged her head back and forth. Not by a long shot. Smiling, Leah stunned her by pulling her into a hug. "That's okay. We're all here for you, Tessa, and we'll help you through it." Tessa hugged her back. "I'm so sorry I attacked you." Leah shrugged. "It's okay. We both came through it unscathed." Stepping back, she produced a smile. "Aside from having our minds blown, that is. But, like I said, we'll get through it together." She turned to Seth. "And you." Moving forward, she wrapped her arms around his waist and leaned into him. "You need to stop beating yourself up over things you can't control." When Seth slid his arms around her waist, she reached up and pressed a palm to his cheek. "You can't be everywhere at once, Seth. I know how hard you've been searching for Tessa. I saw how torn up you were after she made that first appearance and you weren't able to find her and bring her to safety." Tessa stared at him. "Really? And I know you've been killing yourself trying to find the rest of the missing gifted ones." "Immortals," he corrected softly. She smiled. "That's going to take me a while to get used to." Ducking his head, Seth rested his forehead against hers. "You'll find them," she told him with complete confidence. "You'll find the other immortals, and you'll stop Gershom." He sighed. "I'm sorry I brought you into all this." "You didn't. If memory serves," she countered, her voice acquiring a teasing note, "I was the one who asked you to dance." His eyes acquired a faint golden glow. "I should have refused." She winked. "If you had, I would have missed out on an awesome carnival ride." He grinned. Laughter erupted inside the house. Leah rose onto her toes and pressed a kiss to his lips, then turned back to Tessa. "So?" She held out her hand. "I'm really hungry, and, by the looks of it, Sheldon and Tracy have prepared enough food for at least 50 people. Are you ready to join us?" Tessa stared at her, knowing Leah wasn't just asking her to join them for dinner. Reaching out, she took the woman's hand. "Yeah, I'm ready." Scared as hell, but ready. Chapter 19. Seth left the chair at the head of the table vacant for David and claimed the one at the foot of it. He seated Leah on his right, then seated Tessa on his left before sitting down himself. His stomach growled. Several immortal males chuckled. Seth just smiled and shook his head. He really had worked up an appetite. Amy sat beside Leah and held Adira on her lap while Marcus attached a hook-on high-chair seat to the table next to her. As soon as it was secure, he lifted his daughter, blew raspberries in her chubby neck rolls to spark giggles, then tucked her into the clever chair and claimed the seat on the other side. Roland sat beside Marcus after installing Michael in a similar hook-on chair between him and Sarah. Tessa gasped when she saw Michael. Roland looked over at her. "That's Veronica's son," she said softly. "I recognize him from the pictures on Veronica's social media pages." Roland nodded. "My wife and I adopted him." The rest of the Immortals and their seconds found seats around the long table. They had added yet another leaf when Stanislav had rejoined their ranks, bringing Susan with him. Susan seemed to be fitting in well. Seth slid the lovely woman at his side a glance. Leah was too. She and Amy were already chatting as though they were longtime friends, and she had a unique talent for making the rest of the Immortals and seconds smile and laugh. She really was good with different. How he wished she were different too, capable of transforming without descending into madness. He frowned. Speaking of madness, he looked down the table and caught Bastion's eye. "Bastion, Cliff is struggling." Bastion's brow furrowed. "I know he was earlier, but he seemed okay when I left." He glanced at his wife. "Are you still getting that feeling?" Melanie nodded, her face grim. Much to Seth's surprise, Tessa spoke. "Stewart is worried about him and wanted to call you, but Cliff told him not to." Bastion studied her. "You spoke to them?" The room quieted. Tessa nodded. "Cliff was trying to help me understand that Immortal Guardians are the good guys and Gershom is the villain. When I was reluctant to believe him," she cast everyone at the table a quick, apologetic glance, "he kept erupting into rages. It sounded like he was tearing up his apartment, or whatever room he was in." Bastion sent Seth a panicked look. "Cliff's apartment is always scrupulously neat. He said keeping it that way helps distract him." Seth nodded, even more concerned now that he knew Melanie's mild, prophetic gift was warning her something bad was about to happen. "As soon as you've eaten, you and Aiden should take him hunting." Aiden rose. "We'll do it now." Bastion agreed. Sheldon jumped up. "Hang on a sec, guys." He jogged into the kitchen while Bastion and Aiden kissed their wives. Melanie frowned. "Do you want us to come too?" Dana nodded. "We can come with you." Aiden shook his head. "Stay and enjoy your dinner. Get to know Tessa." Bastion nodded. "We'll be fine." Seth knew neither warrior wanted the women to see the ferocity with which Cliff tore his vampire opponents apart now. Sheldon returned, carrying a large cloth grocery bag that zipped at the top. "Here." Bastion took the bag. "What is it?" "Foot-long sandwiches, chips, and bottles of tea. Enough for all 3 of you." Aiden smiled, though it didn't reach his eyes. He and Bastion were both close to Cliff and knew his days were numbered. "Thank you." Seth called Rorden and alerted him to the incoming Immortals. A moment later, Aiden grabbed Bastion's shoulder and teleported him away. Somber silence took the room. Tessa looked around uneasily. "You guys seem to really like Cliff." "We do," Seth acknowledged. "He's a brilliant, honorable man who has been a good friend and ally to us." Sheldon, Richard, and Etienne began to carve the turkeys and dole out portions. "What will happen if you can't cure him?" she asked hesitantly. Melanie answered, her eyes sparkling with tears. "He'll die, either by his own hand or by ours. He doesn't want to become a monster like the one who turned him. If we can't halt or reverse the damage, at some point he'll—" Her voice cracked, halting her words. Tessa took in the grim faces around the table. "Are there any vampires here?" Seth shook his head. "Only immortals, humans, and gifted ones. Immortals, raise your hands and introduce yourselves." Several hands rose in the air. "Now the humans?" The human seconds present did the same. "Now the gifted ones." Darnell, Nicole, and Susan raised their hands and introduced themselves. Susan smiled at Tessa. "I'm new to all this, too. I had no idea vampires and immortals even existed until I found Stanislav buried in my basement." Tessa's eyebrows flew up. "He was buried in your basement?" Nodding, Susan gave Tessa a quick rundown on how she'd met Stanislav and tumbled into the immortal guardian's world. Seth liked Susan. She was funny and told a good story, entertaining them all and bringing smiles to their faces. In a very short time, she had everyone laughing as they dined. Seth tucked into his own food, then devoured additional helpings. Leah grinned and leaned in close. "Keep it up. You burned a hell of a lot of calories today." He laughed. So did several immortals. Seth was pleased with how the dinner progressed. He, Zach, and David took turns responding to calls from immortals in the field. Tessa gradually relaxed enough to eat something. Seth knew it would take her some time to adjust to the new reality, but she'd made a good start, and he was happy to have her amongst them. As the meal wound down, he took Leah's hand and brought it to his lips. "I need to speak with Roland privately. Will you be all right if I leave you alone with this lot?" She smiled as she glanced at the men and women seated around the table. "Sure, I like your family." He hoped one day it would be her family, too. Rising, he rounded the table. Roland was already standing when Seth reached him. Seth caught Zach's eye. "Follow me." Nodding, Zach lowered his fork and stood. Seth palmed his phone and made a quick call. Then he teleported Roland to the soundproof room in Chris's redesigned missile silo. Zach appeared a moment later. Seth spoke into the phone again. "We're here." "Yes, sir." Brian responded. He was the highest-ranked network employee on site when Chris wasn't around. "The alarm's back on." Seth pocketed the phone and stared at Roland. "So, how are you?" "I'm good," he said with a nod. "You seem to have come through the healing all right. I apologize for not looking in on you more often." Roland waved off the apology. "You've got enough on your plate, Seth. You don't need to play nursemaid to me on top of that." And Roland wasn't the type who would want anyone fussing over him regardless of how sick he was. "Have you noticed any new abilities? I poured a hell of a lot of energy into you." More than he had Aiden. "Stop looking so guilty when you say that," Roland ordered. "I told you to do it. And yes, I have noticed new abilities." Giving them a very un-Roland-like grin, he said, "Check this out." He vanished. An alarm sounded. Swearing, Seth called Brian. "Sorry about that. That was us. Turn the alarm off until further notice, please." "Yes, sir." "Looks like he can teleport now," Zach commented. "That's a plus." So it was. A long minute passed. Zach arched a brow. "Do you think he's having trouble finding his way back?" Seth frowned. "Possibly. Teleportation could be a tricky skill to master. If your mind wandered even a little bit, you could end up somewhere you didn't intend to." Roland reappeared, his hair and clothing soaking wet. "It's raining in Miami," he said on a laugh. Seth grinned. "Excellent. Good job," Zach said. "Have you mastered it enough to always end up at your chosen destination?" "Yes. I've been practicing every time Sarah and I go out hunting." Seth frowned. "Do you leave her alone or take her with you?" "I started out by teleporting to the other side of campus whenever we patrolled Duke or UNC or one of the others to ensure I could do it and so she wouldn't be left alone. But once I mastered that, I started taking her with me, going a little farther each time." "And how did that go?" Seth asked. Roland grimaced. There were a few mishaps. I forgot the time difference more than once and teleported us into direct sunlight. Ouch, Zack said with a wince. Exactly. I also startled the hell out of a hunter once, but he'd been drinking heavily and was already questioning what he saw as I teleported us away again. If the hunter had mentioned it online, network employees who monitored such would have taken care of it. Any other new abilities? Seth asked. For whatever reason, the most common abilities that seemed to transfer over during a healing were the 3 T's: teleportation, telekinesis, and telepathy. My telekinetic abilities have strengthened, Roland said. Everything in the room that wasn't nailed down and didn't breathe suddenly leapt into the air. Seth nodded. Excellent. I want you to spar with David every other day and practice using those telekinetic skills in battle. I'll begin tomorrow. Anything else? Roland nodded and closed his eyes, his brow furrowed with concentration. Seconds later, his clothing tore and fell away as he shape-shifted into a lion. Seth's eyebrows flew up. Unbelievable, he murmured. Shape-shifting was one of the most complex gifts one could possess. Because Roland was so much younger than himself, Seth hadn't expected him to acquire it. Strolling forward to examine the creature, he touched the thick mane and found it as coarse as a lion's. Can you roar? The lion shook his head, then gave it a try, releasing something that sounded more like one of Roland's growls of fury than a lion's roar. Zack laughed. Seth did too. Try again. After several more tries, Roland managed to come a little closer. Now shift back. The lion transformed back into Roland. A naked Roland. Zack grimaced and threw up a hand to block his view. Looking down, Roland swore and cast Seth an exasperated look. How do you always manage to have your clothes on when you shift back into your normal form? I teleport them on. Have you tried that yet? No. Teleporting objects you aren't touching can be tricky, but you should eventually be able to master it with small items. Seth thought of the extensive wardrobe at David's place. A pile of clothing abruptly appeared at Roland's feet. Smiling, he bent and began to tug on a pair of pants. Thank you. Zack lowered his hand. Does Sarah know you can shapeshift? No, I only told her about the teleporting. I practice the shapeshifting and telekinesis while she sleeps. He eyed both men. I thought the fewer people who knew, the fewer minds from which Gershom can pluck the information, if he has the time. Sarah won't mind my keeping it from her. She wants me to do anything and everything I can to keep Michael safe and help you defeat Gershom. I wouldn't have told her about the teleporting, but I didn't want to leave her alone while I practiced. I understand. Seth looked at Zack. So, we've one more weapon in our arsenal that Gershom won't expect. Zack turned back to Roland. Practice shape-shifting into other people. Sarah, Amy, Sheldon, anyone Gershom won't view as a threat. Seth nodded. Sheldon or Chris would be good, as would other human males about your size who won't necessitate a change of clothing, and whom Gershom will assume weak. Good idea, Zack said. Choose males. That way you won't have to worry about altering your voice much either. One of the trickiest parts of shape-shifting is sounding right. Can you speak with an American accent? Yes, I can speak with an American accent, Roland replied, losing his British accent. Among others. Good, then practice assuming other male forms. Zack glanced at Seth, then hesitated. If he takes on Amy or Sarah's form, his clothing will swallow them, but it wouldn't be quite as bad if he took on Leah's form. She's almost 6 feet tall. Seth wasn't sure what emotion filled him then, but it didn't sit well. She's half my weight, her shoulders aren't nearly as broad, and she has a tiny waist. But the pants will only be maybe 3 inches too long, and her breasts and hips will help fill out the shirt and hold up the pants. Roland spoke. Give me a set of clothing in her size. I'll practice shape-shifting into her form and see if I can't master teleporting on the clothing as well. Seth started to shake his head. Finished dressing, Roland took a step toward him. Seth, let me do this for you. We all know Gershom is going to target her because you care about her. If he pops in while I'm there, I can assume her appearance, and he'll read it in your thoughts. But he'll have to take the time to do that. Every few seconds can make a big difference when battling him. Do it, Zack said. Very well, Seth agreed. I'll get you the clothing later tonight. He gripped Roland's shoulder. Zack, remain here for a moment. I wish to speak with you. Okay. Seth teleported Roland home to David's, then returned to the missile silo. I know, Zack said, holding up his hands. You don't like the idea of anyone mimicking Leah. If someone took on Lizette's form, it would freak me the hell out, but... Seth smiled. That isn't why I asked you to stay. Oh. He lowered his hands. Is it that you're pissed because I know Leah's clothing sizes? He fought a laugh. No. Zack shifted his weight from one foot to the other and began to get that look, the kind that filled Seth with both frustration and foreboding, his patented, there's a slight chance I might have done something that will make you want to kill me look. Ah, hell. What have you done now? Zack's expression turned innocent. What makes you think Zack. Fine. He paused. Have you, by any chance, been reading Leah's mind? No. Zack's eyebrows rose. You haven't? No. Not at all? No. Then I didn't do anything. Zack! He grimaced. All right. I knew you were seeing Leah and assumed it would place a giant target on her back, so I did the whole plan-to-how-to-kick-ass manual in her head thing. Fury rose. Seth took a menacing step forward. You mind-controlled her? Zack held up his hands. I was only trying to protect her the way I did Dana, but I didn't actually have to do much because she already knew how to kick ass. He offered Seth a smile. She's taken a lot of martial arts classes. Her father wanted her to be safe. Good man. All I really had to do was tweak things a little here or there, have her aim for the major arteries when firing a gun instead of the head or chest, have her make her defensive moves and counterattacks earlier than she ordinarily would since vampires move so damned quickly, that sort of thing. How much damage did it do? Mind control and erasing memories always caused brain damage. The less altered, the less damage inflicted, sometimes affecting no change in the person's health at all. But anything that took a lot of time? None. She came through it fine. Don't be pissed, but David was there with me healing the damage, minimal damage, in real time. Seth wanted to cling to his anger, but trusted David implicitly, and had come to trust Zack almost as much since they had renewed their friendship. Thank you. Those minor tweaks had kept Leah alive when Tessa and the vampires had attacked. You're welcome. Stay the fuck out of her head from now on. I will, he vowed solemnly, because I don't want to see the kind of kinky shit you do in bed. Seth laughed. I did not expect her to say that. Did you see their expressions? Zack grinned. Priceless. Seth teleported his favorite katanas into his hands. Now draw your swords. Why? I want to spar with you. Surprise lit Zack's features. Really? Then he frowned. Wait, are you saying I need practice? No, I do. Zack snorted. Though the two of them were roughly the same age, Seth had spent thousands of years building and strengthening his gifts and fighting skills. Both knew who would win if the two of them ever fought in earnest. Yet Seth shrugged. I do. I want to try something new. Like what? Zack drew two swords. Seth arched a brow. I wouldn't want to spoil the surprise. That sounds interesting. Smiling in anticipation, Zack adopted a fighting stance. Let's do this. He attacked in the next instant. Seth grinned. There were few immortals on the planet who could provide him with a real challenge. David could, though Gershom and the rest of the Ancient Ones might think David posed no threat to them. Seth's second-in-command had been sparring with him for thousands of years and could kick most of their asses. Aiden was a strong, fierce fighter and had trained with David, so he too could hold his own well in a sparring session with Seth. But Seth had come to believe that Zack would eventually become his equal if he continued to train as he had since falling in love with Lizette. Neither man spoke as they fought. Neither held back, either, only avoiding attempted decapitation. Should one accidentally sever the limb of the other, they were both powerful enough healers to reattach it. Seth had to admit it was exhilarating, but didn't let that distract him from the task he had assigned himself. Minutes passed as metal struck metal and occasionally slipped into flesh. Those slips were few at first. Then Zach's brow furrowed. Sweat had begun to bead on his forehead and trailed down one temple. Seth's blade slashed a deep furrow into Zach's side. Grunting, Zach redoubled his efforts to fend off Seth's blows, but he took the offensive less and less, instead defending himself more and more. He swore as Seth began to drive him backward. Seth scored another hit, then another. "What's happening?" Zach huffed as he staggered beneath Seth's latest blow. Seth said nothing, just kept hammering away at him. One of Zach's swords went flying. Swearing, Zach staggered. Seth scored another hit, making sure this time that it was shallow. He felt Zach try to teleport, and fail. "What the hell?" Zach rasped just before Seth swept his other sword from his hand. Zach stumbled and nearly fell to one knee. He thrust a hand out toward Seth, trying to yank Seth's weapons away with telekinesis. Nothing happened. He tried again to teleport. Nothing happened. Seth smiled in triumph as he pointed the tip of one sword at Zach's throat, then tapped the underside of his chin. Zach shook his head and sank to his knees. "What did you do?" Leaning forward, he braced his hands on the floor. His head hung low. "I couldn't teleport. I couldn't use my telekinetic ability." He paused a moment to draw in a couple of rasping breaths. "I'm so weak I can barely move." Seth crouched on his haunches in front of him and waited until Zach raised his head. "I drained you of your energy, every ounce that I could." Zach gaped at him. "But you weren't touching me." Seth had drained Zach of his powers once before, and then left him for the others to deal with when he had believed Zach betrayed him, but he had had to touch Zach to do it. "I don't have to now. I found a way to do it without touching you." Utter astonishment entered his friend's weary features. "That's fucking brilliant." Seth grinned. "How the hell did you learn to do that?" He shrugged. "I've been trying to figure it out for a few years now, and redoubled my efforts after Gershom hurt Amy. I finally managed to do it last week while sparring with Richard." Zach's lips twitched. How did he feel about it? He didn't know. He's young enough that he thought I just tired him out, but I wanted to give it a try with someone of your strength, to confirm I can use it against Gershom without his realizing what's happening. Leaning forward, he pressed a hand to Zach's chest and infused him with much of the energy he had siphoned away. Zach sucked in a breath, then sighed. "Much better, thank you." Smiling, Seth clapped him on the shoulder. Zach glanced behind over his shoulder, then moved to sit with his back against the wall. Stretching out his legs, he crossed his feet at the ankle. Seth settled himself beside him. He had sat just so with Amy many times since he had rescued her from her torturers. It felt completely natural to do the same with Zach. "Damn, I'm tired," his friend complained. Seth chuckled. "Sorry about that. I couldn't return all the energy I took because I had to use some of it myself. You're a formidable opponent." Zach sent him a sardonic smile. "You've only yourself to blame for that. Kicking my ass that time you told me to stay the hell away from Lizette and your Immortal Guardian family really motivated me." That seemed so long ago, but had it only been, 2 or 3 years? "Yes, well, I'm sorry about that, too." Zach shrugged. "It didn't stop me from seeing her." Seth smiled. "I don't think anything could have done that." "No," he agreed with a smile. Quiet fell. Zach's breathing gradually evened out. "So, how are you holding up?" Seth stared at his boots. "I fear history is destined to repeat itself." A long moment passed. "She's human." Zach nodded. "You can extend her life." "True, but both knew an extra century would not be enough. Seth wanted forever with Leah, like Zach would have with Lizette." "I fear Gershom will kill her," Seth admitted. "You've kept him from killing Amy." "Barely. You can keep him from killing Leah, too. We'll help you keep her safe, Seth. I'll help you keep her safe. I owe you," he shrugged, "everything. You're the reason I have Lizette." Seth sighed. "You owe me nothing. None of you do. I just want you all to be happy. It isn't a matter of obligation. We want you to be happy, too. We want you to have, for however long you can, what we have found. And we'll do everything we can to ensure you will, even if it pisses you off." Seth rubbed his tired eyes. "Now you sound like Rawdon. Chris is a good man, one who worries about you." Zach smiled. "He showed me the surveillance video of you and Leah dancing together." Seth shook his head. Who hadn't seen that video? "And once I picked my jaw up off the floor, I began to hope every day that you would stop fighting your feelings for her." He shook his head. "I've only seen you like that with one other woman, Seth. My wife. I didn't understand it then, why you would risk so much to be with her." Seth snorted. "I know you didn't. You and the others kept trying to capture me and force me back into the fold." Zach's lips twitched. "Well, I understand it now. I would risk anything to be with Lizette, and did. I won't let Gershom deprive you of Leah. I will do everything in my power, when you're not draining it, that is, to keep her safe." Seth forced a laugh. "Thank you." Quiet fell once more as Seth's mind involuntarily dragged him through possible future scenarios. "You know what will happen if Gershom kills her," he murmured. Zach remained silent. "You know what happened the first time." He had been in the city when that atrocity had taken place, far from their home in the country. A man had come to him, begged him to heal his dying child, and Seth had gone, of course. The child had been moments from death, suffering dreadfully when Seth arrived. Tears had streaked his pinched little face, and stark fear had filled his eyes when Seth knelt beside him. The only gift Seth had revealed to humans at the time was his ability to heal with his hands. Some feared him for it, much as they had Alyssa of Westcott thousands of years later. Some reviled him for not letting them exploit his gift for their own gain, and some regarded him with awe. Seth assumed this child feared him because of the ugly rumors he'd heard about the source of his gifts, and as he healed the boy, Seth delved into his thoughts to see what rumors had filled his young ears, so he could discover who was spreading them. Instead, he made the shocking discovery that the boy's father had poisoned him. A blade drove into Seth's back and burst from his chest. "Abomination!" the boy's father shouted. Roaring in fury and pain, Seth lunged to his feet. Healthy once more, the poor boy scuttled away and cowered in a corner. Using telekinesis, Seth yanked the sword from his back and deposited it in his own hand as he spun to face the father. Men with swords flooded the domicile. Seth again used telekinesis to thrust the men away from him and strode outside so he could fight them without endangering the child. Sunshine barely had time to brush his hair before more pain pierced him, stealing his breath. Unbelievable agony swept through him. It felt as though 1,000 daggers had all struck him at once. Driven to his knees, he glanced down, found no new injuries, and struggled to understand what was happening. Then his daughter screamed in his head. Terror gripped him as he looked up at the boy's father. "What have you done?" "We had to," the man snarled, his face a mask of hatred and triumph. Damning the consequences, Seth teleported to his home. Dozens of men clustered in a circle in front of it. All shouted as they stared at something on the ground. The pain suffusing Seth began to fade as he shoved his way through the throng and stared down in horror. His wife lay in the dirt, one hand clutching a sword, the fingers of the other curled into claws, as though she had been trying to pull herself across the grass to their son and daughter. The heart inside her body did not beat. A dagger had stopped it, the hilt still protruding from her chest. Their son and daughter lay nearby, their dark brown eyes frozen open in death. His daughter's face. Seth would never forget the pain it portrayed, the tears that streaked her cheeks, nor would he forget the way her hand had been stretched toward his wife's, her mother's, in a desperate attempt to reach her. His son-in-law lay at her feet, sword still in his hands. He had died trying to protect her, but had been overwhelmed by sheer numbers and the incredible swiftness with which these men had struck. His daughter-in-law, whom he had loved as if his wife had borne her, lay crumpled on the ground several yards away, his son at her feet. He too clutched weapons. All were dead. The lifeless bodies of several of their attackers littered the ground around them. Seth bellowed his grief, his fury, and sank to his knees beside his wife and children. He tried to gather them all into his arms, tried futilely to heal them, to bring them back, but his healing gift did not extend to resurrection. The ground shook violently with an earthquake so strong that the murderers who still stood stumbled into each other and nearly fell. Several men rushed him while he knelt there, his wife and daughter in his arms, his hand clutching his son's shirt, sobs wrenching from his chest, swords swung toward him. Seth threw back his head and roared as power exploded outward from him. Every blade fell to the ground. Screams of agony erupted as everyone in his sight, save his family, began to burn from the inside out, their skin first brightening with the color of flames, then blackening and turning to ash. When they threw back their heads and opened their mouths to beg for mercy, flames emerged instead of words. Rage took control of Seth, burning brightly and searing his insides. He gently laid his loved ones on the ground, then rose. Swords, nearly 6 feet in length, appeared in his hands as he strode toward the city. To this day he didn't know how many he had slain, how much had burned before David had found him and summoned Zach and the others to put an end to it. As Seth had confessed to Leah, he hadn't stopped at killing those responsible for the death of his family. He had killed everyone who had harbored hatred in his or her heart, everyone who had delighted in treating his children like shit because they were different, everyone who had launched ugly rumors about them, fueled the hatred that had resulted in the day's tragedy, everyone who had wished him and his family malice, though they had done nothing to deserve it. "I'm so much stronger than I was then," he told Zach now. "I fear you won't be able to rein me in if—" "History will not repeat itself, Seth." He shook his head. History always seemed to repeat itself. "If Gershom kills Leah, Amy, or Adira, I fear I will become his ultimate weapon. I fear I will succeed where he has failed in launching Armageddon." "I won't let that happen," Zach vowed earnestly. Seth hoped with all his heart that Zach was right. "Seth!" Aiden suddenly shouted in his head. Seth straightened. "Yes?" "We found 2 more of the missing Immortals." Eyes widening, he leapt to his feet. "What is it?" Zach asked, alarmed. "Aiden found 2 of the missing Immortals." He teleported away without another word. Chapter 20. Aiden exchanged a concerned look with Bastian as the 2 of them escorted Cliff through the quiet college campus. Most students had long since sought their beds. A few who had either been up late partying or cramming for exams stumbled their weary way back to the dorms. Cliff walked between Aiden and Bastian, his movements stiff and precise, as though he feared if he made a single misstep he would erupt into violence and slay everyone he encountered. A peek into his thoughts revealed a maelstrom of voices urging him on. It was taking every ounce of Cliff's strength to refuse them and fight the sickening desires they incited. Aiden kept a hand on Cliff's shoulder, infusing him with calm, but it barely made a difference. "How would you like to sit in sunlight for a while, Cliff?" he asked. It had worked well to silence the voices in the past. A sound reached his ears. Too late. "Vampires," Cliff growled in a very un-Cliff-like voice. Shrugging off Aiden's touch, he drew his swords and swung them in arcs and circles as he picked up his pace. A dark smile turned up the corners of his lips. His eyes began to glow bright amber. A dozen vampires came around the corner of a building up ahead. "Chris," Aiden called telepathically to Rorden and strained to pick up the human's thoughts. Even for a telepath as old as he was, such a feat was difficult. "Stay the hell out of my head, telepath." Cliff is about to launch a bloodbath at UNC Chapel Hill. I see at least 2 surveillance cameras, and I don't think I'll be able to restrain him long enough to get him and the vampires he intends to slaughter to... Cliff shot forward. Hell. Just get a clean-up crew over here now, and have your tick guys ready to silence whatever shows up on the internet. Without waiting for a response, Aiden raced after Cliff. Cliff cared nothing about being outnumbered 12 to 1. Such odds didn't even make him hesitate. He just tore into the vampires. Some of the vamps were well-groomed, their clothing neat and clean. Both indicated they had only recently transformed. Good hygiene tended to fall by the wayside once the madness struck. Cliff was a rare exception. The rest of the vampires were older, judging by their slovenly appearance and the insanity housed in their glowing eyes. Aiden didn't attempt to slay any of them. He merely guarded Cliff's back and fended off any blows directed at himself. Bastian did the same, leaving the killing for Cliff in hopes of silencing the voices. Aiden's heart sank as he watched. Slaying vampires quickly and cleanly used to bring an end to the violent impulses that plagued Cliff, simple strikes that would end their lives in less than a minute. Then Cliff had begun to prolong the battles, letting the vampires tire themselves out before he killed them. Now he ripped them to shreds, and smiled while he did it. There was no denying the madness that glinted in his amber eyes as he slew them. One by one he took down his opponents, who fought fiercely but could not compete with the strength madness lent Cliff, nor the skills Bastian had taught him. Soon only 2 vampires remained, one tall, one short. Both were pretty damned proficient with the short swords they wielded. Light reflected off Cliff's blades as he swung them with a flourish and sliced open the shorter vampire's cheek from ear to chin. He nicked the vamp's arm once, twice, then cut it deeply. The vampire cried out and dropped his sword. Stumbling back a step, he tripped over one of his fallen companions and hit the ground. As Cliff moved in for the kill, the vamp rolled away and lunged to his feet. His baseball cap fell off as he drew a dagger and spun to face Cliff. Cliff smiled wickedly and raised a sword, preparing to strike a killing blow. "No!" Bastian shouted. Lunging forward, he halted Cliff's sword with his own. Aiden stared past him. Long auburn hair tumbled down around the vampire's shoulders as she braced herself to meet the blow. "Shite," he whispered. When her gaze strayed to Aiden, her face paled. Cliff glared at Bastian and pushed back against his friend's sword with a snarl. "Cliff, stop!" Bastian nearly shouted and nodded behind him. "Look!" Cliff did as ordered, and froze. Blood welled in the deep gash on the woman's face and spilled down her neck. More saturated the torn sleeve of her jacket. The male vampire lunged forward, intending to strike Cliff while he was distracted. Aiden threw out a hand and telekinetically plucked the vampire's weapons from his hands, then stole the woman's dagger as well. Both gaped. Cliff looked from the woman to Bastian, blocking his sword, then back to the woman. Horror dawned on his features. Staggering backward, he dropped his weapons. "Cliff," Bastian spoke gently. Cliff didn't seem to hear him as he looked down at the blood on his hands, then fastened wide eyes on the female. "Cliff," Bastian repeated, stepping forward. He shook his head. "Bastian." His voice was thick with self-loathing. Tears welled in his glowing eyes. "What did I do?" "Nothing," Bastian replied in the same soothing tone. But Cliff shook his head. "Did I have another break?" "No." Bastian slowly walked toward him as Cliff continued to back away. "We were out hunting. We came across some vampires. You did nothing wrong." The lone male vampire left standing snorted. "Nothing wrong? Look around you. He tore these men apart and damned near killed—" Aiden darted forward and fisted a hand in the man's shirt. "Shut the fuck up while we handle this," he growled. The man shoved Aiden away and bent in a blur to grab another weapon. Aiden telekinetically yanked the weapon from his hands. The man and woman exchanged an alarmed look, then took a step backward. Now that he wasn't so focused on Cliff, Aiden recognized them both, the woman and the man, as 2 of Gersham's immortals. Thrusting a hand out toward them, he once more employed his telekinetic ability and froze them in place. They gasped. The woman struggled briefly, her glowing amber gaze fastened on Aidan. Aidan delved into her thoughts and swore. She thought him the man who had kidnapped her before Gershom had rescued her. Well, he couldn't worry about that right now. He glanced over his shoulder. Still shaking his head, Cliff pointed to the woman. "I did that?" His crimson-coated hand shook violently. "I did that, didn't I? I hurt her. I would have killed her if you hadn't stopped me." The woman exchanged a confused look with the man. The man scowled. "What the hell is wrong with him? Is he insane or something?" Aidan got up in the man's face and glared. "I know Gershom has been fucking with your head and filling it with lies, but show some bloody compassion. Cliff isn't an immortal. He's a vampire." "Bullshit," the man spat out. "Immortals kill vampires." He tried to motion to the dead and decaying corpses around them and cursed when he couldn't move his arm. "I could have killed her, Bastian," Cliff said in an agonized whisper. "I could have killed her. I could have killed her." "But you didn't," Bastian said. "Only because you stopped me." The woman's brow furrowed. Why is he so upset over hurting me? Since she thought Aidan the enemy, she couldn't fathom why injuring her would cause his friend such distress. "Because he's a good man," Aidan explained, "and he's still lucid enough to realize you're one of the kidnapped gifted ones we've been trying to locate and rescue." "Rescue?" she blurted incredulously. "You're the one who kidnapped me." "No, I'm not. That was an imposter. You'll understand that in time." He glanced at the man. "You're one of the missing gifted ones, too. I recognize you both from your pictures." "What the hell is a gifted one?" the man asked. "You are. Men and women who were born with special gifts others don't possess. The virus doesn't drive gifted ones insane. Our advanced DNA protects us. Humans don't have that protection and suffer progressive brain damage. Cliff was a human before he transformed. He joined us years ago. Our doctors have been trying to help him stave off the madness ever since." "Seth," he called telepathically. "Yes, we found 2 more of the missing immortals." "I can't do this," Cliff said, his voice full of agony. "I can't do this anymore. Bastian, I don't want to hurt people." "Cliff, I almost killed her," he continued, more tears spilling over his lashes. "I would have killed her if you hadn't stopped me. I would have cut her throat. I would have killed her. And I would have enjoyed it." The sound of a small engine approaching drew Aidan's attention. Glancing to the left, he swore. A golf cart carrying 2 HPD officers zoomed toward them. They must be working security on campus. Seth appeared, sword in hand. The devices Aidan and Bastian carried beeped. The man and woman gasped, eyes flying wide. "Trouble to your 9, Aidan said. Seth looked over at the golf cart. A moment later, it slowed. The officers' tense faces relaxed. Both men smiled, then chuckled as they turned the cart around. "Damned kids and their stupid pranks," one murmured. "Yeah," his companion said. "It was a good one, though, wasn't it? I thought that shit was real." As the cart retreated, Seth turned to assess the scene. Cliff raised red-rimmed eyes to meet Seth's. "I almost killed her, Seth. I didn't mean to. I swear I didn't mean to. I don't want to hurt innocent people. I don't want to be like this anymore." Nodding, Seth closed the distance between them. Aidan stiffened. Bastian did too. He even tried to step in front of Cliff. Did Seth intend to slay the vampire and end his torment? Seth brushed Bastian aside and rested a hand on Cliff's shoulder. He gave it a squeeze. "You did well tonight, Cliff. You kept the vampires busy and killed them all, giving Aidan and Bastian plenty of time to disarm the missing immortals and hold them until I could arrive." Cliff's tears stopped as he blinked. His features smoothed out, the distress leaving them. "I did?" "You did. Good job. Why don't you rest now?" Cliff nodded. "Okay." He closed his eyes, his knees buckled. Seth caught him before he could fall. Aidan released the breath he hadn't realized he'd been holding and felt his eyes begin to burn with tears of relief. His friend would live another day. Bastian's eyes glistened with moisture, too, as he bent and folded Cliff over his shoulder. Straightening, he swallowed hard and stared up at Seth. "Thank you. Seth nodded and sheathed his sword. "I know you don't want to abandon hope, Bastion, but there will come a day soon when the kindest thing you can do for Cliff is end his torment." "I know," Bastion said, his voice hoarse. "Call me when that day comes, and I will do it for you," Seth told him softly. "You shouldn't have to live with that." Unable to speak, Bastion nodded. Seth turned to face the male and female immortals. Aiden released his telekinetic hold on them, giving them the freedom to move, but both still seemed frozen in place, because the past few moments had made them question Gersham's assertion that immortals were cold, power-hungry assholes, intent on slaying anyone capable of defeating them while they took over the world. Utter nonsense. As with Tessa, however, Gersham had earned their trust through deception. Seth approached them slowly, his face somber. "Jordan, Leora, I'm happy to see you both well. Please forgive us for not protecting you better or finding you sooner." Leora looked at Jordan, then Seth. "What?" "I shall explain everything once we get you to safety. I trust neither of you has summoned Gersham." Jordan scowled at Aiden. "That asshole did something to keep us from moving." "I fear such was necessary," Seth said, his tone apologetic. "They did not wish to harm you, and had Aiden not disarmed and disabled you, both of you would have attacked while they were distracted trying to help their friend." Jordan frowned. "Their friend slaughtered the men you see on the ground around you." Seth glanced at the decaying vampires. "Were they your friends?" He hesitated. "No." "You bear empathic abilities." Jordan's scowl deepened. "How did you know that?" "Because I've been watching over you and helping you keep your gift a secret ever since your birth. When you brushed against those men, did your gift convey goodness, happiness, and contentment, or did you feel malice, anger, and a deep desire to commit violence?" Jordan opted not to answer. "As Aiden told you, the virus causes progressive brain damage in humans. Most of these vampires were already beyond our help. The rest were well on their way." Leora nodded to Cliff. "Isn't your friend there beyond help?" Seth shook his head. "Cliff is still capable of feeling remorse. He can still discern right from wrong. He's fighting the madness with every ounce of strength he possesses. Most vampires embrace it as soon as the madness begins to erode their impulse control. Cliff didn't." The low rumble of an engine preceded the appearance of a dark van. Leaving the street, it drove up the wide sidewalk toward them. Seth caught the eye of the driver and addressed him telepathically. "Thank you for coming. We shall leave shortly. If you need me to return and bury any memories, have Rawdon call me." The driver nodded and thought, "Yes, sir." Seth looked at Aiden. "Take Bastion and Cliff to the network. I'll see to Jordan and Leora." Nodding, Aiden palmed his cell phone and dialed a number. "Rawdon," the network head answered. "It's Aiden. Bastion, Cliff, and I are on our way in." "Okay, I'll turn the alarm off." Tucking his phone back in his pocket, Aiden clasped Bastion's shoulder and teleported to network headquarters. Leora and Jordan gasped. Another look into their thoughts revealed they had believed only Gersham and Seth boasted that particular power. Before the younger immortals could recover, Seth grasped their shoulders and teleported away. On the off chance that Gersham might be lurking nearby, Seth teleported to multiple locations, one after another, doubling back once or twice, before arriving in Melanie's infirmary on Sublevel 5 of Network Headquarters. As soon as he released them, Jordan and Leora staggered away from him. Leora clenched her teeth and drew in a series of deep breaths. Jordan bent over and braced his hands on his knees. "Oh, man, I think I'm going to puke," Seth grimaced. He'd been teleporting for so many millennia that he sometimes forgot how disconcerting it could be for newcomers. "Sorry about that." Stepping forward, he clasped their shoulders once more. This should help. A quick infusion of healing energy settled their stomachs. The large infirmary was empty. Seth's preternatural hearing told him the resident vampires were all in their apartments. Melanie was in Cliff's apartment, waiting anxiously while Aiden helped Bastian rid Cliff of his clothing and weapons so they could wash the blood off his body and make the sleeping vampire more comfortable. Seth drew out his cell phone and dialed. "Rorden, we're here. Turn the alarm back on." "Done. I didn't realize you were coming too." Bastian and Aiden found 2 more missing immortals. They're with me in the infirmary. "Excellent. I'll be down in a few to help you get them settled." "Thank you." Leora and Jordan shared a look. "Get us settled?" Jordan repeated. "What does that mean? Where are we?" Seth pocketed his phone. "You're at the East Coast headquarters of the extensive network of humans who aid immortal guardians in our quest to protect humanity from vampires and to protect gifted ones and immortals like yourselves from discovery and persecution." Jordan released a derisive laugh. "I'm supposed to believe humans help you? You kill humans." Leora nodded, her brow furrowing. "We've seen your victims." Seth shook his head as he read their thoughts. "Gershom slew those men and women, then blamed us in order to sway you to his side." "Bullshit," Jordan blurted. "You hate humans. You think them all beneath you." Seth heard the elevator at the end of the hallway ding. "I suppose Gershom told you that as well. Just like he told you immortals kill all vampires? You don't find that suspect, considering you met a vampire moments ago whom we are doing our damnedest to save?" Again they shared a look. "He's probably just an immortal," Jordan said. "We only have your word that he's a vampire." Seth motioned to the room in which they stood. "Look around you." Both surveyed the high-tech infirmary. Amongst the thousands of humans who work with us are brilliant doctors and scientists who are learning everything they can about this virus in an attempt to find a cure for it. They're seeking ways to prevent and reverse the madness it causes in humans. They're also hoping they will eventually be able to manufacture a vaccine that will render humans immune to the virus in the future. Give them samples of your blood, and they will show you that your DNA is far more complex than that of ordinary humans. Watch them take a sample of Cliff's blood, and you will see the difference. Cliff is a vampire, not an immortal, and humans do help us. Boots thudded in the hallway outside. "I still call bullshit," Jordan muttered stubbornly. Seth smiled. "Wait for it." Chris Rorden strode through the doorway. Both newcomers glanced over at him. Chris studied them with shrewd eyes. "Jordan Moore and Leora Duran." He smiled up at Seth. "Excellent. Congratulations on rescuing 2 more. He nodded. "Gershom has filled their heads with lies, so they aren't here of their own accord." Chris snorted. "No big surprise there." He turned to the Immortals. "Hi, I'm Chris Rorden. It's good to finally meet you. We've been looking for you ever since we realized you both were missing. I run things here at the East Coast division of the network. I know it sucks that Gershom has lied to you and manipulated you, but we're here to help you get things straightened out." Leora stared at him. "You're human." "Yes, I am." Chris sent Seth a questioning look. He shrugged. "Gershom has convinced them that we kill humans because we think they are inferior, so neither believed me when I told them humans actually work with us to help us protect humanity." Chris's eyebrows flew up. "Didn't they see the cleanup crew?" Seth shook his head. "We left before the driver parked the van." Chris turned back to the newcomers. "You think immortals don't like humans?" Neither responded. Smiling, he shook his head. "Then staying here is really going to blow your minds. You hear all those voices?" He pointed upward to the 4 subterranean floors above them and the 1 floor topside on which hundreds of conversations currently took place. "Those are all humans, with a few gifted ones thrown in." He jerked a thumb toward the doorway. "There are more out in the hallway. Immortal guardians are the good guys, so we humans want to do everything we possibly can to help them. And to help you too, since you're both immortals." He glanced at Seth. "Do they know they're immortals?" "They do now." Chris turned back to them. "If you have any doubts about that, our doctors can clear them up. You can watch them do the blood work yourselves. Until then, I'd like to get you settled. Follow me, please." He turned to leave. Seth motioned for Jordan and Leora to follow Chris, and they did so, shoulders stiff, faces grim. Both believed Chris would lead them to prison cells or the like. Out in the hallway, they scowled at the many network guards present. All were clearly human. All issued Seth nods of respect. "Gentlemen," Seth greeted them. Jared leaned against the desk down by the elevators and gave them a little wave of greeting. Chris headed to one of the new studio apartments. Swiping a card, he typed a code into the keypad, unlocked the heavy door, and led them inside. "Are you two a couple?" Leora frowned. "What? Are you a couple?" He closed the door, which sealed with a thunk. "Would you like to stay together or have separate apartments?" "Together," Jordan immediately responded. Chris looked at the woman. "Leora?" She glanced at Jordan. "Together." Seth read their thoughts. The two weren't a couple, but believed they would have a better chance of escaping if they remained with each other. Chris met Seth's gaze. Clearly, he'd drawn the same conclusion without reading their thoughts. Seth nodded. "Okay," Chris said. "Then welcome home. I tried to make the place as comfortable as possible for you. I'll have extra food brought in for the kitchen since there will be 2 of you instead of 1. More towels and bath products, too. If you need anything else, just pick up the phone there." He motioned to a white landline phone that only had 1 button instead of the usual number pad. "It's a direct line to my office. If you change your mind at any time and would like separate living quarters, just give me a ring. If you feel like chatting, there are 6 vampires living here. They'll hear you through the walls, and chatting might help alleviate their boredom. I know you guys are listening, so go ahead and say hello." "Hello." "Hi." "Hey, man, how's it going?" "Sup?" "Hi, I'm Stuart. Welcome to the network. And for the woman, I'm totally open to dating. If you don't mind there being a little insanity in my future, you'll find I'm a lot hotter than the other guys." "Come on, man. Seriously? Stop kidding yourself. I'm way hotter." Leora stared at Seth. He shrugged. "If any of them interest you, you are welcome to date them, but—" His voice turned stern as he slid the wall a look. "They will not in any way pressure you or sexually harass you, or they will answer to me. Understood, boys?" "Yes, sir," the vampires chorused. "Good. Leora and Jordan have been through tough times. Both were kidnapped and held by Gershom." "I hate that asshole," Stuart grumbled. "When he blew up the front of the damned building and sent those vampires in to attack, they killed a lot of good men and women." "Yeah," another grumbled. "Fuck Gershom." Surprised, Seth quieted for a moment. He didn't know why he had never considered that the vampires who resided there might have grown attached to the many men and women they heard converse, yet never met in person. But apparently they had. "Thank goodness the daycare is off-site," another vampire murmured, "or they would have killed the children, too." Leora and Jordan looked more confused than ever. "It's all right," Seth assured them. "We'll go over that once you've rested. Please do not try to escape. Doing so would prove futile. Jared, the Immortal down the hallway with the human guards, is as ancient as I am and can subdue you with a thought. Should you wish to talk to me, ask him to summon me. Bastian and Melanie are 2 more Immortals who spend much of their time here as well. You met Bastian earlier. Dr. Melanie Lipton is his wife. She will likely want to draw some blood and ensure Gershom has not drugged you. She can also prove to you that you are indeed immortal and not vampire, if you wish." Monster began to play. Seth drew his cell phone from his pocket. He frowned when he saw it was not an immortal calling, but a second. "Yes?" "Seth!" Thomas cried. "Orin is down. Michelle is too. I think Michelle might be slipping into stasis. I've never seen so many vampires attack at once." Seth looked at Leora and Jordan. "My apologies. I must go. Do not harm Chris." Confident that Rorden could take care of himself, he teleported to Toronto. Chris nodded at Leora and Jordan. "You should listen to him." Jordan exchanged a look with Leora, then darted forward in a blur and locked Chris in a chokehold. "Open the door!" Chris brought up one hand to clutch the Immortal's forearm, while he unobtrusively tucked the other in his pocket. Withdrawing an EpiPen-like auto-injector, he flipped the cap up and jabbed the needle into Jordan's thigh. Jordan jerked. A couple of seconds later, his hold loosened as he began to weave on his feet. Chris calmly slipped out of his arms and watched the man collapse to the floor. Leora gaped. "What did you do?" Rushing forward, she knelt beside the unconscious Immortal. "Jordan?" She patted his cheek. "Jordan!" Chris tucked the auto-injector, which she hadn't noticed, back in his pocket. "It's okay, he isn't dead. He's just going to sleep for a bit." She stared up at him. "How did you do that? You're human." He shrugged. "While he's out, let me ask you again. Do you want to stay here, or would you prefer to have your own apartment? I wanted to ensure Jordan wasn't pressuring you into staying with him." "I want to stay here, with Jordan." "Okay. I'd like to ask you to step into the bathroom with me for a moment so I can speak to you privately without the vampires listening in. All the bathrooms here at Network headquarters are soundproof." She eyed him warily. "Please?" he said. When she didn't move, he sighed and withdrew the auto-injector. "I sedated him. Drugs don't affect us. This one does. I'd prove it, but that would be counterproductive. If you come with me, I promise I will keep my hands in your sight at all times, so you won't have to worry about my sedating you too. But be forewarned, if I don't walk out of this room in the next 10 minutes, Jared will come check on me, and you will be no match for him." Brow furrowing, she rose and hesitantly followed him into the bathroom. Chris closed the door and turned to face her, his hands still raised. "Can you tell me in what kind of conditions you've been kept since Gershom kidnapped you?" "Gershom didn't kidnap me. That immortal Aiden did. Gershom rescued me from him." "No, he didn't. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but Gershom can shapeshift. He's been taking Aiden's form and kidnapping women for months. You'll come to realize that eventually. Until then," he spoke gently, "I don't know what you've been subjected to all this time. If Gershom kept you at his side, if he had you stay with Jordan, or if he locked you in a room full of male vampires. And I apologize if asking this will make you uncomfortable. But please know I'm only asking out of concern for you. Were you sexually assaulted while in his care?" Her eyes widened. "No." "I don't know you, so I can't tell if that denial was genuine or a knee-jerk reaction because you want me to mind my own business. But if you were sexually assaulted, Dr. Lipton can examine you and make sure you're okay. I know you heal quickly and aren't vulnerable to STDs, so physically your body should be fine. But I'd still feel better if she gave you a clean bill of health. We also have therapists on hand with whom you may speak if you've suffered trauma. Anything you need, Leora, we wish to provide. We just want you to be well." She stared at him. "I wasn't sexually assaulted." "Okay." Chris was only partially relieved, however. When he left Leora, he intended to ask Jared to delve into her mind and search for any buried memories that would indicate Gershom had been sexually assaulting her without her knowledge. Chris hadn't mentioned that fear to Seth, but thought it a possibility they should investigate. They needed to be aware of the full extent of Gershom's vicious mindset. "I'm sorry you're having to deal with all this. I know Seth holds himself responsible, but watching over gifted ones falls under my purview as well. I sincerely apologize for not keeping you safe." Her frown deepened. "If you change your mind and wish to speak to Dr. Lipton or one of our therapists, just pick up the phone, call my office, and say, 'I could really use some chocolate.'" His words finally succeeded in erasing her frown. "What?" He smiled. "I could really use some chocolate. It'll be our secret code, so Jordan won't know what it's about. Melanie loves chocolate, so I'll send her in with some, and she'll mention wanting to do a little more blood work. Once you leave the room with her, she'll bring you to my office where we can speak without the vampires, or Jordan, listening in." She gave a slow nod. "Okay. Just don't use the code in an attempt to escape. That would be a real dickish move, because I'm honestly trying to look out for you, okay?" "Okay. Anything else you want to talk about while the vamps can't hear us?" "No." "Okay, then. Let me help you get Jordan settled on the sofa." Opening the door, he headed back into the apartment's main living space. Jordan was an inch or so above 6 feet and muscular like the other Immortal Guardians. Chris grunted as he folded the man over his shoulder and rose. "Sometimes I really wish I had your guy's strength." "I could have done that," Leora pointed out as she watched him. "Nah, I'm fine." He dumped Jordan on the sofa. If you don't want him in bed with you, make him take the sofa. If he gives you any grief, the vampires will tattle on him." Her head swiveled as she looked at the wall. Her lips twitched. "Let me guess," Chris said. "They're agreeing?" "Yes." "Good. Just don't drive her crazy with your chatter, guys, and give her at least a few days to acclimate before you start hitting on her." Genuine amusement shone in the eyes she turned back upon him. "I'm not even going to ask what they're saying now," he said, unable to hear them. "I wouldn't if I were you." It was good to see her looking a little less shell-shocked. "Well, I've got work to do, so I'm going to book." He offered his hand. She hesitated, then shook it. "It's good to meet you, Leora, no matter the circumstances. I'll be seeing you again soon." He strode over to the door. Removing the key card from his pocket, he swiped it, then shifted so his back blocked her view, and typed in a code. A thunk sounded as it opened. "Oh." With one hand on the handle, he turned to face her. "Would you like me to bring Tessa to you once she returns?" She tilted her head to one side. "Who is Tessa?" Surprise struck. "You don't know Tessa Hayes?" "No. Should I?" Releasing the door, he drew his cell phone out of his pocket. After opening Photos, he scrolled through images until he found one of Tessa. "You've never seen this woman." He turned the screen to face Leora. Moving closer, she studied the picture. "I have seen her, just once, but I didn't know her name. Why? Who is she?" "She's another gifted one Gershom kidnapped and transformed. You only saw her once?" "Yes. She had just been told that Seth killed Veronica and her son Michael. Gershom held her while she wept, then took her away to grieve privately." His lips tightened. Fucking Gershom. "Was she being held at the same location you were?" "Yes." Her features hardened. "Until Seth captured and killed her." "Seth didn't kill her, Leora. She's alive and well and can come visit you if you like." She stared at him. "Tessa is alive?" "Yes." "Veronica is, too?" He sighed. "No, we weren't able to save Veronica, but Michael as well." Her face filled with uncertainty. "Do you know where Gershom was keeping you?" "No. He always teleported me there because he was afraid Seth would read it in my thoughts if he found me and kill us all." "He held Jordan there, too?" "Yes." "Was it a home or—"
"Chris,"
Jared warned in his head,
"don't damage the progress you've made by interrogating her. I will search her memories for the answers you seek."
"Right." He shook his head. "I'm sorry." He sent her a smile. "We don't need to go into that right now. You need rest and time to process all of this. There's non-perishable food in the cabinets. I'll have perishables delivered for the fridge. There are also more satellite television stations than you'll ever need, and an iPad loaded with thousands of ebooks, movies, and apps if you grow bored. Remember, if you decide you want some chocolate, just pick up the phone and call me." She looked toward the wall. Her lips slowly turned up in a smile as if she didn't want to, but couldn't help it. "The vampires said they want some chocolate." He laughed. "Take it up with Melanie, boys. She'll be back soon." He swung the door open and motioned her closer. "See the big guy down the hallway?" Cautiously, she approached and poked her head out. Still leaning against the guard's desk, Jared tossed her a wave. "That's Jared. He's old as shit and will talk your ear off if you give him half a chance." The multitude of heavily armed guards around Jared all nodded with long-suffering looks that nearly made Chris laugh. "But he's a good guy. If you need anything and for whatever reason can't reach me, just say his name." "Okay." Smiling, he stepped out into the hallway. "Try to get some rest, Leora." She nodded, looking so lost and vulnerable that it broke his heart. It was hard as hell to close the door, but he forced himself to do it. She needed time. And he needed to get back to work and help Seth eradicate Gershom once and for all. Chapter 21. Reclining on a sofa, Leah covered her mouth to stifle a yawn. The hands of the clock that silently kept careful time had long since passed midnight. Then 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., and beyond. Normally, Leah would have to wake, eat breakfast, and open her store in a few hours. Mandy had taken over that task for her temporarily. but Leah still found it hard to stay awake. She and Seth hadn't slept much last night or this afternoon. Not that she had any complaints there. She would choose sex with Seth over sleep any day. She had never in her life had so many orgasms so close together. She hadn't even thought it possible, and would love to see if she could again. Just the idea of him running his big hands. An image of her and Seth sitting beside each other on the edge of a playground sandbox suddenly filled her head, an elaborate sandcastle rising in front of them. She frowned. That was weird. Why had that... A small hand closed over her knee. Leah glanced down. Adira stood before the sofa, leaning into Leah's leg and watching her with expectation. Had she been trying to get her attention while Leah was fantasizing about Seth? Leah smiled. "I'm sorry, sweetie, what was that?" Again the image of her and Seth in the sandbox filled her head. Leah stared at the little girl. Had she done that? "You want to go to the playground again?" Adira nodded. "With Baba." Leah looked at Amy. "That's amazing." Sitting on the floor with her husband amid wooden blocks that were stacked in various formations, Amy raised her eyebrows. "Did she show you a picture of it in your mind?" "Yes." She nodded. "Adira has strong telepathic abilities. Since she doesn't speak much yet, she tends to communicate with images a lot." Leah smiled at the toddler. "I'd love to go to the park with you and Baba. Can Aaron come too?" Grinning, she nodded. "Dira!" Michael called and held up a block. Adira returned to building with him and her parents. Roland and Sarah had claimed spots on the floor as well. Leah suspected neither had wanted to leave while Tessa remained at David's home. Leah glanced at the woman beside her. Tessa looked exhausted, both physically and emotionally. Her eyes were still a little bloodshot from crying earlier, and she could barely keep them open. "Adira is a gifted one?" she asked wearily. Amy glanced at Marcus as though she wasn't sure how to respond. Leah fought a frown. "Yes," Marcus said. "She's a gifted one." Tessa stared at the little girl. "I didn't think immortals or vampires could have children." Again, Marcus and Amy shared a look, but Leah didn't think Tessa noticed. "We adopted her," Marcus said at length. Tessa seemed to accept that as truth, but Leah knew it to be false. Adira looked too much like Amy to be adopted, and while Seth had spoken freely about adopting Amy, he had said nothing about Amy adopting Adira. As if summoned by the thought, Seth abruptly appeared near the front door. One look at his grim face lured Leah to her feet. Some of the tension in his expression eased when he saw her. Crossing to him, she rose onto her toes and drew him into a hug. Sighing, he wrapped his arms around her and held her tight. "Tough night?" she asked softly. He nodded. His lips brushed her neck in an affectionate kiss before he drew back and looked over her shoulder. "How are you feeling, Tessa?" Leah kept an arm around Seth as she shifted to stand at his side. Tessa shrugged. "Hanging in there?" He nodded. Adira raced toward Seth with a big grin. "Baba!" At last his features brightened as he knelt and scooped the toddler up into his arms. "There's my girl. What are you doing up so late?" Marcus smiled and shook his head as he began to scoop the blocks into a couple of canvas bags. "We shouldn't have let them nap for so long earlier. They're both still wide awake." Adira touched Seth's cheek. He met her earnest gaze. "That was very sweet of you." He bussed her cheek, then set her on her feet. "It wasn't the nap," he told her parents. She felt Tessa's sadness and hoped to cheer her up. Tessa looked up. "What?" Leah stared at the little redhead as she toddled back over to her parents. What a remarkable child. Roland rose, holding a yawning Michael in his arms. "Now that you're home, I think it's time we get these two to bed." Sarah, Marcus, and Amy agreed. As soon as the blocks were tucked away, the parents said their goodnights and headed down the hallway. "Night-night, Baba," Adira called over Marcus's shoulder. "Night-night, Leah." Leah smiled, her heart turning over. "Good night, sweetie." Michael was already nodding off, his tousled head rocking on his papa's shoulder. Once they were out of sight, Leah looked up at Seth. "She's an amazing little girl." He hugged her close. "Yes, she is." Then he looked over at Tessa. Tessa rose, eyeing them uncertainly. "Tessa," Seth began, regret entering his voice, "I'm sorry to ask this of you, but I'd like you to return to the apartment Chris assigned you at network headquarters." She stiffened. "Of course. It isn't for the reasons you think." Tessa cut a hand through the air. "It's okay, I get it. I'm not one of you. I attacked Leah, and—" "You are one of us," he interrupted. Leah nodded, guessing his reasons for wanting her to stay at network headquarters instead of David's home. "I told you to forget about attacking me. I'm fine, Tessa. I survived. I'm over it. And we both understand why you did it. It's just—" She crossed to the younger woman and took her hands. "Gershom may try to get you back, and, for whatever reason, he hates Seth. It wouldn't be safe for you to sleep under the same roof as Amy and Adira, both of whom Gershom has targeted in the past." She looked over her shoulder at Seth. "Right? It would be too great a lure, don't you think?" "Such was my concern. We also found 2 more of the missing Immortals tonight." Leah's eyes widened. "You did?" He sent her another weary smile. "Yes, they're already settled at network headquarters." "That's wonderful!" Leah skipped across the room to him and leapt into his arms. "I'm so happy for you, honey." He squeezed her tight, lifting her feet off the floor. When she stepped back, he was smiling down at her with an expression she couldn't quite read. "What?" "That's the first time you've used an endearment when you addressed me." She grinned. "Actually, I believe I called you Buttercup earlier when a certain suspicious throng of immortal warriors threatened to burst into our bedroom." He laughed. "So you did." Taking her hand, he strolled over to Tessa. "The 2 Immortals we found are Jordan Moore and Leora Duran. Do you know them?" Tessa shook her head. "I don't think so." "Leora told Chris Rawdon she only saw you once. Apparently Gershom later told her, 'I killed you.'" Leah frowned. "He's such a dick." Seth laughed. "Yes, he is." But his face gradually sobered. "And he played the same mind games with them as he did with you. Jordan is fighting the truth. Leora seems a little more amenable. If you're up to it, I think your being there willingly would help us sway them to our side." Tessa rubbed her hands up and down her thighs, her face anxious. "You really think Gershom might come for me?" Leah's heart went out to her. Poor girl. Her world had been turned upside down tonight, and now she had to worry about Gershom's sorry ass getting his hands on her again, too. "In truth, I don't know what to expect," Seth answered. "Gershom has proven to be a cunning and unpredictable adversary in the past." Leah loved that he was honest about it and didn't try to pussyfoot around or offer false promises. "But if he does," Seth continued, "Jared, an immortal as ancient as I am, will be there at the network to guard you, and he will summon me at the first hint of danger." Tessa nodded. Seth turned to Leah. Dipping his head, he brushed her lips with a kiss. "I shall return shortly." "Okay." Leah stepped away and hugged Tessa. "Good night, Tessa." Tessa hugged her back. "Good night." Seth touched her shoulder and teleported away, leaving Leah alone in the huge living room. Recalling how grim and weary Seth had looked, such a vast difference from how happy and relaxed he had been while they had been ensconced in his bedroom, Leah headed into the kitchen. She had to open a few cabinets to locate a bamboo serving tray. Crossing to one of the 2 enormous refrigerators the spacious kitchen boasted, she opened the first and gaped at the wealth of food it contained. Wow! That much food could feed her for a month. A hell of a lot of powerful warriors, both male and female, did seem to live here, though, so... Shrugging, she tentatively began to rummage through it. "Looking for anything in particular?" Jumping, she spun around. Sheldon stood in the doorway. He grinned. "Sorry, I didn't mean to startle you." Resting a hand over her pounding heart, Leah smiled. "That's okay. I was just looking for something to feed Seth when he got back. I doubt he's eaten anything since dinner." "You haven't either, have you?" "No." He headed for the other refrigerator. Here. He opened one of the double doors. I always keep a supply of sandwiches on hand for the Immortals, especially for Seth and David. Those two are always going, and Darnell has a hell of a time trying to get them to slow down long enough to eat a meal. Leah closed the refrigerator door she held and placed the sandwiches he handed her on the tray. Just for future reference, Seth likes lots of veggies and a few spicy peppers on his, all organic. He eyed her carefully. You aren't going to get your shorts in a bunch about that, are you? Some people do. I don't know why. No, I eat organic too. When my doctor scared the crap out of me and told me to start eating healthier, I figured I might as well go all in. He nodded. Well, these guys aren't health nuts or anything. They just have super sensitive taste buds and can taste the difference between natural flavoring and the fake stuff. He wrinkled his nose. And some are simply as hard-headed as everyone else I know. After hundreds or thousands of years of eating nothing but organic food, they tend to dig in their heels if someone suggests they change their diet. She laughed. Yeah, I wasn't too thrilled about the idea either. Anyway, here's some tea and a couple of apples. Seth likes the red delicious ones best. That pantry there is stocked from floor to ceiling with chips and other snack foods. Seth tends to gravitate toward either the original flavor ruffled chips or the black pepper ones. And the deep freeze there is full of ice cream and other frozen treats guaranteed to satisfy any sweet tooth. Speaking of which, crossing to the large freezer, he opened it and drew out 2 chocolate-covered vanilla ice cream pops. Tracy sent me to get these, he said with a grin. Leah smiled. Anything else I can do for you? No, this is good. Thank you, Sheldon. Any time. He strolled out of the kitchen. Leah added some chips to the tray loaded with sandwiches, apples, and tea, then carried it to Seth's bedroom. The door stood open, but Seth wasn't inside. Sheldon must have opened it for her as he passed. She set the tray on the ottoman. Leah? Seth called from the living room. In here. He strode through the bedroom doorway. She straightened. Hi, handsome. His lips curled up in a smile. Hi, beautiful. Is Tessa all settled? He nodded. The door behind him swung shut as he shrugged out of his coat. Telekinesis was so cool. Leah wished she could do things like that. Moving to stand before him, she took his coat and hung it up, then drew him into a hug. Sorry you had a rough night, she said gently. He nodded, resting his cheek on her head. She drew her hands up and down his back in soothing strokes. Was it Tessa and the other new Immortals, or did something else happen? A long sigh escaped him, ruffling her hair. We came damned close to losing Cliff tonight. The vampire you're trying so hard to save? Yes. He had told her about Cliff after Aiden and Bastion had left earlier to take the vampire hunting. I told Bastion I would end Cliff's life for him when it becomes too unbearable for Cliff to continue. I don't want Bastion to have to do it. She hugged him tighter. Oh, honey, I'm sorry. He took so much upon himself to try to spare others. When she would have loosened her hold to look up at him, he tightened his arms around her. Let me hold you a little longer, he whispered. Nodding, she relaxed against him. Several minutes passed while they just held each other. You make everything better, Leah, he murmured. Warmth burrowed through her chest, straight to her heart. You do too. His stomach growled. Leah grinned. You really did work up an appetite today, didn't you? Seth laughed and, at last, loosened his hold enough to step back. Apparently so. Some of the shadows, she was pleased to see, had left his deep brown eyes. Perhaps she could eradicate the rest, at least for a time. Casting him a flirtatious look, she motioned to the tray of food on the ottoman. What do you say we satisfy that hunger? She touched his chest, drew her fingers down over his muscled abs in a caress that made him catch his breath, then tucked them in the waistband of his cargo pants, before we satisfy another hunger. His eyes brightened with golden light. What did you have in mind? His voice, already deepening with desire, sent a sensual shiver through her. You, naked in that enormous bathtub, with me riding you until you shout my name.
A growl rumbled forth from him. "Fuck the food," he declared and lunged toward her. Laughing, Leah planted both hands on his chest to keep him at arm's length. "Nope, you'll have to wait for it. You need to eat." She winked. "Trust me, you're going to need the energy." Looping an arm around her waist, he pulled her against him and dipped his head. His lips claimed hers in a scorching kiss she felt all the way to her core. His tongue slipped inside to stroke her own. Fire raced through her, stealing her breath. Burying her hands in his hair, she urged him closer, moaning when he slipped a thigh between hers. Seth drew one hand down to cup her ass and lifted her so she could wrap her legs around him and grind against the hard length behind his fly. "Still want that sandwich?" he asked, nipping the sensitive skin beneath her ear with his teeth. Leah fisted his hair and drew his head back so she could stare into his luminous eyes. "Fuck the food," she uttered hoarsely. Laughing, he strode toward the bathroom. The doorbell rang. Seth jerked awake, then sighed. Damn it, he really hated for reality to intrude. For a few precious hours, Leah had made him forget everything except the pleasure and happiness she brought him. "You don't think it's that whole crew out there again, do you?" Leah muttered drowsily as she tugged his arm tighter around her. The two of them lay on their sides with Seth spooned up behind her. Maybe. The damned ground still shook, and thunderstorms continued to saturate the earth every time they made love. "Well, I don't know what they have to complain about," she grumbled. "I told them to put their rain boots on." Grinning, he leaned up on one elbow and pressed a kiss to her shoulder. His body responded to the press of hers and already wanted more. "Perhaps it's Sheldon here to offer us more sandwiches." Her eyes flew open. Reaching back, she patted his bare hip. "Go get the door, honey." Laughing, Seth rolled out of bed and tugged on a pair of pants. He waited until Leah drew the covers up over her lovely body, then padded over to the door and opened it. David stood outside. "It isn't storming outside, so I trust I'm not interrupting anything," he said, a twinkle of amusement lighting his dark eyes. Seth smiled. "Correct. We were just resting. What's up?" "Would you and Leah mind meeting me in the study? There's something I'd like to discuss with you." Seth opened the door wider. "Would you like to talk in here?" David shook his head. "The study will do." Turning, he strode away. Curiosity rising, Seth closed the door. "Just for future reference," Leah said as she sat up, "I know I'm not shy, but I would rather not carry on conversations with your friends and family while I'm naked in bed." He winced. "Sorry about that, force of habit. Usually when someone summons me or wishes to speak with me, time is a factor." Throwing back the covers, she rose. "That sucks. Don't you get any downtime at all?" As usual, his body instantly reacted to the sight of her naked curves, hardening even more. She was so damned beautiful. "What? Don't you get any downtime at all?" How quickly did David need to speak with them? It hadn't seemed urgent. He would have spoken to them here in the bedroom if that were the case, so maybe they had time to... Leah's laughter disrupted his thoughts. Arching his eyebrows in question, Seth watched her approach. "What?" Smiling, she rose onto her toes and looped her arms around his neck. "You are so adorable." Now Seth laughed. "I haven't been described thusly since I was a babe in swaddling clothes." Still smiling, she rubbed her nose against his and pressed a kiss to his lips. "I love to see you laugh." He hugged her closer. "And I love to laugh with you." He pressed his hips against hers, letting her feel how much he wanted her. "I love to do other things with you as well." "But David is waiting." Nodding, he reluctantly stepped back. "So he is." "What do you think this is about?" "I don't know, but I doubt he would have disturbed us if it weren't important." "That's pretty much what I was thinking." She crossed to the bag of clothes Cynthia had delivered. Seth tore his gaze away from watching her dress so he could rein in his desire. Now that he had healed her scars, she didn't attempt to shield her nudity at all, and he adored her body. Slender, lightly muscled, with curves he had spent hours exploring. He glanced at the clock. Shit, he really had spent hours exploring those curves. It was damned near time for the sun to set. Grabbing a black t-shirt from the closet, he drew it down over his head. Once he added socks and shoved his feet into his boots, he drew a brush through his long hair and pulled it back at the nape of his neck with a leather tie. He no longer considered cutting his hair. He enjoyed too much the feel of Leah brushing it in quiet moments. Behind him, she sighed. "You have the hottest ass." Grinning, he swung around to face her and discovered she was indeed staring at his ass. "Like it, do you?" "A lot," she said. Instead of her own clothing, she wore black cargo pants, similar to his, and a black, long-sleeved shirt that hugged her breasts and narrow waist. Shaking his head, he closed the distance between them. "Don't tempt me, minx." She grinned unrepentantly. "Think it would shock your fellow immortals if I made a habit of grabbing your ass in their presence?" Again he laughed. "Everything you do where I'm concerned shocks my fellow immortals. Did Cynthia not pack any clothing you liked?" She glanced down. "Actually, she did. I just thought I would blend in a little better if I dressed like the rest of you." "You don't have to do that," he told her softly. Smiling up at him, she leaned in and claimed another hug. "Maybe I just like to watch that spark of desire light up your eyes the way it's doing now." He shook his head. "It isn't the clothing I desire, Leah. It's you." She kissed his chin. "Let's go see what David wants." Stepping back, she took his hand and led him to the door. Leaving their bedroom, and that's how Seth thought of it now, their bedroom, they strode down the hallway to David's study. The house was mostly quiet. Since the sun had not yet sunk below the horizon, all the immortals who lived there likely still slumbered below. Faint tapping sounds carried to Seth's ears as seconds diligently carried out their duties, handling business for their immortals that must be taken care of during daylight hours. When he entered David's study, Seth was surprised to find Marcus, Stanislav, and Susan there. He had thought David sought a private conversation. Susan smiled. Marcus and Stanislav nodded a greeting, their faces somber. What was this about? "Leah," Seth said, still holding her hand, "I know you've met every immortal stationed in the area, but I thought I would mention this is Stanislav, in case you didn't remember his name." Her face lit up. "The immortal you thought was dead?" "Yes." "Oh, my goodness, that's right. Susan found him in her basement." Releasing Seth's hand, she moved forward and hugged Stanislav. "I'm so glad you're safe." Surprise lighting his features, Stanislav smiled and hugged her back. "Thank you." When Leah released him, she gave Susan a hug as well. "I'm sorry, Susan, I can't remember. Are you a gifted one or an immortal?" "A gifted one," Susan said with a glance up at the man beside her. "Stanislav has agreed to transform me and make me immortal, but we're going to wait until after this thing with Gershom is resolved." "Congratulations." Susan grinned. "Thank you." Seth caught Susan's eye and gently reminded her, "Don't read Leah's thoughts." Susan sent him a worried look. "I promise I won't intentionally read them, but when I sleep, you lose control over your gift and sometimes inadvertently infiltrate the dreams of those who are near you," he finished. "Yes." "If you wander into Leah's dreams, just exit as soon as you become aware of it. As long as I'm touching her when she sleeps, I don't think that will happen. But if I'm called away, I will, and I won't tell anyone what I see if that happens." "Thank you." Seth looked at David, who leaned back against his desk, watching them patiently. "What is this about?" Zach strolled into the room, holding Lizette's hand. "Are we ready?" "Not yet," David said. "Bastion, Melanie, please join us." Seth was surprised those two weren't at network headquarters. They spent most days there to watch over Cliff and give Melanie more time to work. The couple strolled in, holding hands like Zach and Lizette. Straightening, David closed the door with a thought, then addressed Seth. "There is something we wish to show you." He looked at the newcomers. "You too, Sebastian."
So Bastian didn't know what this was about either? Everyone else seemed to.
"Over here, please."
David led them to the large window behind his desk. The curtains were tied back, allowing bright, ambient light to enter. Seth followed the others, bringing up the rear. Bastian and Melanie peered through the window. Zach stopped beside them, still holding Lizette's hand. David motioned for Stanislav and Susan to stand next to him, leaving a free space for Seth and Leah in the middle. As Seth joined them, David rested a hand on Stanislav's shoulder. Stanislav and Susan both smiled as they looked through the window. Seth peered through the glass, curious to see what was... His heart stopped. Dread, guilt, and grief suffused him when he spotted Yuri lounging on the wide wooden swing that dangled from a tree in the backyard. When Seth would have backed away, David clamped his free hand on his shoulder, holding Seth in place.
"Let Leah see him,"
he commanded. Seth shook his head, a lump rising in his throat. "See who?" Bastian asked, his brow furrowing as he stared at the swing he thought empty. Lizette suddenly sucked in a breath.
"Yuri,"
she breathed. Tears rose in her eyes as she stared through the glass at the ghost of her former sports buddy. Zach rested a hand on Bastian's shoulder, allowing him and Melanie to see Yuri too. Both gasped when they spotted their dead friend. "Seth?" Leah murmured, staring up at him with concern, but he couldn't find his voice.
"Show her,"
David repeated. Seth's arm and hand tingled as he shared his ability to see spirits with her through their touch. Her eyes widened when Yuri seemed to suddenly appear on the swing. "Who is that?"
"The brother I lost,"
he finally managed to say, his voice hoarse.
"The one who was slain in battle 2.5 years ago."
No blood marred Yuri's form. He didn't forever sport the wounds that had killed him, as ghosts often did in movies. He looked as though he had just woken up and was getting in some downtime before night fell. His dark hair was short and neatly combed. His body was encased in his usual hunting togs, his skin as healthy as it had been before he died. A faint smile even toyed with the edges of his lips as he stared across the lawn. Seth shot Stanislav a look, but found neither grief nor condemnation on the Russian immortal's face. He also didn't seem at all surprised to see Yuri's spirit. Seth looked at David.
"Why are you doing this?"
David knew how deeply Seth mourned the fallen immortal.
"Because there is more,"
David answered simply. Seth returned his attention to the scene outside the window just as a woman strolled into view. She was pretty, with long brown hair and alabaster skin, but she wore a dress much like those women in England had worn over 2 centuries ago. Seth frowned as he recognized her. Bastian's knees suddenly buckled. "Honey?" Melanie cried in alarm, grabbing him with her free hand and holding him up. "What is it?" He staggered forward a step. Tears welled in his eyes. "Cat," he breathed. Melanie's gaze darted to the woman. "Your sister?" He nodded. Smiling, Catherine joined Yuri. Seth stared, astonishment temporarily banishing guilt and self-recrimination as Yuri pulled her down beside him on the swing and ducked his head, capturing her lips in a long, loving kiss. The two murmured words Seth couldn't hear over the pounding of his heart. Catherine said something that made Yuri toss his head back and laugh. Wrapping her in a tender embrace, he set the swing into motion as sunset bathed them in roseate light. They looked happy. They looked as if they were in love. "Cat," Bastian whispered again. Tears spilled over his lashes and coursed down his cheeks. He glanced at David.
"What is this? Why is she here?"
David's expression filled with compassion.
"She has rarely left your side since her death, Bastian."
"What?" Bastian's gaze returned to the sister he'd lost so long ago. "No." He shook his head, horror dawning on his features. "No. Please tell me that isn't true. Please. I thought she was gone. I thought she'd crossed over, or whatever the hell you call it, after Blaze killed her. The only thing that has gotten me through the past 2 centuries was the belief, the hope that wherever she was happy." His voice rose alongside his agitation. David motioned to the window. "She is happy, Bastian. She loves Yuri." His eyes met Seth's, and he loves her. It's something they wanted you both to know. He glanced down at Susan. "Tap the glass, please, Susan." She reached out and rapped her knuckles against the window. Yuri and Kat looked over at them. Upon seeing their captive audience, the couple straightened, then rose. Seth looked over and found Stanislav watching him. "You don't seem surprised to see them." He smiled. "Yuri and Kat have been visiting me in dreams ever since I returned." Susan nodded. "He's been urging us to find a way to get you to talk to him, so we asked David for help." Outside, Yuri and Kat linked hands and walked toward them. David motioned to the other side of his desk. "Let us step back, shall we?" Releasing Seth, he kept a hand on Stanislav's shoulder and guided everyone to the other side of his study. Moments later, Yuri and Kat passed through the window and joined them. Kat's eyes glimmered with moisture as she met and held her brother's gaze. "Bastian." Bastian lunged toward her, his arms outstretched, but stopped short as soon as he broke Zach's hold. "Damn it, where'd she go?" Zach stepped forward and grabbed his shoulder again so Bastian could see her once more. Kat hurried to close the distance between them, dragging a smiling Yuri along with her. "Bastian." Stopping a breath away, she raised a hand and rested it on his stubbled cheek. A sob escaped his lips before he could suppress it. His eyes glowed vibrant amber as more tears slipped over his lashes. "I can't feel you," he whispered hoarsely. She nodded, swallowing hard. "I know. But now that you've seen me, I can visit you in your dreams tonight and hold you." Beside her, Yuri nodded. "We feel real to you in dreams." Bastian barely spared him a glance. "I'm so sorry, Kat." She shook her head. "Don't be. Blaze fooled us both." Again she swallowed. "I didn't know what he was until that night. I found a dagger that had fallen out of his coat. When I picked it up," she shook her head, "I saw what he'd been using it for." Kat had been born with psychometric abilities and could glimpse past events that were attached to objects. "I was on my way to tell you when Blaze caught up with me." Releasing Yuri, she raised her other hand to cup Bastian's face. "There was nothing you could have done to save me." Bastian shook his head. "I protected him," he hissed, self-loathing choking his voice. "After you died, I protected the man who killed you and your babe." "You didn't know." When he would have spoken again, she covered his lips with her fingers, careful not to let her hand pass right through him. "No more dwelling on the past." She took a step backward and reclaimed Yuri's hand. "I'm happy now," she said, smiling up at the tall Russian immortal beside her. "And you're happy now." Her smile brightened as she turned to Melanie. "Thank you so much for loving Bastian and bringing him the happiness he deserves." Seth just stood there, his boots cemented to the floor as emotion whirled around inside him. Yuri caught his gaze. "I'm happy too, Seth. It's time for you to stop persecuting yourself for shit you could neither predict nor control, and acknowledge that. I'm happy now in a way that I couldn't be before. I love Kat. She loves me, and I'm not sorry I died that day because it allowed me to be with her." Seth shook his head, unable to grasp it. Stanislav leaned forward. "Seth, Yuri was in love with Kat before the battle took his life." Bastian frowned. "What?" Yuri shrugged. "I'm like Marcus. I was born with the ability to see spirits. When Seth transferred me to North Carolina, I stayed here at David's place, and..." He smiled down at Bastian's sister. "Discovered Kat, haunting it." Catherine wrinkled her nose. "I still don't like that term." "That's all right." Releasing her hand, Yuri curled an arm around her shoulders. "We haunt it together now." He smiled at Bastian. "Catherine intrigued me from the first moment I saw her. I couldn't help but speak to her. And once I did, I fell in love." Again he stared at Seth. Dying enabled me to be with her. Lizette sent Yuri a tearful smile. I miss watching baseball with you. He winked. I still watch it with you sometimes. You just don't know I'm there. When he turned his attention to Seth, all levity fled his features. So are we good now? Will you stop avoiding me every time you see me? I apologize one more time, Yuri warned ominously, and I will plague you every night with nightmares plucked from Sheldon's weird-ass sexual history. Zach laughed. Yuri's expression softened. I do not hold you responsible, Seth. I do not regret dying that day. My only regret is not being able to speak with you, and that is something you have the ability to change. Throat thick, Seth nodded. Only if you'll come to me in a dream so I can hug you. Yuri smiled. That I can do. He turned his attention to Leah. You'll hold him to that, won't you? Leah smiled. Yes. Thank you, Yuri. Seth may not admit it, but he needed this. His smile grew. Seth needed you more than anything. Thank you for bringing him the same happiness I've found with Kat. He pressed a kiss to the top of Catherine's head, then straightened and clapped his hands together. All right, now that the big surprise is over, let's get down to business, shall we? Kat and I have information to share. Stanislav frowned. What kind of information? Yuri encompassed them all with a look. We heard Leora and Jordan mention a rendezvous point Gershom designated for them, one where they would meet and he would teleport them to wherever he's keeping them, to prevent them from being able to give away its location if captured. Bastian glanced at Seth, then Yuri. And, Yuri continued, we took it upon ourselves to haunt that particular location to see if it was true. Seth frowned. Is it? Yuri nodded. It is. While we were watching the clearing, 2 of the missing Immortals arrived by foot. One called Gershom on a cell phone. Gershom arrived an instant later, then teleported them away. Seth met David's gaze. Then we know where we can catch him. David nodded. Precisely. Even better, Yuri said. If we're present when he teleports, we can follow him to his destination much the same way you can, Seth. Surprise widened Seth's eyes. You can? He'd had no idea spirits could do such a thing. Yuri nodded. We couldn't at first, but we've been practicing and testing the limits of what this form allows us to do, with the help of Blaze. Bastian growled as fury darkened his features. Blaze? That bastard is still around? His spirit is, Kat confirmed. Where is he? He demanded furiously. Is he here? Is he... Kat held up a hand. It's all right, Bastian. Blaze can't hurt me anymore. He's... Her brow furrowed with concentration as she lowered her head and tapped her lips with an index finger. What's that phrase Sheldon is so fond of using? Her face lightening up, she snapped her fingers. Oh, yes. She smiled at her brother. Yuri and I have made Blaze our bitch. Bastian gaped at her. Everyone burst into laughter. Even Seth found himself chuckling. Bastian's shock at hearing his timid, proper sister make such a proclamation was hilarious. Chuckling, Yuri sent Kat an amused look. That we have, love. Then he spoke to Bastian. Blaze is terrified of us, mostly of Kat, so we've made him our servant of sorts, forcing him to teach us all his little tricks. He turned back to Seth. And we finally mastered one of those tricks enough to follow Gershom the last time he visited that clearing. And, Seth prompted, Yuri's face filled with triumph, we know where the other missing Immortals are. Chapter 22. Conversation erupted after Yuri's astonishing announcement. Leah silently held Seth's hand, smoothing her thumb over his skin, taken aback by the wonder of it all. Just when she thought she knew everything about Seth and his world, or as much as he could share with her, she learned something new. Seth could see ghosts. Seth could allow her to see ghosts with a touch. And she was now watching him and his fellow Immortals converse with ghosts as if it were the most ordinary thing in the world. Bastian seemed only a little less shocked than she was. Leah's heart went out to the British Immortal.
He clearly loved his sister and kept darting looks her way as though he feared she would disappear. Seth spoke. "You saw all of them there? All 9 missing immortals?" Yuri shared a look with Kat. "There are only 8 immortals by our count. I thought at first the 9th must be out hunting, but there seems to be no room set aside for a 9th. Kat nodded, and we heard no mention of another. Leah studied them all. "What does that mean?" Seth shook his head. "I'm not sure." Melanie bit her lip. "It's possible the 9th gifted one didn't survive the transformation." Bastian shook his head, or simply didn't fall into line the way the others did and was slain by Gershom. We know he killed several of the other gifted ones he took for that reason, or had them killed. Leah looked up at Seth. A muscle in his jaw twitched. "Let's focus on those we can save now. Did Gershom see you, Yuri?" Yuri shook his head. "He gave no indication that he did. I assumed he could see spirits, since you, Zack, and David all possess that ability, so we did our damnedest to stay out of sight. We also didn't speak. In this realm, when we concentrate, Kat and I can communicate telepathically, even though we weren't born with that gift. It's not as clear and direct as it would be if we were actual telepaths, but it's something we've learned to do well enough to get the gist across to each other." The couple was obviously deeply in love. Leah suspected their knowing each other so well aided them in that silent communication. "Since we didn't talk and our movements are silent," Yuri continued, "we made no sound Gershom could detect to tip him off that we were there. And we have no natural scent that members of the mortal realm can detect." Leah smiled. "That is so cool. You're like the perfect spies." He grinned. "Exactly." "Such was dangerous," Seth announced grimly. Leah looked up at him in surprise. Yuri shook his head. "We're already dead, Seth. What more could he do to us?" "He could banish you," Seth replied, "or banish one of you, so the other would be left behind to grieve and suffer." If ghosts could blanch, Leah thought both would have done so as they shared a horrified look. Then Kat straightened her shoulders and stared up at Seth. "Even if I'd known beforehand, I still would have risked it." "Kat!" Bastian protested. She held up a hand. "I've changed since we spoke last, Sebastian. I've grown, a lot, and you are no longer the only member of our family who is capable of standing up for what's right, or who is willing to fight for what's right." She again looked at Seth. "You're the reason my brother is happy. You're the sole reason he now has a wife who loves and fulfills him." She shook her head. "And you're the only reason civilization has not yet collapsed. Had you not appointed yourself the leader of the Immortal Guardians when you became aware of the virus, gathered the Immortals together, trained them, and provided them with the tools they needed to keep the vampire population in check, vampires would have long since slain every human being on this planet." Leah stared at her. That was sobering as hell. She looked up at Seth, awe trickling through her. "Damn, Seth," she said softly. He glanced down at her. "What?" "You saved the world." He really had. He had expressed more than once the importance of maintaining a balance. Had he not pitted immortals against the rising vampire population, there would have been no balance, and humans would have all either been slain or transformed. Then those who were transformed, even if they could subsist on animal blood, would have succumbed to madness in just a few years' time. Humanity would have indeed become extinct. Seth had saved the world and was doing his damnedest to save it again. He frowned as if he were uncomfortable with her thinking such. "Seth," Kat said, drawing his attention before he could offer a protest, "we know the threat Gershom poses." Yuri nodded. "We've been present at every meeting you and our brethren have held, both here and at network headquarters." His lips tightened as he sent his leader a disgruntled look. "We just remained out of sight so we wouldn't upset your damned delicate sensibilities." Zack, Bastian, and Marcus all barked out laughs. Even Seth laughed, Leah was relieved to see, while David, unsuccessfully, fought a smile. "Gershom," Yuri continued, "has proven to be far more dangerous than vampires, more so even than the mercenary groups we fought in the past. Kat and I wish to do whatever we can to help you stop him. So, yes,
Had we been aware of the risks, we still would have staked out the clearing and followed Gershom to the place he's holding the missing immortals.
Kat nodded. And we'll do it again. Whatever you need. We want to help you end this, so you can all get on with your lives without anyone else being hurt. Please, let us do this. A long moment passed.
Where are they being held? Seth asked, making no promises. Poor guy. He even tried to protect dead immortals and gifted ones. Yuri and Kat looked over at Marcus. Marcus crossed to Amy's desk. When he returned, he carried an iPad. Here. He turned the tablet to face them. Seth studied the map on the screen. His brows drew down in a scowl. Seriously? Leah studied it. She wasn't very familiar with North Carolina's coast and didn't have Seth's outstanding vision to help her read the tiny print. Where is it? I can't make out the words. Roanoke Island, Seth answered. Roanoke Island, she silently repeated, then frowned. The site of the so-called lost colony? Yes, Seth answered with a curl of his lip. What an ass, Zack muttered. Did he think he was being clever holding them there? I don't know what goes through that bastard's mind, Seth responded. What kind of building is it, Yuri? The kind that's perfect for his purposes, he answered, plain, nondescript, set apart from all other homes and structures, almost no windows. Is it military? David asked. Yuri shook his head. I don't think so, but he is convinced the immortals housed there that it is, and that the guards present are there to protect them. As far as we can tell, Kat said, the men who guard them are mercenaries. Seth studied the map. Chris's contacts should be able to confirm that for us. Are the immortals aware of each other? Leora believes she only saw Tessa and Veronica once. Jordan thinks he saw Veronica once, but I couldn't tell if that was true. If Gershom erased their memories of other encounters, their regenerative abilities would have rid them of whatever scar tissue resulted in their brains. Gershom keeps them separated, Yuri answered. They have almost no contact with each other. I don't know how often Gershom goes there, but from what we observed, he taps into their minds when he does and erases any doubts or questions that have arisen during his absence. He looked at Stanislav. Gershom is as adept at manipulating emotions as you are. He constantly fuels their anger and their desire for vengeance and even their patriotism. He again met Seth's gaze. He's convinced them you're a threat, a power-hungry menace intent on either conquering the world or watching it burn. Seth shook his head, when he himself is the one who wants to watch the world burn. He turned to David. We should act on this now. Leah stiffened. What? I agree, David said. If there's even a slight chance that Gershom saw Yuri and Kat, he may even now be searching for a new place to stash the kidnapped immortals. Leah's heart began to beat faster with fear. Gershom was supposedly almost as powerful as Seth. Shouldn't you wait until you have more intel? You know almost nothing about the place. Yuri shook his head. We can go with you, Seth, and show you exactly in which rooms the immortals are kept, help you navigate the building, and warn you of approaching guards. His words didn't dispel her rising panic. What if Gershom did see Yuri and Kat? What if, instead of concentrating on finding a new hiding place, he's laying a trap, knowing you're on your way? Zack nodded. It's possible. Gershom is a wily bastard. Which is why, Seth said, Zack and I will go alone. Oh, hell no, Leah blurted. If you're going to do this, you should take as many men with you as you can. But Seth shook his head. If it's a trap, the purpose is less likely to be an attempt to kill or capture me, and more likely to be Gershom attempting to lure me away from here so he can nab you, Amy, and Adira. Zack and I will go alone and leave everyone else behind to guard you. She looked at David, silently beseeching him to back her up. David sighed. I don't like it either, but I agree. Gershom has not yet attempted to take Seth's life. Not yet, she repeated, pouncing on the second word. He has not yet attempted to take Seth's life. That doesn't mean he won't. David touched her arm. Thus far, Gershom has merely attempted to set events into motion that even Seth, with all his power and resources, will not be able to stop or reverse. Seth would be far less useful to him dead than he would be as a weapon Gershom can trigger by harming those Seth loves.
Leah wasn't even sure what that meant, but nevertheless found it unsettling as hell.
"So we're in agreement?" Seth asked. David looked at Yuri. "Are the missing immortals still there?"
Yuri vanished. A second later, he reappeared.
"Yes, they're still there. So is Gershom."
Seth squeezed Leah's hand and turned to Zach.
"We go now. Jared."
A man as tall as Seth abruptly appeared in the room with them, not 2 feet from Leah, startling the hell out of her.
"Yes?" "We found Gershom. Zach and I are going to confront him and rescue the kidnapped immortals. Do you want to join us?"
Jared's eyes flashed with golden light.
"Hell yes!"
2 long swords appeared in his hands. Seth spoke in Leah's head.
"Will that put your mind at ease?"
Not really, but she nodded. The last thing Seth needed right now was a distraction. She didn't want him worrying about her while he was confronting his enemy.
"I've awoken the immortals," Seth announced, and alerted the seconds. "All are arming themselves as we speak. I've also given Rawdon a heads up. He is currently locking down network headquarters in case an attack should ensue while he prepares for the arrival of the new immortals."
Normally, Leah would have thought it freaking awesome that Seth could do all that in just a few seconds' time with his mind, but her heart pounded, and her thoughts and fears whipped around inside her like a tornado. Seth was really going to do it. He was really going to confront Gershom with just 2 other immortals. Marcus took a step forward.
"What about Amy and Adira? If this is a trap, and Gershom is luring you away—"
Fear for his wife and daughter lent his eyes an amber glow.
"If Gershom eludes us and comes here, David and Amy will both call me telepathically the instant he arrives, and I will not hesitate to return."
He met Zach's gaze.
"Give me a minute to arm Leah."
Zach nodded. Leah gasped when Seth suddenly scooped her up into his arms. The room blurred, and wind whipped her face. Seconds later, he set her on her feet. She gaped. The large room to which he had taken her could only be described as an armory. Holy crap, there were a lot of weapons. Men and women, garbed all in black, darted around the room, some at preternatural speeds, some at mortal speeds, grabbing many of those weapons and strapping them to their bodies. Seth joined them, swiftly weighing Leah down with shoulder-holstered 9mm and filling her pockets with 30-round magazines. Daggers appeared in sheaths on her thighs as his hands moved over her.
"Gershom has used vampires in the past to attack while I'm distracted. Remember to strike all the major arteries if he does so again."
"Okay," she agreed shakily. Once he finished arming her, he donned a bandolier loaded with numerous daggers and draped it across his chest. Then he stilled and stared down at her. Her heart continued to slam against her rib cage. Leaning forward, she wrapped her arms around him and hugged him tight, so afraid for him. He held her close.
"I'll be all right, Leah."
"You'd better be." Rising onto her toes, she captured his lips in a kiss she hoped would convey everything she felt for him. Just in case it didn't, she said, "I love you." His eyes flared bright gold. Dipping his head, he delivered a scorching kiss of his own.
"I love you, Leah."
He pressed his forehead to hers.
"Please stay safe."
She nodded, a lump rising in her throat. "You too." Heavy silence engulfed the room. Loosening her hold, she looked around. Every immortal present was staring at their leader. Aiden stepped forward.
"We'll do everything we can to protect her, Seth."
The others nodded. "Thank you." Seth settled his gaze upon her once more. Knowing that standing there with tears in her eyes would only make this harder for him, Leah forced a fierce smile and raised a fist in the air. "Go kick his freaking ass!" Every warrior in the room raised a fist in the air and loosed a battle cry. Grinning, Seth teleported away. Leaving Leah and returning to David's study was one of the hardest things Seth had ever done. She was so mortal, so fragile despite her bravery. It terrified him how easily she could be taken from him. A hand clasped his shoulder. Seth jumped, startled from his thoughts. "I know it's hard," Zack said softly, "but erase everything else from your mind and focus on the task at hand. It's the best thing you can do to keep her safe." He nodded. Marcus held up his iPad again. "Rawdon sent us schematics of the building." Seth's eyebrows flew up. "He did?" Yuri moved forward. "I recommend you teleport to just inside this entrance. You'll have a straight shot through to the wing of the building that houses the Immortals." He pointed to an area on the east side of the building. "You'll find the first group on this hallway, each in a separate room guarded by armed mercenaries. Then take a right turn up this hallway to find the others." He moved his finger farther along the schematic. "This room here is where we saw Gershom meet with the other guards. If you don't find him with one of the Immortals, you'll most likely find him there." Seth nodded. "Jared, if we don't encounter Gershom where the Immortals are housed, I want you to concentrate on freeing them for me, while Zack and I continue on to confront him. If Gershom teleports away, we'll follow. We shouldn't have any trouble catching up to him this time, because he'll only be a few seconds ahead of us." He nodded. "If you need my help," Seth shook his head, "you'll have your hands full with the Immortals since they believe us the enemy. If you need help, I can handle it." "Don't kill them," Seth warned. "I won't." Zack shook his head with a wry smile. "He'll just talk their ears off until they wish he would kill them, then ask the women out." Jared laughed. Seth extended his hands. 2 swords appeared in them. "If the gods become a problem, read their minds and kill those who aren't worth saving. Knock out the rest." All agreed. Seth met David's gaze. David dipped his chin in a nod. Seth looked at the others. "On 3. 1, 2, 3. David's study went dark. Then bright fluorescent light showered Seth as he teleported to the hallway just inside the east entrance of the building. Stark white walls surrounded them. White professional-grade epoxy flooring gleamed beneath his feet. Zack and Jared appeared on his left, Yuri and Kat on his right. Yelps and curses erupted behind them. Seth swung around just as 6 guards turned their weapons upon him. Jared darted forward in a blur and knocked every man out with preternaturally fast punches. He stilled. As bodies collapsed to the floor around him, he grinned at Seth. "This is going to be fun." Yuri pointed down the hallway in the opposite direction. "The Immortals are down there." "Vampires," Gershom broadcast telepathically. "Arm yourselves. Seth and his immortal guardians have found us and have come to kill you all." Adrenaline surged through Seth's body. Gershom was still there. At last this would end. "Free the Immortals," Seth ordered Jared and raced forward, Zack at his side. The doors along the hallway abruptly flew open. Men and women bearing glowing amber eyes poured out, every face filled with hatred as they drew weapons, roared battle cries, and struck. And all of them targeted Seth. Seth brought up his swords and managed to deflect most of the daggers that flew toward him. Those he couldn't, he gave a telekinetic push at the last moment to keep them from impaling him. Then bullets slammed into him, hitting him in the chest and stealing his breath. 2 struck him in the head, scattering his thoughts. He tightened his hold on his swords to keep from dropping them as he stumbled backward, pain radiating through his cranium. What the hell caliber bullets had those been? It felt like half his brain had just exited the back of his skull. Zack and Jared leapt past Seth. The clash of weapons erupted as Seth clenched his teeth and bent over, waiting for the fucking damage to his brain to heal. The ground beneath his feet began to tremble as anger rose inside him, barely checked. The floor tiles he stared at reflected the bright golden glow that entered his eyes. "Seth!" Zack called. "Don't kill them," he ground out. Metal projectiles fell from his chest and made tinkling sounds as they hit the floor. More guards ran into view, coming up behind them. Seth tried to telekinetically yank the weapons from their hands, but the damned head injury he'd suffered was bad enough that it had temporarily robbed him of the ability. Dropping his swords, he yanked daggers from the bandolier across his chest and threw them with preternatural speed. All found a home in the guards, whose minds Seth couldn't afford to take time to read first, not that he could probably read them right now anyway. The pain in his head eased, his thoughts began to clear. Grabbing his swords, he swung around. Another bullet struck him in the head, then another and another. Fuck! He stumbled backward. Seth had suffered so few head injuries in his lifetime that he hadn't realized bullets could deprive him, at least for a while, of some of his abilities. "Get his fucking gun," Zack snarled behind him, "while I handle these two." Agony enhanced the rage that suffused Seth. He couldn't think, couldn't focus, couldn't restrain the power that rose up inside him and abruptly found release in a roar of fury and burst of energy that radiated outward like the blast wave of a bomb. Cries erupted in the hallway. Bodies hit the floor. "Seth!" Zack dashed up and gripped his shoulder. "Seth, reel that shit in, now!" He cupped the back of Seth's head with his other hand. Healing warmth slithered into Seth through the touch. The pain in his head swiftly eased. His thoughts realigned themselves. His control returned. Oh, shit. Eyes wide, he spun around. Every immortal, save Zack and Jared, was down. All lay still, eyes closed, blood trailing from their noses and ears. Seth's heart began to beat harder with fear and dread. Had he killed them? Had he just slain the immortals he had come here to rescue? He sent Zack a frantic look. Zack squeezed his shoulder. "You didn't kill them. Their hearts still beat. Listen." He did, and some of his fear receded. "They've all suffered brain injuries," Zack told him, "but they're not life-threatening and can be healed later." Remorse pounded through him as Seth dragged an arm across his forehead and wiped away the blood that dripped down it. Retrieving his swords, he looked at Jared. "Watch over them." Jared nodded. "Go." Seth and Zack raced forward as one. 3 more kidnapped immortals came around the corner. Their eyes took in their fallen comrades, then flashed amber with hatred as they spotted Seth. "You killed them!" a female shouted. All raised their weapons. Prepared this time, Seth telekinetically yanked their weapons from their hands and sent the swords and firearms flying toward the opposite end of the hallway. Jared swore and ducked as they sailed past. Relieved that his telekinetic abilities had been restored, Seth sheathed his own weapons, darted forward, and touched a hand to both males' foreheads. Sleep. Their eyes closed as their knees buckled. Zack grabbed the female and did the same. Yuri spoke from around the corner. "Guards are headed your way from the next hallway." Seth and Zack darted around the corner and knocked the guards on their asses before they could even register they were no longer alone. Yuri and Kat stood at the opposite end of the hallway, both pointed in the direction Seth should take. Seth raced down yet another hallway, Zack at his side. When they reached the closed door at the end, they didn't bother to pause. They just plowed through it, into an empty room. "Son of a bitch!" Zack shouted. Seth swung around to face Yuri. Yuri shook his head. "He was here when we arrived. We'll see if we can pinpoint where he went." He and Catherine huddled together and closed their eyes. Seth focused on the lingering tendrils of energy he could sense. "Zack, I'm working on it." Yuri and Kat vanished. "David," Seth called telepathically as he worked to determine Gersham's path. "Gersham has fled. We're tracing his path now to determine his destination and follow." Silence. Seth frowned. "David," he called again. Still nothing. Had the damned head wound robbed him of his telepathy? "Zack, I can't reach David. I think it's the head wound. Warn him Gersham is on the loose." Zack nodded. Seconds later, alarm flared in his gaze. "He isn't answering, and I can't reach Lizette." At the same instant, Seth realized Gersham's energy trail was heading toward David's home. Swearing, he palmed his swords and teleported away. Chapter 23. Ethan and the other immortals in the armory all stared at Leah after Seth's departure. Though she'd tried valiantly to keep her smile in place, she failed, nor did she succeed in hiding the anxiety that inundated her. Ethan could practically feel it from where he stood, and he wasn't an empath. "Seth, Zack, and Jared just teleported away," Aiden announced. Ethan wished he could have gone with them. Leaping headlong into battle alongside his brethren while knowing what to expect was far preferable to waiting to see if some force would launch an attack here in David's home while details of the other battle trickled in. Wherever Seth went, it would be warrior against warrior. Here, Ethan didn't know what might happen. Would an attack even ensue? If it did, would vampires carry out that attack as they had in the past, or would Gershom throw something new at them? It also wouldn't just be immortal warriors tossed into battle here. There were 2 tiny, vulnerable children to protect, and Leah, who was so very human, and Susan, who was a gifted one, not to mention Amy and the seconds. The other immortals began to file out of the room, the seconds following. Ethan hung back with Heather and sent Leah a smile, hoping to ease some of her anxiety. "He'll be okay. I know you're worried, but Seth won't take unnecessary risks. He has you to come back to now." Leah nodded. "Thank you." Amy made her way to them with a sleepy Adira perched on her hip. Tucking her free hand in Leah's, she led her from the room. Ethan and Heather brought up the rear, following everyone else upstairs. Every immortal headed into the kitchen to tank up on blood just in case. Ethan and Heather did the same, then joined the others in the living room. Leah, Amy, and Adira claimed a sofa and were soon joined by Marcus. Roland, Sarah, and Michael took the sofa across from them. David seated himself in a wing-back chair, kitty corner to both, while Ethan and Heather found a love seat nearby. The 2 toddlers almost immediately slid off the sofas and began to play with their favorite building blocks, scattering them on the coffee table between them. Heavy silence fell once the rest of the immortals and seconds found seats. All, like Ethan, covertly watched Leah while they waited, both curious about their powerful leader's woman and concerned for her. Leah glanced around, her face somber. "I know you told Seth you'd keep me safe, but if it should come down to choosing between protecting me or protecting the children, I want you to protect the children." Ethan exchanged an uncomfortable look with Heather. Just the possibility of having to make that choice chilled his blood. "I mean it," Leah said firmly. "If you have to make a choice, choose the children. Seth lost his son and daughter. I don't want him to lose Adira and Michael too." Amy swallowed hard, then turned to her husband. "I agree. The children come first, Marcus. If something foul goes down and you have to choose between me and the babies, save the children." "Amy," Marcus whispered, his expression full of torment, his voice hoarse. She cupped his face in a small hand. "I know. I love you, Marcus, but we have to keep Adira safe." Brow furrowed, he closed his eyes and pressed his forehead to hers. Sarah looked up at Roland. "The children come first. Okay? Promise me." He swallowed hard, his face grim. "I promise." Then every female present said the same, ordering the men in their lives to protect the children at all costs, because they knew the men's first instinct would be to save the women they loved. "You too, Bastian," Melanie said. The 2 occupied a sofa across the room. "I need you to promise me. I need to hear you say it." He studied her, his expression grave. "Why?" "Because I'm starting to get that feeling again. And this time I don't think it has anything to do with Cliff." He swore, as did several others present, including Ethan. Melanie's psychic gift might be muted, but whenever she got one of her feelings, serious shit went down. David rose suddenly. "Seth is speaking to me." He drew 2 long swords. "Gershom has fled the building. Gershom abruptly appeared behind David, pressed a gun to his head, and shot him 3 times. David's knees buckled as he sank to the floor. "Oh, shit!" Ethan leapt to his feet alongside the others and drew his weapons. "Sleep!" Gershom bellowed, his face mottling as tendons stood out on his neck. A tingling sensation struck Ethan's body as a ripple of power passed through him. Every immortal and mortal in the room closed his or her eyes and collapsed to the floor. Every immortal save himself, because Ethan's mind was wired differently, leaving him impervious to mind control. Shit. Ethan dropped his weapons and caught his wife before she could hit the floor. "Heather!" he called frantically. She was so pale and still that he feared she was dead until he detected her heartbeat. The cries of a child broke the ensuing silence. Ethan's head whipped around. Michael lay still on the floor beside his parents, his eyes closed. Adira miraculously remained conscious. Crawling over to Amy, she tugged on the front of her mother's shirt, then pressed her face in the crook of Amy's neck as she wept. "Sleep!" Gershom commanded again with a scowl. Neither Ethan nor Adira succumbed. "The children come first." Heather's words pounding in his brain, Ethan fought every instinct that commanded him to get her the hell out of there and lowered her to the love seat. Protect the children. Retrieving his weapons, he straightened and faced Gershom. There was no way in hell he could beat the other in a fight, but he would damned well give his life trying if it would buy Seth enough time to get back here and save everyone. Ethan tensed, preparing to lunge forward. David abruptly rose behind Gershom. Blood coated half of his face and trailed from his ghastly exit wounds on the side of his head as he drove a sword through Gershom's back. Gershom's eyes widened with shock as pain contorted his features. The tip of David's sword emerged from Gershom's chest and twisted sharply. "Get the children to safety!" David roared, then drove his other sword into Gershom's back. The tip of this one passed through Gershom's heart and exited his chest. Ethan sheathed his weapons in a blink and raced for the children. Hands shaking, he gathered Michael's limp little body up in one arm and tucked a screaming Adira against his chest with the other. As soon as he was certain he had a secure hold on both, he raced for the door. Long swords appeared in Gershom's hands as he swung around with a roar, David's blades still embedded in his body. David drew 2 more. Ethan burst through the front door, tears blurring his vision. Every cell in his body urged him to go back for Heather, not to leave her at Gershom's mercy. But she'd made him promise. She'd made him swear to protect Adira and Michael, and he would honor that promise even if it killed him. Shticks and tings reverberated from the house as David and Gershom engaged in a vicious battle. Ethan sped toward the barn, relieved to see the sun was dipping below the horizon and wouldn't scald his skin. Darkness engulfed him as he ducked inside, but his preternatural vision enabled him to clearly see the many vehicles parked within. He was only a century old and would never be able to outrun Gershom. Bypassing the cars, he stopped beside a tarp. A quick yank on the soft material unveiled David's beloved Tomahawk motorcycle, a monster of a machine with 2 closely spaced wheels in front and 2 more in back. Adira continued to cry disconsolately. "Shh," he whispered. It broke his heart when she instantly clamped her little pink lips together and tried to stifle her sobs. No child so young should have learned to respond to that command. As swiftly as he could, Ethan cradled both children against him with one arm and awkwardly wound the tarp around himself with the other to bind both close to his chest in a sling of sorts. Climbing onto the back of the bike, he started the engine and tore out of the barn. Down the long driveway he flew. The security gate swung open at his approach and let him pass without slowing. Then he swung onto a narrow 2-lane highway. With no cars in sight, Ethan shot forward. His adrenaline levels spiked as he increased his speed as much as he dared, barely managing to stay on the blacktop as he took one curve after another too fast, his knee damned near scraping the pavement until he reached a major freeway. Darting through traffic at the signal light, he turned onto the feeder road, entered the wide, straight freeway, and sped forward. 100 miles per hour, 200 miles per hour, 300 miles per hour when he reached a long, straight strip, slowing only when he absolutely had to. Darkness descended, providing him with a little cover as he passed other drivers as if they stood still. Wind whipped him, trying to pluck him from the back of the sleek vehicle. Little Michael remained motionless against his chest. Adira fisted her hands in his shirt and whimpered. "Come on, Seth," he silently chanted, wishing yet again that he were telepathic and could call the powerful leader to his side. But he had to use his phone to do it and didn't dare stop until he placed more distance between the children and Gershom. He swerved to avoid slamming into the back of a truck as he flew over a rise. Heart racing, scared shitless by the close call, he reduced his speed a bit. When he topped another rise, he swore foully. A sea of brake lights shone in the distance, the flashing lights of an ambulance in their midst. Slowing even more, he weaved in and out of decelerating traffic and exited the freeway. The feeder road bore only a little less traffic, so he swung right at the first street he came to and tore away again. "Sleep," Gersham's deep voice bellowed in his head. Shit, how close was he? Ethan picked up his speed even more. No streetlights illuminated the dark country road, nor did traffic clog it. Gershom abruptly appeared on the asphalt in front of him and threw out a hand. Ethan swore as the tomahawk suddenly braked at the ancient immortal's telekinetic command. The nose froze in place while the rear kept going, tossing Ethan forward like a fucking catapult. Ground and sky repeatedly switched positions as he flew through the air. Dipping his head, Ethan wrapped his arms around the bundle on his chest and brought up his knees to protect the children. Pain crashed through him as he struck the pavement, rolling and skidding several yards. Ribs broke, a kneecap shattered, a bone in one arm snapped. The fabric of his coat tore open, allowing the rough pavement to scrape away skin. His head struck something hard. Sparkling lights clouded his vision like fireworks. Then, at last, he skidded to a halt. The metallic taste of blood filled his mouth. Groaning, Ethan shifted his hands and slid them over the bundle on his chest. Had he succeeded in protecting the children? "Adira," he whispered breathlessly. The bundle shifted. A sniffle sounded. "Uncle Ethan?" Tears of relief filled his eyes. "You okay, honey?" "Uh-huh," she replied mournfully. Then Michael shifted beside her, emerging from whatever thrall Gershom had placed him under. Gritting his teeth against the agony every movement spawned, Ethan drew a dagger from his tattered coat and carefully sliced open the makeshift sling. A moan escaped him as he rolled onto his side and gently dumped the children onto the pavement. Both little ones sat up. Michael blinked groggily and peered around him. Adira regarded Ethan with big green eyes full of fear and tears. Her little nose was red. Her cheeks glistened. Ethan tilted his head back and looked up the road. Gershom strolled toward them as if he had all the time in the world. At least he tried to. A heavy limp hindered Gershom's ordinarily smooth gait. Blood streaked his bare chest, which bore numerous deep gashes and puncture wounds. One of his dark wings was folded in against his back, the other dragged on the ground behind him, leaving a trail of translucent feathers. His face was a mask of rage and pain. His eyes glowed bright gold. Ethan rose onto one elbow and looked at the children. "Run," he wheezed. "Hide. Uncle Ethan will find you when it's safe." Both looked terrified. "Now," he commanded. "Go!" Adira grabbed Michael's hand and rose, pulling him up. As soon as both were standing, they took off running in that awkward manner of toddlers toward the dark trees on the side of the road. Ethan spat blood and drew his good knee up under him. He wasn't sure how he managed it, but somehow he made it to his feet. Or foot. He couldn't put any weight on the leg with the shattered kneecap. Gershom continued to limp toward him, a warped smile twisting his lips, but his breath emerged in rough gasps. "Still trying to play the hero," he drawled. Gershom started to stretch his large, dark wings out to intimidate him, but ended up grunting in pain. Yeah, his wings were all jacked up. David had really kicked his ass. Ethan swallowed. Had Gershom killed David? Reaching into his pocket to retrieve his phone, he instead found only shattered pieces of it. He drew 2 short swords, grateful that neither had broken nor impaled him when he'd crashed. Every movement birthed greater agony. His head spun. The virus that infected him struggled to make repairs, but the damage was so great it could do little more than stop the bleeding. Gershom's smile grew when he stood only a few feet away. He motioned to the forest in which the children hid. "There are 2 donors from whom you can siphon enough blood to heal your wounds. I'd be happy to wait while you partake and bleed them dry." Protect the children. Whatever the cost, protect the children. Repeating the mantra in his head, Ethan lunged forward. Gershom's face twisted in a snarl of malice as he raised his own sword and swung. Seth teleported to David's home, followed swiftly by Zach. Terror struck. Bodies sprawled on the floor of the living room. Too few bodies. It took only seconds to realize every man and woman down was either human or a gifted one. Not one immortal remained, nor did Leah, Amy, Adira, or Michael. Zach cast him a look of panic. "Lizette!" he bellowed. Seth moved forward. Where he should have heard a multitude of heartbeats, he only heard a few. "David!" No answers came. Zach blurred as he sped through the hallway and down to the basement. "Lizette!" The metallic scent of blood hung in the air. Some of the furniture was overturned. Seth knelt beside Sheldon and Tracy. Sheldon lay partially atop Tracy as though he had tried to shield her from something. Neither displayed any obvious wounds, but blood trickled from their noses and ears. "Sheldon." Seth gave his shoulder a shake. Nothing. When Seth peeled back an eyelid, Sheldon's pupil failed to react. A quick scan of his health drew a curse from Seth's lips. Sheldon had suffered a traumatic brain injury and had sunk into a coma. Seth touched Tracy and discovered the same. What the hell had Gershom done? Palming his phone, he dialed Chris Riordan. "Jared just arrived with the Immortals you rescued," Chris announced, bypassing a greeting. "I'll get them settled as quickly as I can." "Gershom attacked David's home while we were gone. The Immortal Guardians who were here are all missing. The children, Amy, and Leah are too." Chris swore. "Susan and the seconds left behind are alive but comatose. All appear to have suffered traumatic brain injuries. Contact the other network heads and have them send you the most powerful immortal healers in their domain." "All of them?" "All of them. I need to track Gershom and can't afford the time I would lose healing the seconds, nor can I afford to lose the energy such would require. I'll summon some teleporters to bring them to network headquarters." "All right, I'm on it. Anything else you need, let me know." Zach returned, his eyes glowing bright gold. "They're all gone. There's no one here. I even checked the escape tunnels." Seth mentally reached out to David, Amy, Adira, Aiden, Etienne, Lizette, Heather. None of the telepaths are responding, and I can't sense them. He rose. "I can't sense any of them." The ground beneath his feet began to vibrate as he sought to keep his emotions under control. Zach swallowed hard. Are they dead? Is Lizette dead, Seth? I can't feel her. I can't touch her mind." And Zach always touched her mind when he wasn't distracted by battle. His eyes glimmered with moisture. There would be no bodies left behind if Gershom slew them. If you can't feel them... Seth shook his head. "Look around you. The Immortals' clothing would remain, as would their weapons if he'd slain them. And Leah, Amy, Adira, and Michael are mortal. Their bodies wouldn't deteriorate like an Immortal's would. Gershom didn't kill them, Zach. He took them." A familiar scent reached him. Striding past Sheldon, Seth dropped to his haunches near a wingback chair. Blood pooled on the floor beside it. "This is David's blood." Zach joined him, his face grim. "That's not brain, is it?" Seth hoped like hell it wasn't, but long dreadlocks coiled around the small bits of flesh. He spun, studying the floor. Gershom's blood intermingles with it. Following the red blotches on the floor, he tracked them through the front door. Whatever wounds David had suffered had not kept him from fighting. The smears left by boots and the damage near the doorway whispered of a very violent battle. Once outside, Seth scanned every blade of grass in the deepening darkness, searching for more drops of blood or anything else that might guide him. Wind whipped him, carrying away scents that might have helped as clouds gathered overhead. Grinding his teeth, he fought the fear and fury that threatened to consume him. Gershom had Leah and Amy. He had Adira. A faint thump reached his ears from the direction of the barn, the single, struggling beat of a damaged heart. His head jerked toward the sound. Zach's did too. Both raced toward it. David lay on the ground just in front of the barn's entrance. Seth nearly wept with relief. He'd known David would fight Gershom to the death to protect the others and had feared... One side of David's head bore 3 circular wounds where bullets had entered. The other side was a mass of blood and mangled flesh. A fistful of dreadlocks was missing, torn away by the projectile's exit. "No wonder he didn't answer me," Seth murmured, rolling David onto his back. David's hands continued to clutch 2 swords, never relinquishing their grip. Seth placed one hand on David's head and the other on his chest. Healing warmth spread from his limbs into David's, going first to the head wound. "He needs blood," he announced, as Zack headed into the barn to search it. "I'm going to summon some immortal guardians to provide it, so don't kill them when they appear." Zack grunted an acknowledgement. "Rafe," Seth called telepathically. "Yes?" "Come to me at once. I'm at David's home in North Carolina." "Eliana is with me. Should I bring her or leave her?" "Bring her." Zack returned. "No one is in the barn, and David's tomahawk is missing." "Vincente," Seth called mentally as he continued to heal David as best he could. Brain damage was tricky and should be healed at a much slower pace. "Yes?" "Come to me. I'm at David's home in North Carolina." "Mateos is with me." Immortals worldwide were currently under orders to hunt in pairs. "Bring him too, now." 2 heartbeats suddenly joined their own, then 2 more. Curses erupted inside the house. "By the barn," Seth told them. Grass crunched as the 4 immortals joined them. "Oh no," Eliana murmured. Kneeling on David's other side, she curled her hands into fists and rested them on her thighs as she stared down at him. "He'll survive," Seth told her, and withdrew his hands. "Give him your blood." He touched David's jaw. David's lips parted as his fangs descended. Eliana didn't hesitate to shove her sleeve up and press her wrist to David's lips. She winced when she applied enough pressure for his fangs to sink into her flesh, then relaxed as his fangs carried her blood directly to his veins. She drew the fingers of her free hand over David's dreadlocks. "What happened?" Seth ground his teeth. "Gershom attacked while Zack, Jared, and I were rescuing the missing immortals." He glanced up. "Zack, bring me Imhotep. He and Chuck are guarding the network." Zack vanished. The other 3 immortals stood sentinel around Seth, David, and Eliana, weapons in hand as they darted David looks of concern. When Eliana paled and began to sway, Seth gently drew her wrist away from David. "Mateos, you're next." Mateos knelt and pressed his wrist to David's lips. Zack reappeared with Imhotep. Seth caught Imhotep's eye. "Tell me what happened. It began in the house." The powerful elder immortal dipped his chin in an abrupt nod and sped away. Vincente offered his wrist next. The fact that David required so much blood was indicative of the damage done to his brain and body. David was nearly as old as Seth and had incredible regenerative capabilities. A single gunshot to the brain would have only slowed him down, but 3 gunshots, followed by whatever the hell else Gershom had done. When Rafe would have offered his wrist too, Seth held up a hand. "He's coming around. Everyone, step back." They barely had time to do so before David's eyes opened and flashed brilliant amber. Roaring in rage, he leapt to his feet, swords at the ready. The other immortals all hastily gave him room. "David," Seth spoke calmly. David spun to face him as Imhotep sped past and disappeared into the barn. "Seth." Blinking, he looked around. "Where are Amy and the children? Where's Leah?" "Gone," Seth told him. When grief filled David's eyes, Seth hastily held up a hand. "Not dead. Missing." "Did you kill Gershom?" "No, but I came damned close." His brow furrowed as he looked around. "At least I think I did." His thoughts were likely still scattered by the gunshot wounds, the way Seth's had been. Zack stepped forward. "What happened? Where are the other immortals?" David looked at Seth with alarm. "They aren't inside?" Seth shook his head. "We believe Gershom took them. Do you remember what happened?" Seth hadn't had time to heal all of the damage the bullets had wrought. The virus would have to take care of the rest while Seth conserved his energy. David sheathed his weapons. "Gershom teleported in and shot me in the head 3 times. I think I lost consciousness for a moment. When I awoke, everyone except Ethan and Adira were down." Imhotep joined them. "As soon as Gershom shot David, he commanded the others to sleep." Zack frowned. Didn't they fight him? How the hell did he manage to touch every one of them? And "He didn't touch them," Imhotep clarified. "He just bellowed the word sleep, and everyone except Ethan and Adira lapsed into unconsciousness." Zack stared at Seth in astonishment. How the hell did he do that? Seth shook his head. "I don't know. Even I can't command someone to sleep without touching them. He must have been working on building that particular skill for years. He returned his attention to Imhotep. Amy succumbed to sleep too? Amy's regenerative capabilities exceeded even David's. Seth wouldn't have thought it possible for Gershom to mind-control her in such a way. Yes, Imhotep confirmed. And yet Adira hadn't. Another indication that the combination of Amy's alien DNA and Marcus's gifted one DNA had given the child extraordinary abilities. Ethan grabbed the children while David fought Gershom, Imhotep continued, sending David a look of respect. Even as wounded as he was, David tore that bastard up and came damned close to killing him before Gershom finally managed to land a blow that would knock David out. Ethan bound the children to his chest and took David's tomahawk. Gershom teleported away with those who are missing, then returned here and followed Ethan. And he had done it all so swiftly that Seth could not sense a lingering energy trail to follow. Can you show me where he went when he chased Ethan? Imhotep nodded. This way. Blurring, he shot away. Seth looked at the younger immortals. Teleport the injured to network headquarters. I'll summon you if I need you. Without another word, he raced after Imhotep with Zack and David at his side. It was a long journey. David's tomahawk had enabled Ethan to cover a lot of ground before Gershom had caught up with him. Imhotep stopped on a dark country road. Gershom confronted him here. Seth looked around. David's motorcycle had crashed in the middle of the road, leaving a long debris trail. Blood streaks on the pavement beyond made his stomach clench. The children? He forced himself to ask hoarsely. If they had been bound to Ethan when he'd crashed, how much of that blood was theirs? They survived the crash intact. Ethan took all the damage and sent them into the trees. Though the heartbeats he detected all sounded like those of animals, Seth immediately faced the forest. Adira! Michael! Come to Baba, babies, David called, taking a step toward the forest. Come to Abaye. Imhotep touched David's arm. They aren't here. Even as injured as he was, Ethan tried to fight Gershom, but Gershom won. Did he kill Ethan? Seth asked. No. Ethan still lives, but he barely escaped losing a limb. Gershom dragged the children from their hiding place in the trees, collected Ethan, and teleported away. Do you know where he went? No, Imhotep admitted with regret. The children must have been terrified. What would Gershom do to them? What would he do to all of them? To Leah, to Amy, to Seth's immortal family? How far would Gershom take this hatred of his, this quest to make Seth suffer as the world crumbled around them? Where was he when he teleported? Imhotep guided him to the spot, and though Seth tried, he could find no lingering energy trail to follow. Zack? Perhaps his head wounds had dampened his senses. Zack walked around the area, his brows drawn down in a deep V. There's nothing. Storm clouds gathered overhead. Gershom had Leah, Amy, and Adira. He had Michael. He had so many beloved immortals. Seth had vowed to protect them all. He'd sworn to keep them safe, and they were now at Gershom's mercy. David shook his head, his face a mask of regret as moisture glimmered in his glowing amber eyes. I didn't hold him. The head wounds dulled my gift, so I couldn't. Swallowing hard, Seth drew him into a hug. This is not your fault, David. It is mine. Yet again I underestimated him. Releasing him, he palmed his phone and dialed Chris. Rawdon, can you trace cell phones and pinpoint where the missing Immortal Guardians are located? Yes. Whose phone do you want me to trace? All of them. Every Immortal stationed locally except for David and Imhotep. Stunned silence carried over the line. Shit. Okay, I'm on it. They're all still missing? I was hoping they were off chasing Gershom or something. They're still missing. Okay, give me a minute. Seth paced restively. Zack did the same, his bright golden eyes reflecting the maelstrom of emotion that buffeted him. Foul epithets carried across the line. The phones all appear to be located at David's place, Chris announced. Seth met Zack's gaze. Then they had nothing to tell them where to begin their search. Chapter 24. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Leah frowned. Thunk, 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 thunk. Encapsulated in darkness, she clenched her teeth. Thunk, thunk, thunk. She didn't know what the hell that sound was, but pain shot through her head every damned time it broke the silence. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Why were chains rattling between the thunks? She tried to open her eyes, but agony erupted in her head when bright light struck. A moan welled up in her throat and worked its way past the teeth she ground together. "Easy," a male voice said. It sounded familiar. "Is it working?" That voice belonged to Lisette, the French immortal. "I think so," the male replied. Roland. She thought it was Roland. Fingers touched her forehead. Heat bloomed there. Thunk, 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 thunk. Grunts and curses accompanied the loud sounds. The pain in Leah's head receded a little. As it did, she became aware of other things. Her skin was cold, her fingers and toes nearly numb with it. She lay on a hard, chilly surface, her head tilted at an odd angle. She started to straighten it. "Don't move." Roland's voice sounded strained. "Honey," Sarah said uncertainly, "are you okay?" "Yeah," Roland responded. "You're bleeding," his wife murmured with concern. "I'm okay," he insisted. "I'm almost done." He didn't sound okay. He sounded like he was in a great deal of pain. Leah again tried to open her eyes. This time the bright light didn't feel so much like ice picks piercing her brain. She blinked, striving to process the sight that met her eyes. She lay in a large room, plain gray concrete walls, concrete floor, concrete ceiling, no windows. One door that was down a short concrete hallway, no window in the door. Almost all of the immortal guardians she had recently met were shackled to the walls around her. Thick manacles encircled every wrist. Heavy chains linked their wrists to thick rings in the concrete above their heads. Some of the immortals were seated, others stood, and were yanking on the chains with all their strength. She turned her head. Roland Warbrook was chained next to her, his wife Sarah on his other side. He leaned toward Leah as far as the chains would allow and just managed to brush his fingers across her forehead. The warmth in her head. He was healing her. A tapping sound drew her gaze to the floor between them. Blood was drip, drip, dripping from his wrist as he strained to reach her. "What happened?" she asked, her thoughts sluggish. Where were they? How had they come to be here? Roland's lips tightened. "Gershom happened. Our best guess is he mind-controlled us, sending us to sleep so he could transport us here without a fight. But you aren't immortal. The mental push caused brain damage, and you lapsed into a coma." The muscle in his jaw twitched. His gaze again went to the growing crimson stain on the floor. "You're bleeding." "It's difficult to reach you." Behind him, Sarah bit her lip. Leah started to reach out and gently push his hand away, but couldn't move her arm. Frowning, she looked down. Heavy shackles encased her wrists, the chains attached to them so heavy that, lacking the preternatural strength of the others, she could barely move them. "I'm okay. You can stop healing me." "One more minute," he insisted. Blood began to trickle from his nose. "Sweetie," Sarah protested softly, her brow furrowed. A moment later, Roland withdrew his hand and slumped back against the wall beside her. Leah stared at him. "Why are you bleeding?" He motioned to his nose as Sarah gently drew her fingers across the skin above his upper lip, removing the blood. "My nose is bleeding because I'm weakened. If I heal others when I'm not at full strength, the wounds tend to open up on me." The heavy chain barely impeding her movements, Sarah wiped his blood on her shirt, then cupped his face with that hand and stared into his eyes. "Are you okay?" He nodded. Turning his head, he pressed a kiss to her palm. Leah's gaze dropped to Roland's wrist where it rested in his lap. "And your wrist?" she asked as she sat up.
Roland turned his hand palm up and shifted his arm so his fingers pointed toward her. "These aren't ordinary manacles that just fasten around your wrists like a cuff." He bent his hand back a bit to give her a better look at the place where the manacles touched his wrist. "There's a metal rod that passes through our wrists to the other side, so if we pull too hard, we'll fuck up our hands." Horror filled her as she stared at his wrist. Blood trailed from the point where the rod pierced his skin. He'd had to stretch to reach her and had torn his own flesh to do it. "I'm sorry." He shook his head. She glanced down at the shackles on her own wrists. They chafed and felt heavy as hell, but didn't hurt. Were there metal rods piercing her wrists, too? She didn't see any blood, but... Roland shook his head. "You aren't immortal, so it looks like they gave you the regular shackles. I would have sensed wrist wounds when I healed you otherwise." "Thank you for healing me." He dipped his chin in a nod. Leah glanced around. The men, who yanked furiously on their chains in an attempt to pull them out of the wall, each gripped the chain they held in a fist to alleviate the pressure on their wrists. Nevertheless, blood speckled the floor beneath them. She took a quick head count. Roland and Sarah, Bastian and Melanie, Etienne and Krista, Richard and Jenna, Aidan and Dana, Ethan and Heather, Lizette and Stanislav, Marcus and Amy. Thunk, 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 thunk. Leah glanced at Amy, who sat not far away on her other side. "The children?" she asked, fear and dread filling her when she realized they weren't in the room with them. Moisture glimmered in Amy's eyes. "They're here in the building, but they're being held somewhere else." Her throat moved in a hard swallow. "They're so afraid." Leah had come to realize that although Amy wasn't immortal, she bore special gifts like the others. She hadn't had time to ask Seth why, nor was she certain exactly what gifts Amy possessed. Perhaps she shared a mental connection with her daughter that allowed her to see or feel Adira's fear. Beside Amy, Marcus stood with his booted feet planted as he yanked at one of his chains. His muscles flexed and strained, the cords in his neck stood out. Thunk, thunk, thunk. Leah hadn't noticed until then that everyone's coats and boots had been removed, leaving most in pants and a t-shirt. Something about the struggles of Marcus and the other men seemed off. It took her a moment to figure out what. They all only used one hand and only tugged at the chain connected to it. None of them used both hands. She frowned. Marcus yanked and pulled and even sat down to prop both feet on the wall, using them to gain more leverage, muscles bulging under the strain. But the chain links held true. Leah looked at his other wrist, the one closest to Amy, and gasped. Amy followed her gaze, then nodded. Her wrist on that side shared the same manacle as Marcus's, the rod going through his wrist before it passed through Amy's. "Every male here shares a manacle with a woman. Gershom knew the men would risk losing their own hands to escape, but wouldn't risk costing us ours." A glance around confirmed it. Leah was the only female present who wasn't shackled to a male immortal. The married couples present were all manacled to each other. Lizette was manacled to Stanislav. Aidan and Dana worked together to yank on their shared chain with all their might. Leah knew from Seth that both were very powerful. Though tiny cracks formed in the concrete wall above them, the ring to which the chain was attached didn't move. Leah felt sick. Marcus's tugs grew more frantic. Desperation and despair painted his handsome features. "Marcus," Amy said softly, her voice choked with tears. "Please stop. You're hurting yourself, honey. If you lose your hand without Seth here to heal you, you'll lose it permanently." Thunk, 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 thunk. "Adira is just on the other side of this wall," he ground out. Thunk, thunk, thunk. A tear rolled down one stubbled cheek. "I can hear her crying, Amy." Thunk, 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 thunk. "She's calling to us." Thunk, 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 thunk. "I can hear her calling us." He paused a moment, breath coming in gasps, and gripped his wrist. Blood coursed steadily down his arm. "Marcus, please," Amy whispered. Raising the hand manacled to his, she gripped his t-shirt and pulled him down until he rested wearily on his knees beside her. "I can hear her crying," he choked out, his eyes glowing bright amber. "I know." Reaching up with her other hand, she curled her fingers around his neck and drew him close. "I know." Marcus lowered his forehead to her shoulder, then turned his face into her neck and sagged against her. Leah felt her own eyes burn with tears. She couldn't hear the toddler, so Marcus's preternaturally sharp senses must be carrying his daughter's voice to his ears. How horrible must it be to hear his baby crying and know he couldn't reach her. Roland stood on Leah's other side. "Okay, let's try again." Sarah rose beside him. Together they gripped the chain attached to the manacle that bound them together and began to yank. Thunk, 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 thunk. Leah turned back to Amy and met her gaze over Marcus's bent head. What about Seth? Did he know they were gone? That they had been taken? Where they were? A tear slipped down Amy's cheek. "I can't reach him telepathically. None of us can. Gershom is doing something to block us. We think that while we were unconscious, he injected us all with a drug to keep us weak and tired and mess with our gifts." Leah looked at Roland. "I don't understand. You healed my head wound." He sighed. "I was only able to heal some of the damage, just enough to enable you to wake from the coma. I'm sorry. Seth will have to heal the rest." Then Seth was still alive. Relief left her lightheaded. Or maybe it was the head wound. She didn't know. But Seth must be frantic, trying to find them. "He'll come for us," Amy said as she stroked her husband's hair. Leah could detect no doubt in her voice. "Seth will come for us." Leah nodded. He would. One way or another, Seth would find out where they were and would come for them. But she felt as much anxiety over that as she did over their incarceration. Seth had told her more than once that he would give his life to protect his surrogate family. Glancing around, she struggled to keep fear at bay. Leah didn't want him to deliver on that promise. The network's infirmary bustled with activity. The wounded mortals Gershom had left behind at David's now occupied every bed. Medical personnel hurried back and forth in a kind of ordered chaos as they made the patients comfortable, ran scans, and rendered aid. Seth lifted his hand from Darnell's forehead and moved on to the next bed. Lowering his palm to Susan's forehead, he began to painstakingly heal the damage Gershom's powerful command had wrought. Zach healed Tracy. Jared healed Sheldon. The other immortal healers Chris had summoned at Seth's command healed Cam, Alexei, and the rest of the seconds. Seth had insisted David rest. He had been unable to reverse all of the brain damage David had suffered, but David was old enough that the virus, coupled with the blood infusions he had received, should heal him completely. Seth glanced at Zach. His expression tormented. Zach seemed to barely be holding it together. Seth knew he would see the same anguish in his own countenance if he looked in a mirror. Yuri and Kat appeared across the room. The couple stood, holding hands as they craned their necks, trying to find... Dr. Linda Mackin walked through them on her way to check on Tanner, one of the fallen seconds. She and Alec, a German immortal, had been consulting doctors in Cuba in their attempts to help Cliff and the other vampires, but had returned as soon as they heard what had happened. Kat and Yuri both grimaced as their forms dissipated like smoke, then reformed. When Kat caught sight of Seth, she pointed. The couple started forward, seeming to walk at a regular pace, but crossing the distance in half the time they should in that odd way spirits could. Yuri spoke. "Meet us in Chris's boardroom as quickly as you can. Bring David, Zach, and Jared." Before Seth could question them, they vanished. Hope rose. They wouldn't insist on talking in the soundproof boardroom unless they had discovered something they didn't want Gershom to overhear if the bastard lurked nearby. As soon as he finished healing Susan, Seth looked over at David where he rested. "David, come with me to Chris's boardroom. Zach, you and Jared come too." He raced upstairs with the others on his heels. The guards already knew they were on the premises and moving with preternatural speeds as they aided the medical workers, so it didn't alarm them too much. Chris jumped when Seth, David, Zach, and Jared burst into his office. A foul epithet springing from his lips, he reached for the weapon in his shoulder holster. Seth raised his hands. "It's us. I apologize for startling you." Since Chris couldn't see the ghosts, he had no idea Yuri and Kat had called a meeting. Seth caught a whisper of movement behind him. Chris leaned to one side, his shoulders relaxing. "It's okay, Kate." Seth turned around and looked past David. His eyebrows flew up. Kate stood in the doorway, aiming an automatic rifle at them. The tension in her features eased as she nodded and backed out of sight. Seth's admiration for her went up several notches. Kate really knew how to take care of business. "What's up?" Chris asked. "In the boardroom." Seth crossed to the door, opened it, and strode inside. Yuri and Kat were already there, waiting for them. David entered behind him, then Zach and Jared. Chris grabbed his laptop and jogged inside. "Is this everyone?" "For now, yes." He closed the door. "What's up?" Chris set his laptop on the long, sleek table. Though no one outside this room could hear what took place within, Chris had a microphone in his office and speakers in here that allowed them to listen to what took place in the rest of the building. "Can you give us silence?" Seth asked. He wanted no distractions. Chris crossed to the light switches beside the door and flicked one. Quiet enveloped them. As soon as Chris returned to stand beside him, Seth clasped his shoulder and motioned to Yuri and Kat. Chris's eyes widened. "Yuri?" Seth sent the couple an expectant look. "He and Catherine have something to tell us." Yuri nodded. "We know where they are." "Who?" Chris asked. "Everyone Gershom took." Yuri stared at Seth. "When we left you, we ended up in David's home. The humans and gifted ones inside were all unconscious. The Immortals were missing. Leah, Amy, and the children were too. David was down outside, and all was quiet. Then Gershom suddenly appeared next to David. He stood there for a moment, as though listening or seeking a scent. Seconds later, he raced down the driveway. We followed him to see where the hell he was going, and saw him catch up to Ethan. Even though he was badly injured, Ethan put up a good fight, but Gershom defeated him. When he teleported away with Ethan and the children, we followed him, and..." He glanced at Kat. Both spoke together. "We know where they are." Emotion inundated Seth. "Do they all still live?" he asked, voice hoarse. "Yes." Seth's legs damn near buckled, he was so relieved. "Where?" "Are they all right?" Zach blurted. Kat nodded. "They've been drugged, but are starting to regain consciousness." David moved to stand beside Seth. "And the children?" Kat bit her lip. "They're unharmed, but they're terrified." "And angry," Yuri added. "They're afraid of the bad men, but at the same time want their mummies and daddies and are pissed that they can't see them." "Where are they?" Seth asked, his stomach burning. Yuri looked at Chris. "Can you show me a map of Texas?" Zach frowned. "They're in Texas?" Chris opened his laptop, typed some keys, and a map appeared on the screen. Yuri moved toward the table and studied the map. "It took us a while to figure out where we were after we followed him. It's hard to get our bearings when we follow someone who teleports, because you don't exactly see scenery rushing past you as you go," he muttered, "and neither one of us was familiar with the area. But it's right about there. Can you zoom in?" Chris tapped some keys and peered at the image. "I'm not seeing any structures or buildings, just trees." "It's there," Yuri said with certainty, "and it's military." "You're sure?" Seth pressed. "Yes." "Shit," Chris spat. "What the hell is it with Texas and secret military bases?" Jared spoke. "It's a big damned state. You can hide a lot in it." Seth drew out his phone and dialed a number. "Yes?" "General Lane," he said without preamble. "We require your immediate assistance. Are you at home?" "Yes." "Are you alone?" "Yes." "I'm on my way." Seth glanced at Chris. "Turn off the alarm." Chris spoke into the walkie at his shoulder. Seth teleported to the interior of General Lane's house. "I'm downstairs, General," he called. Rustling sounded on the second floor. Heather's father hurried down the steps, garbed in hastily donned military fatigues. His short hair was a little disheveled. Silver beard stubble coated his cheeks and chin. "What is it?" "Gershom has taken Heather and a number of other Immortals, as well as my daughter and granddaughter." He didn't mention Leah, fearing that would lead to questions he didn't have time to answer. My source tells me they're being held in a military facility in Texas, but it doesn't show up on Rawdon's maps." Alarm and anger entered the general's features. "He took Heather? Ethan, too?" "Yes. Will you help us?" "Absolutely." He ducked into his home office, then returned carrying a briefcase. "Let's go." Seth gripped his shoulder and teleported back to Chris's boardroom. General Lane glanced around. His eyes widened when they lit upon David. "Are you okay?" Drying blood coated one side of David's face, as well as his head where he was missing dreadlocks. His clothing bore numerous tears and was stained with more blood, both his own and Gersham's. David nodded. Though Seth had been shot in the head too, his exit wounds were on the back of his head and must be fairly well concealed by his hair, because they drew no comment. Seth caught Zach's eye. "Start bringing in reinforcements." He looked at Jared. "You two, all elders with gifts that will aid us." Both men teleported away. General Lane moved to stand beside Chris and leaned down to examine the map on the laptop screen. Chris pointed. "The base where they're being held is somewhere in this area, but nothing shows up on the map." The general swore. "It's there. Whatever you do, don't have your connections look into it. They'll raise too many red flags." "You're familiar with it?" Seth asked. General Lane nodded. "It's military, and it's as classified as the base the vampires attacked the night Heather met Ethan. When we lost that base, this one was repurposed to take its place." Seth's concern deepened. "They do bioweapons research there?" "Yes, that's why it's not on the map. If no one knows about it, no one can infiltrate it and walk out with shit we really don't want them to get their hands on." Chris snorted. "And civilians won't complain about a bioweapons lab being too close for comfort?" "That too," the general admitted. Zach and Jared popped in and out, escorting Immortal Guardian elders from around the globe. Every warrior wore hunting garb. Seth glanced around and spotted Catherine. "Where's Yuri?" "He went back to the base to keep an eye on Gershom. I stayed behind to answer any questions you might have." "Is the base heavily guarded?" "Yes." General Lane, unable to see her, answered, "Yes," believing the question had been directed at him. Chris straightened. "Are all personnel military?" The general shook his head. "The guards are mercenary. After what happened at the other base, they decided to contract out security this time." "Why?" Seth pressed. More and more immortals began to fill the large room and crowded around the table to listen. "Should shit hit the fan," General Lane said, "civilians are less likely to care about the loss of mercenary lives than they are about the loss of American soldiers. The former often doesn't even make the news." Seth studied the trees where the base was hidden. "Have you ever been to this facility?" "Yes." "Can you sketch the layout for us?" "I can try." He seemed doubtful, though. Catherine stepped forward. "I can do it." Seth regarded her with surprise. "You can?" When the general started to answer, Seth held up a hand and kept his gaze on Catherine. "Yes," she responded confidently. "I can't hold a pencil, but if you place an iPad on the table, I can run my finger across the screen and produce an image. I've been practicing on Marcus's." Seth looked at Chris. "Get me an iPad, the largest you have." Seth's knowledge of modern technology was limited, so he wasn't even sure if iPads came in multiple sizes. Chris left the room. A moment later he returned with paper, a pencil, and a flat electronic object that was about the same size as his laptop. It was silver on one side and black on the other. He set it on the table, dark side up, then handed the general paper and pencil. General Lane bent and began to sketch. Chris looked up at Seth as he turned on the iPad. "What do you want me to look up?" Seth clasped his shoulder so Chris could see Catherine as she stepped up beside him. Catherine motioned to the device. "Open a drawing app for me, please." Chris did so, then pushed the device closer to her. Catherine bent over it. Her brow furrowing with concentration, she touched a fingertip to the screen and began to move it. A black mark appeared that soon extended and turned into the outline of a building. Gasps sounded. "What the hell?" one immortal murmured. "A spirit is doing it," another whispered. "A woman." All crowded closer to watch. General Lane didn't even look up, concentrating hard on his own drawing, knowing his daughter's life might depend upon his getting it right.
The size of the device and the effort it took Catherine to draw in such a way limited the amount of detail she could provide, but Seth thought she did an admirable job. "There's only one entrance?" he asked, leaning closer. "Yes, here." General Lane looked over and gaped. He slid his drawing over, placing it beside Catherine's. The two were almost identical, only Catherine had done a better job of marking the interior rooms and hallways. "How did you do that?" he asked Seth. "I didn't. 2 spirits are helping us. Catherine, where are the Immortals being held?" She drew an X on a room in the center of the building. "Here." "All of them?" "We believe so." "The children, too?" "No, the children are being held here." She drew 2 small X's on a room right next to the one that contained the Immortals. "There are children being held prisoner, too?" Mateus asked. "Yes," Seth answered. 2 toddlers, a boy and a girl. Both are gifted ones, adopted by Immortal couples. Only the Immortals stationed in North Carolina knew the truth about Adira, the only child ever to be fathered by an Immortal guardian. The North Carolina contingent was also the only group to know the truth of Amy's origins, that she had come to them from another planet. "Where are Amy and Leah?" "They're being held with the Immortals," Kat said. Seth noticed no one asked who Leah was. Word of his relationship with her had traveled fast. He pointed to the 2 rooms and told those present, who couldn't see Catherine, "Amy, Leah, and the Immortals are being held here. The children are being held here." The general studied the map. "The larger room with the Immortals was used for prisoner detention before the place was repurposed. Guards will be stationed here, 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 and here. Here, too. There will be checkpoints here and here, 2 more over here. This area will be more heavily guarded. You won't be able to access it without security codes and keycards. But you'll want to avoid that anyway, because that's where the bioweapons research takes place." "All right." Seth straightened. General Lane did too, and held up a hand. "There's something else. Because of what happened at the other bases, both the first in which bioweapons research took place and the second that housed prisoners who posed high threats to national security, extra measures have been taken at this one. They wanted to ensure that if the base was attacked, no one could get their hands on the viruses and other bioweapons contained there, or free the prisoners held there before they could be transferred to their new prison." Seth frowned. "What kind of measures?" "The best way I can describe it is fail-safes, or booby traps. The place is riddled with them. If it looks like there's been a breach of the base, an alarm will sound and the traps will automatically be activated." "Do you know what and where these traps are?" "No." Chris frowned. "If we kill the alarm, will it deactivate the traps?" "I believe so, yes." Nodding, Seth stepped back and addressed the room as a whole. "All right, we don't have time to strategize. I want to strike now before Gershom leaves or has time to kill those he has taken. Chris, can you cut communications to and from the base so personnel can't call for help?" "Yeah, I'll block landlines, cell phones, sat phones, and fuck up their internet connection. I'll also have my people redirect any satellites aimed at that location." Chris drew out a cell phone and started placing calls. General Lane's lips tightened, but he voiced no objection. "Zach, Jared, and I will teleport you all directly into the building here," Seth continued. "While we, along with David, search for Gershom, I want the rest of you to focus on taking out the guards and ensuring no one leaves. Telepaths, if you encounter any worth saving, knock them unconscious. We'll sort them out later. Everyone else dies. Understood? Leave no man alive to carry tales." "Understood," they chorused. "If I should fall..." Instant protests erupted. Seth held up a hand. "If I should fall in battle, help David, Zach, and Jared take out Gershom and rescue those he's taken. You will have 5 minutes to visit the armory on Sublevel 1 to load up on extra weapons." A wave of black surged toward the door. As soon as they flung it open, noise filtered in. Amidst the rumble of their retreat, the hubbub created by the network beefing up security and the medical personnel working hard to aid the injured seconds, distant roars of rage arose, accompanied by loud crashes. "Cliff." Seth looked at Zach. "Give me a minute." He teleported to the living room of Emma's home in the country. Reclining on the sofa in a t-shirt and yoga pants, she shrieked and leapt to her feet at his abrupt appearance. Seth held up his hands. "Forgive me for startling you.
You're needed at the network." Fear filled her features as she hurried toward him, not even pausing to don shoes. Clasping her shoulder, he teleported her to Cliff's apartment at network headquarters. The place looked like a tornado had struck it. Overturned furniture, some splintered into small pieces, cluttered the place and formed drifts and dunes. Shards of glass littered the floor and glittered like diamonds amongst the remains of a coffee table. Seth spun toward the door and found the source of the thumps and crashes. Cliff bellowed with rage as he hammered away at the wall with one of the metal coffee table legs. Sweat gleamed on his brown arms, left bare by his t-shirt. White powder clung to the perspiration and speckled his dreadlocks. He had knocked out a large chunk of drywall beside the door and was doing a damned good job of breaking up the heavy concrete it covered. But he would never make it through the titanium reinforcement beneath. "Let me out!" he roared over and over again. "Let me out!" The other words he shouted were so distorted by rage that Seth couldn't decipher them. A quick examination of the vampire's chaotic thoughts, however, confirmed that Cliff knew Bastian and Melanie had been taken and wanted desperately to help save them. "Cliff?" Emma said softly. Her heart pounded loudly in the silence that fell. Cliff spun around so quickly he nearly fell over. His brilliant amber eyes sparked with madness as he regarded them. For one gut-wrenching moment, Seth could discern no recognition in his features. Then Cliff's gaze focused on Emma, and his hold on the table leg loosened. His breath coming in jagged gasps, he stared at them while he fought to subdue the voices in his head that urged him to attack. Confident that Cliff wouldn't hurt the woman he loved, Seth looked down at Emma. "Calm him. We need his help." An instant later, he grabbed Cliff and teleported all three of them to the boardroom. The door was closed once more. Chris spoke rapidly into his cell phone. When he saw them, he paused, darted Cliff a concerned look, then addressed Seth. "I have Scott Henderson on the line." Scott headed the Midwest division of the network and presided over the headquarters located in Texas. "He'll have the special ops teams en route in 2 minutes. My own team is assembling in the hangar." "Excellent." General Lane eyed Cliff warily, then added, "My team is on standby if you need them." General Lane's team consisted of 6 soldiers who were so loyal they would follow him into hell and back without voicing a single complaint. About 1.5 years ago, all 6 men had extended that loyalty to include Seth after he had healed one soldier's little girl who had been dying of cancer. "Thank you." Seth moved to stand nearly nose to nose with Cliff, catching and holding his burning gaze. "Bastian, Melanie, and the others are being held in a military facility defended by mercenaries. We're about to descend on it en force. General Lane believes the alarm will trigger fail-safes or booby traps installed in the base to prevent anyone who succeeds in infiltrating it from leaving alive. I need you to help us pinpoint those fail-safes before we trigger them, so we won't lose anyone." Cliff loved to play the same complex military and action-adventure video games that Darnell and Amy did, and Seth had heard Darnell and Amy both complain about the booby traps they encountered in such. Since he had no idea what to look for himself, Seth figured Cliff might be able to spot something he wouldn't. Cliff nodded. "I won't let you down." Emma's face creased with alarm. Drawing Cliff aside, she began to whisper to him urgently. Seth turned to Zach and David. "Come with me." Clasping David's shoulder, he teleported away. Chapter 25. The room they appeared in was one Seth had never thought to visit again. It was beautifully crafted from wood and stone. Semicircular in design, it boasted high ceilings, 3 fireplaces large enough for Seth to stand up in, and a number of sofas, chairs, and coffee tables. Almost 12 men, all Seth's height of 6'8" or taller, and bearing black hair and dark wings, stood in the center of the room, shouting at each other, their eyes glowing golden. When Seth, David, and Zach appeared, the group spun to face them. Shock rippled across their faces. Silence fell. Zach turned to Seth. "Really? You wanted to come here?" Seth released David and strode toward the men Zach sometimes referred to as their cousins. Though they weren't technically kin, all boasted similar origins, so Seth supposed they were family of a sort. These men were all as ancient as he, but none boasted his immense power. Seth had spent thousands of years building and increasing his power to keep these very men from killing him or his immortal guardians, because none of these others, as he referred to them for lack of a better word, had ever questioned the path they had chosen. That path being to refrain from any and all contact with humanity, so they would not influence mankind's destiny in any way. Such influence had wrought cataclysmic results in the past. Long ago, Seth had shared their beliefs, as had Zack and Jared. Then Seth had fallen in love with a human woman and abandoned that path. He had risked everything to be with his wife. Now he would risk everything to be with Leah. Zack spoke in Seth's head. "Why the hell are we here?" "They have something we need." "More headaches?" Zack retorted with a scowl. Seth shook his head. "More power." Realization lit Zack's features, almost bringing a smile to his lips. Taemon strode toward them, his brows drawn down in a deep scowl. "Do you see what you've done?" he snarled furiously. "Do you see what you've wrought?" Seth darted forward and grabbed the other by the throat. Taemon had not expected a direct attack, and was so taken aback that Seth managed to restrain him with little effort and instantly began to drain his energy. Power surged into him via his hold, so much that it burned Seth's insides like a brand. But difficult tasks lay ahead, and he couldn't afford to let those tasks drain his own energy before his confrontation with Gershom. He would not fuck up again. Protests erupted from the other men. When Simon leapt forward, Zack grabbed him and followed Seth's example with a bit more difficulty, since he couldn't drain power as quickly as Seth could. "It's time to choose a side, gentlemen," Seth informed the rest. "Live or die. Support me and you may live. Try to stop me, something that will only empower Gershom, and Jared's vision will come to fruition." Gideon's frown deepened. "What vision?" "Before he defected and joined my immortal guardians, Jared foresaw Gershom succeeding. He saw Armageddon unfold, and every human, gifted one, vampire, immortal, and other, died." Taemon sagged in Seth's arms. Gideon's expression darkened as he moved toward them. David stepped into his path with more speed than any of them anticipated and grabbed Gideon by the throat. Gideon raised his hands in surrender. "Easy. Taemon is depleted. I only wish to offer Seth my own energy if he requires more." David sent Seth a questioning look. Seth nodded. "You take it, David." David's hand began to glow. Then his forearm did too, as he borrowed Gideon's power. Jaden cautiously moved forward and retrieved Taemon's limp form. After settling the unconscious other on a nearby sofa, he turned back to Seth. "Do you wish my skills in battle or my power? I've no wish to see Gershom succeed." "Your power," Seth said. There was too much at stake to toss someone he wasn't certain he could trust into the mix. When Jaden extended a hand, Seth gripped the man's forearm and swiftly drained his power. David released Gideon and stumbled back a step. Gideon reached out and steadied him as David leaned forward and braced his hands on his knees, then closed his eyes. His dark-as-midnight skin seemed brighter, as though someone had infused him with light. Seth could actually see the veins in his arms glowing. "David?" he asked. "So much power," he responded on their private mental pathway. "Too much?" "Almost." Seth understood. His own skin acquired a golden glow as the power he took from Jaden seared him like flames dancing just beneath his skin. When Jaden reached out to grip Seth's shoulder in a struggle to remain upright, Seth stopped. Asher approached and looped Jaden's arm over his shoulder to prop him up. Zack released Simon, letting him drop to the floor. Seth eyed the others. "Be ready. This ends tonight. I will defeat Gershom." Gripping David's shoulder, he teleported back to Chris's boardroom.
Immortals, all geared up for battle, once more crowded the space, but they gave the far corner, in which Emma spoke with Cliff, a wide berth. Chris and General Lane both jumped at Seth, David, and Zach's abrupt return, then stared at Seth. The General swallowed. "Are you glowing?" Seth glanced down at his hands. "Yes, I am." He turned to Chris. "Are we ready?" "Yeah." Seth looked over at Catherine. "Any word from Yuri?" She shook her head. Cliff started to move toward him. Emma caught his arm, then drew him close for a last desperate kiss. Tears glistened in her eyes as she stared up at him. "I love you." Seth didn't have to read her thoughts to know she thought she would never see Cliff again, that tonight would be his last. "I love you too," Cliff said, cupping her face. "Thank you. For everything." She bit her lip to hold back a sob when he moved to stand with the Immortal Guardians. "Everyone grab a shoulder," Seth instructed. "We strike fast, and we strike hard." A unanimous battle cry filled the room. Seth teleported everyone but Zach and Jared to the airplane hangar behind network headquarters. Dozens of human soldiers sporting black fatigues, helmets, automatic weapons, and bulletproof vests faced him. Tanks and Sisu XA-180 military transport vehicles loomed behind them. Seth raised his hands, silently demanding everyone's attention. "Here we go." Using the energy that still blazed inside him, Seth teleported everyone in sight, along with the military vehicles, to the classified military base in Texas. It was an incredible exhibition of power, sapping half of what he had siphoned from the others. Even Zach could not have teleported so many or so much without touching it. A split second after they appeared outside the base, Seth teleported David, the other Immortals, and Cliff inside. Gunfire erupted outside the building as Chris's special ops team started taking out the mercenary guards and securing the perimeter. Seth and the Immortals now stood in a wide hallway that ended in a security checkpoint. 6 guards manning the checkpoint gaped at them. Immortal Guardians surged forward to take out the guards before they could sound an alarm. Yuri appeared in front of Seth. "Gershom is still here." "Where?" "The other side of the building. Follow me." Seth raced after him, bursting through the first checkpoint. More guards waited at a second. Immortals surged forward around Seth to take them out and clear his path. Yuri vanished and reappeared at the end of the hallway, pointing the way. Each time he saw Seth follow, he vanished and reappeared at the next checkpoint or hallway intersection to mark the path. An alarm blared as they approached the 3rd security checkpoint. As Immortal surged forward, multiple blades suddenly shot out of the walls and impaled them. Seth threw out his hands to halt the others. Mateus clenched his teeth and yanked one of the blades out of his chest. It looked like a dagger without a hilt, the sleek, arrow-shaped metal perhaps 5 inches long. Zach cursed. "The fail-safes have been triggered." "So we bypassed them," Jared said, and teleported to the other end of the hallway. If Seth teleported all of them through the base until he reached Gershom, he would expend too much energy, and each time they cleared a hallway, Seth needed 2 Immortals to remain behind and ensure those hallways remained clear while the others checked the rooms. Cliff shouldered his way through the Immortals and stood at Seth's side. He studied the floor, then the walls of the hallway. "I don't see anything in the floor that looks pressure-sensitive, so there must be motion-activated sensors in the walls that trip them." He darted forward at preternatural speed, then stopped with a grunt when 2 blades struck him. Cursing, he yanked them out. "These weren't designed to stop humans. They were designed to stop us, or at least to slow us down." "How do you know?" "Watch." Turning, Cliff slowly walked up the hallway. No more blades struck him. "Shit," Zach murmured beside Seth. "They are for us. Gershom must have had them modified." Seth spoke to the others telepathically so Gershom wouldn't hear him. "We're going to teleport ahead. Follow as quickly as you can at mortal speeds, but leave every hallway guarded and search every room. We're going after Gershom." They nodded. Seth gripped David's shoulder and teleported to Cliff and Yuri's side. He caught and held Cliff's gaze. "Guide them." Cliff nodded. "I'll get them through safely. You won't lose a single Immortal tonight." Seth didn't want to see the valiant young vampire come to harm, but a quick scan of his thoughts confirmed that Cliff was dangerously close to yielding to the madness that permeated him, and wanted this to be the way he went out, the death of a hero, a saver of lives. Yuri pointed. "Quickly, Seth, he's on the move." He disappeared. Seth teleported after him, taking David with him. Zack kept pace, while Jared remained behind to keep an eye on the Immortals, as Cliff guided them through the next set of booby traps. When mercenaries appeared and fired their weapons, Seth ignored them and left them to the Immortals. Though every impulse urged him to find Leah, Amy, and the children first, he resolutely forged onward, intent on taking Gershom out once and for all. Thanks to Yuri, they traversed the base in less than a minute. In a moment that felt almost surreal, Seth suddenly found himself standing face to face with Gershom, who was shielded by a shitload of human mercenaries. "Coward," Seth bit out. Garbed in black leather pants, his wings spread, Gershom crossed his arms over his bare chest and smiled. The mercenaries opened fire. Tired of playing by the rules, Seth reached toward the soldiers, curled his hand into a fist, and yanked. Every weapon flew over his head to land with a clatter behind him. Undeterred, their minds controlled by the powerful being they protected, the humans drew tactical knives and raced forward. David swept past Seth, knocking them all down in swift succession like a bowling ball toppling pins. "I see you brought the little one," Gershom commented with apparent unconcern, but fury brightened the eyes he turned on David, who had inflicted so much damage while fighting him that Gershom's arms and torso bore thick, ugly scars from it. "3 against 1, he taunted. "Which of us is the true coward here?" Seth shook his head. "They aren't here to help me kill you." He began to subtly leech Gershom's power, as he had when he'd sparred with Zack. "They're here to hold me back." A flash of uncertainty entered the other's eyes before he snarled and teleported away, but his energy never left the room. Swearing, Seth spun. Gershom appeared behind David just as David dropped the last soldier. Grabbing a fistful of dreadlocks, Gershom yanked David's head back and drew a dagger across his throat, cutting so deeply he nearly severed David's head. "Just evening the odds," he said with a malicious smile. But David was so full of the energy he had borrowed from Gideon that the wound sealed itself almost as quickly as Gershom inflicted it. David vanished. Gershom's eyes widened. Reappearing right behind him, David grabbed Gershom's wings and twisted, then twisted them again. Bones snapped and feathers flew as Gershom's face contorted with agony. "Surprise," David snarled. "Not so little now, am I?" Roaring in pain and rage, Gershom stumbled forward. Seth drew 2 swords and swung. Swords appeared in Gershom's hands just in time to block the blows. Seth steadily siphoned more power from Gershom as he hammered him with strike after strike, keeping him on the defensive. When Zack started to enter the fray, Seth shook his head. "I've got this." Boots echoed up the hallway as guards approached. Gunfire erupted. Bullets buzzed past like bees. Zack left Seth's peripheral vision. Seconds later, men screamed and the gunshots ceased. David lingered nearby, never taking his bright amber eyes off Gershom. Gershom huffed out pained breaths as he fought, his damaged wings dragging on the floor behind him. "You're too late," he growled between bloody lips. "It took you too long to find me. I already fucked your woman." Seth's heart stopped. "And your daughter," he added with a dark, triumphant smile. "I made those bitches scream." Despair and fury nearly blinded Seth. Was it true? Had he... "He's lying, Seth!" Yuri called over the noise of battle. David spoke calmly in Seth's head despite the fury Seth read in his features. "Listen to Yuri," he counseled. "Don't let Gershom get in your head." "Can you reach them telepathically?" Seth asked. He couldn't do it himself while he was focusing so hard on draining Gershom. No, he must have drugged them. Or killed them. What if he had done what he'd said? What if he'd... "I've never understood your fascination with human women,"
Gershom sneered. "Your attraction to them. But I admit their struggles and cries of agony fired my lust." The ground beneath Seth's feet began to shake as his control began to slip. "Seth," David cautioned. The abundance of power fueling him made it more difficult for Seth to keep his fury in check. He clenched his teeth, struggling to block out Gershom's words as he continued to hammer away at him. An explosion rocked the building. A failsafe triggered by Cliff? Or were network soldiers forcing their way inside? Seth's strength and energy surged as Gershom began to weaken, unaware that Seth was steadily draining him. Gershom attempted to telepathically hurl a dagger at David in an attempt to distract Seth, but it just tumbled to the floor. He frowned, alarm entering his glowing golden eyes. He again tried to use telekinesis, this time to yank Seth's weapons away, but couldn't. "What's happening?" He tried to teleport away and failed. "What's happening?" he bellowed. Seth swept one of Gershom's swords from his hands. "You're losing," he announced, and relieved Gershom of the other sword. Vanishing, Seth reappeared behind him, grabbed a fistful of Gershom's dark hair, and yanked the other's head back. "Shall I take a page from your book?" When Seth dropped his sword, Zack tossed him a dagger. Gershom struggled in his grip, but had grown so weak he moved like a mortal. "Even if you kill me, you won't win," he snarled. Seth slowly drew the blade across Gershom's throat, cutting as deeply as Gershom had when he'd done the same to Amy and David, drawing out the pain as long as he could until the blade broke free of his flesh. Stepping back, he released Gershom's hair and gave his head a shove. Gershom staggered forward, clamping his hands around his neck. Because his energy was so depleted, his wound did not stop bleeding and seal itself the way David's had. Gershom dropped to his knees, his face full of fear and horror. He tried to speak, but couldn't. Pitching forward, he hit the floor hard, squirmed as though trying to get away, then fell still. His eyes closed, but a heart still beat faintly inside that body. Zack moved to stand over the bastard, then looked at Seth. "Well done." Only partly relieved, Seth nodded. "Take him to the others. Make sure they bury him so deep he'll never see the light of day again." Nodding, Zack reached down and grabbed one of Gershom's mangled wings. Seconds later, he teleported away. Seth turned to David. "Let's go find the children." Though Gershom's words still echoed in his head, terrifying him and urging him to find Leah and Amy, he knew both women would want him to free the toddlers first. Seth raced up the hallway. Half a dozen blades shot from the wall and slammed into his side. Swearing, he jerked to a halt. Beside him, David did the same, sporting as many blades as Seth. "Damn it," Seth groused, yanking them out. "I forgot the failsafes are triggered by preternatural speed." David removed his own. "I did too." The two of them continued forward at mortal speeds through the hallways that, according to Catherine's drawing, would lead them to the room in which Adira and Michael were confined. Each time they approached an intersection, Yuri appeared in front of them and pointed. "This way!" Turning a corner, they came upon Matthias and 3 other immortals crouched in a semicircle. They spun to face Seth, weapons raised, then relaxed. Cliff lay crumpled on the floor before them. Multiple blades protruded from his limbs. One side of his face was scorched and bloody. His clothing bore numerous burned patches. Matthias rose, his face somber as he motioned to the fallen vampire. "Cliff insisted on leading us through every hallway, assuming all the risks himself. An explosion ultimately took him down. Should I give him blood?" Indecision clawed at Seth. Cliff had intended to die tonight. Seth had read it in his thoughts. Cliff was ready to go. He wanted to go, before the madness robbed him of the last vestiges of his humanity. And Seth didn't think he should take that right away from him, even though the idea of letting the valiant young vampire die ate him up inside. "No," he forced himself to say. "Let him go." All nodded grimly. Though none of them knew Cliff personally, word of his courageous struggle had circled the globe. "We'll stay with him," Matthias offered, "until the end." "Thank you." "I think we've tripped all the fail-safes, so you should be okay from this point on." Seth shook his head. "David and I just tripped one ourselves. Remain vigilant. General Lane said the traps are connected to the alarm, so as long as the alarm continues to blare, they're still a danger. Understood. Matthias knelt beside Cliff and gently cupped the back of the young vampire's head. Shifting him, he repositioned Cliff so he lay more comfortably on the floor. Seth forced himself to walk away and leave Cliff behind, regret clawing at him. "It's what he wanted," David murmured. "I know." But it didn't make it any easier. Cliff had helped Bastian find his place in the Immortal Guardian's world. He had befriended Amy. He had protected Adira. And he'd saved so many lives when network headquarters had been blitzed. Seth would always lament his inability to save the honorable young man. As Seth and David followed Yuri through the maze of hallways, they encountered neither military nor mercenary guards. The Immortal Guardians and Cliff must have taken them all out while he was confronting Gershom. Network soldiers had infiltrated the base and now escorted men and women in white lab coats out, often with immortal escorts. They must be the scientists who were studying the bioweapons. Ignoring them, Seth strode to the door beside which Yuri stood. He could hear Adira and Michael crying within. Waving a hand, he disengaged the locks and flung the door open. He and David both started to enter, then stopped short in the doorway. Their eyes widened. Adira and Michael sat on an exam table that was surrounded by medical equipment one might expect to find in a hospital operating room. Holding hands, the toddlers leaned against each other and wept, their red noses running, their plump cheeks blotched and tear-streaked. Above them, 3 men were plastered to the high ceiling as though someone had crazy-glued them to it. As soon as the men saw Seth and David, they began to squirm and reached out to them. "Help us!" one screamed. "Make them stop!" the other screeched as his nose began to bleed. "Make them stop!" "Holy shit," Seth murmured. David nodded. "Precisely. Is Adira doing that or Michael?" "I think they both are." As soon as Seth and David moved toward the exam table, the children released whatever hold they had on the adults. The 3 men fell like stones, screaming on the way down, and struck the floor hard. Their cries stopped as they went limp. Seth didn't know if the fall had injured them or whatever had made their noses bleed, but all were unconscious and still breathed. Ignoring them, Seth drew Adira into his arms while David drew Michael into his. "It's okay," Seth whispered, kissing her hair. "Baba and Abaya are here. It's okay." Adira clung to him, her little hands fisting in his clothing as she continued to wail. "It's okay, sweetheart." Michael clung just as desperately to David. "It's okay." Seth moved closer to David. "Take them somewhere safe, somewhere Gershom couldn't have stashed vampires for a secondary attack." David nodded and shifted Michael to one side. Seth tried to hand Adira over, but she wouldn't let go of him. "It's okay," he murmured again, giving her another hug and patting her back. "You're safe now, sweetheart, but I need you to go to Abaya so I can find Mommy and Daddy." Breath hiccuping with residual sobs, she reached out to David. David gathered her against his chest, holding a child in each arm. "I'll take them to the others." Surprise shot through Seth. Then he smiled. "That's brilliant. Gershom should be safely tucked away by now, so the children would be safe from him, and vampires sure as hell wouldn't launch an attack there. Give them to Gideon and Jaden." David smiled. "Those were my choices as well. I shall return shortly." Nodding, Seth turned away and left the room as the 3 vanished. Yuri stood in the hallway beside the next door. "Gershom lied, Seth. He didn't hurt Leah and Amy. I'm certain of it. All he did was chain them up, then drug Amy and the Immortals to weaken them and prevent them from reaching out to you telepathically." Seth swallowed hard. "Thank you." As he moved to the bolted door, a tingling sensation crawled up the back of his neck. It wasn't unpleasant, just puzzling, because if he didn't know any better, he would swear Amy and Adira stood right behind him. Spinning around with a frown, he half expected David to have returned. He hadn't. Immortal Guardians Rafe and Eliana exited a room a few doors down, then passed through the doorway across from it, diligently searching for guards or other personnel who might be hiding. Beyond them, at the far end of the hallway, a male network special ops soldier helped a pregnant woman in a white lab coat limp past.
Or was the woman helping the soldier? Seth couldn't tell. The woman curled one arm protectively around her big belly and kept the other looped around the man's waist. The soldier clutched his chest and urged the woman onward with an arm around her shoulders. He was much taller than she was, his shoulders hunched as he kept his sharp gaze on whatever lay before them. The woman's hair concealed her features, but the man looked pained as they left Seth's view. Another network soldier jogged past, catching up with them. "What is it?" Yuri asked. Seth stared. "Nothing, I just could have sworn I sensed—" "What?" He shook his head as the odd feeling faded. "Nothing." Turning back to the door behind which his immortals waited, Seth waved a hand to disable the locks. Marcus resumed yanking on the chain that bound him. Roland and Sarah did the same on Leah's other side. Aidan and Dana, too. They all paused periodically, their breath coming in gasps. Was blood loss weakening them? Every single one of them bled from their wrists. "It's the drug," Amy said. Leah looked over at her. "I thought drugs didn't affect immortals." "This one does. Mercenaries have used it on us in the past. I assume that's how Gershom got his hands on it. A strong enough dose will knock immortals out. A lesser dose will weaken them and mess with their gifts. It's why none of us can contact Seth." She frowned. "At least I think it is. We know Gershom can keep Seth from sensing us. We aren't sure if he can also block the telepaths from speaking to him mentally." An alarm began to blare. All movement in the room ceased. The immortals smiled. Leah's heartbeat picked up. "Seth is here, isn't he?" Relief softened Lizette's pretty features. "Yes, Zach and David are too, and they brought a hell of a lot of reinforcements with them." The ground beneath them began to tremble. An explosion shook the walls. Stanislav's lips stretched into a grin. "Seth is kicking Gershom's ass." Cheers erupted. "How do you know?" Leah asked as hope rose. "Can you hear them?" He shook his head. "There's too much noise. Yuri just popped in and told me." Yuri the ghost. Their world was full of wonders. The quaking of the floor increased. The immortals, still on their feet, staggered, then sat down. Spouses leaned into each other. Leah worried her lower lip. Seth must be furious and terrified, wondering what atrocities Gershom might have committed in the brief time it had taken Seth to locate him and launch an attack. If Seth couldn't sense them, would he fear the worst? Did he fear them dead? Would that distraction cost him? Because Gershom was not the type to fight fair. The ground stilled. Eerie silence descended, broken only by the wonk, wonk, wonk of the damned alarm. Stanislav looked up as though someone she couldn't see stood in front of him. He smiled, then swept them all with a glance. "It's over," he announced. "Gershom is down." Cheers erupted once more. Leah smiled, their triumph infectious, but she wouldn't relax until she saw Seth and was able to wrap her arms around him. Was he okay? Had he been injured? How badly? A minute ticked past, feeling more like an hour, then another. Marcus suddenly released a harsh sigh. "She's safe." He hugged Amy tightly, burying his face in her hair. "She's safe. Seth and David have Adira and Michael. David is going to take them somewhere vampires can't find them if Gershom has a secondary attack planned. They're safe." Tears trailed from Amy's eyes as she hugged him back. On Leah's other side, Roland and Sarah breathed sighs of relief and held each other. A loud metallic thunk sounded. Leah stared at the opposite wall. One side bore an entrance to a short, narrow hallway no more than 5 feet long that ended in a metal door. The door swung open. A large form filled the entrance. "Seth," she breathed. Relief and elation flooded her as she stared at him. He was okay. Streaked with blood, but okay. His gaze skimmed those he could see from the entrance. Some relief touched his face when he found Amy in Marcus's arms, but he didn't truly relax until his eyes met Leah's. His shoulders loosened. A smile full of love and relief stretched his lips and lit his face as he strode forward. An odd twang sounded, accompanied by a whip. Leah thought she saw a brief blur of motion in front of Seth beneath his chin, but it was so fast. He halted. His smile faltered. Leah saw movement at his shoulders and glanced at it.
His thick hair fluttered down to the floor as though scissors had cut it. Uncomprehending, she looked back up at him. His knees buckled as he sank toward the floor. Leah lunged up on her own knees. "Seth!" The men and women around her shouted as he collapsed. Straining against her heavy chains, Leah felt all breath leave her lungs when he hit the floor. Horror filled her as his head rolled away from his body. She stared down at him, frozen in disbelief. He'd been decapitated. Unable to grasp it, she looked above him. A blade as narrow as piano wire now extended across the hallway, the center of it dripping with blood. She looked again at Seth, at his head separated from his neck, resting in a puddle of hair and blood beside his fallen body. A scream tore from her throat, then another and another as she began yanking against her heavy chains, trying to reach him. Chapter 26. More cries echoed Leah's, male and female, as the Immortals began to yank on their chains, too. Blood splashed across the floor as they damaged their hands, desperate to reach their fallen leader. Leah just screamed and screamed and screamed, her heart breaking, tears pouring down her cheeks. "Not Seth. Please, not Seth." David appeared in the doorway. When his gaze fell upon Seth, he staggered back a step. Roaring in agony, his features creasing with grief, he vanished and reappeared beside his fallen friend. Falling to his knees, he pressed his face to Seth's back, wrapped his arms around him in a tight embrace, and began to sob. Leah's cries grew more frantic. The fact that David didn't even try to heal Seth told her there was no hope. No hope. Zach appeared in the doorway. His face blanched when he saw David weeping over Seth's body. When his eyes fell upon the sliver of a blade that had taken Seth's head, he yanked it from the walls and dropped it. Then he raced across the room and dragged Lizette into a rough embrace. He waved one hand, then hugged her close. The manacles at Leah's wrists sprang open. Everyone else's opened as well, freeing them all. As soon as the heavy chains fell away from her, Leah lunged toward Seth. In a blur of motion, Zach released Lizette and darted forward to intercept her. "No!" Leah shouted as he looped an arm around her waist and dragged her over to where Lizette sat, weeping. "No! Seth! Seth!" Zach drew both Leah and Lizette into his arms and held them tightly. Burying his face in Lizette's hair, he whispered over and over again, I love you, Lizette. Whatever happens, I love you." Unable to break his hold, Leah sagged against him. All strength left her limbs as she sobbed so hard she could barely draw a breath. Lizette did the same, as did many others. A deep rumbling sound filled the air, almost drowning out the anguished cries of Seth's brethren. The floor began to vibrate. "Whatever happens, I love you." Zach continued to chant, "I love you, Lizette, I love you. Whatever happens, I love you." Was Zach like Seth? Did the ground shake when emotion overwhelmed him? The trembling magnified. 2 network soldiers bearing weapons raced past the open doorway as the alarm stopped blaring. "Everyone out!" Chris Warden yelled somewhere beyond her sight. "Now! Go, go, go! Into the vehicles! Get as far away as you can!" More bodies raced past, boots clomping on the quaking floor. Then Leah could only hear the rumbling, which grew louder and louder. She didn't know what was happening and didn't care. Seth was gone. He was gone. "Zach!" Lizette cried in alarm when the ground shook so hard they nearly fell over. "I'm not doing this," he replied, clutching them tighter. "Who is?" she yelled. "Close your eyes." Leah sucked in a breath when Seth's deep, calm voice filled her head. "Seth?" Several others called his name as well. "Hold on tight," he said, "and close your eyes, all of you. Don't open them again until I tell you to." "Do it!" Zach bellowed to the room. Leah closed her eyes. Zach cupped the back of her head and turned her face into his chest just as light burst into being, bright enough to hurt her eyes despite her closed lid and the protection Zach afforded. Wind blasted her, so strong it would have tossed her across the room if Zach hadn't held her so tightly that he threatened to crack her ribs. The rumbling sound grew deafening. Loud crashes reverberated all around her as if a tornado were striking.
Then heat accompanied the wind, steadily increasing until it felt as though flames blasted her. Thunder roared overhead, or was the building collapsing around them? Terrified, Leah squeezed her eyelids together and burrowed as close to Zack as she could get. Zack just kept repeating, "I love you," over and over to Lizette. Then everything stopped. The earthquake, the thunder, the crashes, the wind, the flames. The light retreated, leaving darkness behind. Silence covered them like a blanket. Leah's heart slammed against her ribcage as she struggled to breathe through her sobs and waited, terrified. A footstep disturbed the quiet, then another, and another, drawing closer. Clothing rustled nearby. "Open your eyes." Leah whimpered at the sound of Seth's voice. "Open your eyes, sweetheart." She did, and lifted her head enough to peer past Zack. Seth knelt beside them, a full moon illuminating him. His black clothes looked as neat as though he had just donned them. His handsome face was free of blood and bore a tender smile. His raven hair fell around his face in silken waves that now only reached halfway to his shoulders. Leah stared at him, afraid to blink, afraid he would disappear if she did. "Seth?" "Yes." Releasing Zack, she reached up and cupped Seth's smooth jaw in a hand that shook. His flesh was warm and firm beneath her touch. His eyes bore a golden glow and held such love for her. "You're alive?" He covered her hand with one of his and turned his face to press a kiss to her palm. "I'm alive, Leah." Another sob burst from her lips as she threw herself into his waiting arms and wept. Seth wrapped his arms around her, so strong, so real, so alive. He stood, drawing her up with him, and held her tight. Murmurs rose around them. Then someone large and muscular closed his arms around the two of them in an embrace that constricted her breath. Prying one eye open, she saw dreadlocks. David wept as he hugged them. Then another body crowded against them, and another, until everyone formed a tight knot around the man they had all thought they'd lost. "You died," she whispered. Seth pressed a kiss to her hair, then rested his cheek atop her head. "I know." "I thought I'd lost you." She clutched him tighter, if that was even possible. "I love you." "I love you too, sweetheart. I'm sorry I scared you." David shook his head. "She wasn't the only one you scared," he murmured, voice hoarse. Seth chuckled as bodies continued to press into them. All right, give us some air, would you?" The close bundle of bodies reluctantly floated away one by one until only Leah still hugged Seth. Standing nearby, his face tear-streaked, Aidan shook his head. "What the bloody hell, Seth?" "Where are the children?" Marcus blurted. "Are the children still safe?" Roland asked at the same time, their words overlapping. "The children are fine," Seth assured them with a smile. "They're safe." "Holy shit!" Ethan exclaimed, his voice conveying utter astonishment. "What the hell?" someone else whispered. Leah finally eased away from Seth, but couldn't bring herself to let him go. Keeping one arm around his waist, she leaned into his side. When she finally looked around, she gaped. The building was gone. Not damaged, but gone. No walls, no doors, no ceiling, no roof, and no rubble. All that remained was the small patch of concrete slab beneath their feet, which had been scoured clean. By wind? By fire? Both? No bodies lay about. No vehicles were parked within sight. They were all alone. Leah looked up at Seth. "What happened?" He glanced around with a rueful smile. "My father happened." Reaching up, she fingered a few strands of his much shorter hair. "You died," she said again, tears blurring her vision. He grimaced. "A careless error on my part. I didn't expect there to be any fail-safe measures inside your cell." Zack shook his head, his expression both weary and relieved. "You scared the hell out of me." "Me too," David added, the beautiful midnight skin of his cheeks glistening with tears. Leah released Seth so he could draw David into a bone-crushing hug. "I'm sorry," Seth whispered. David shook his head, his fists clenching in the back of Seth's shirt. "Don't ever do that to me again." Stepping back, Seth cupped the back of David's neck in one hand and stared into his glowing amber eyes. Both were silent for a moment. Then David nodded and smiled. Amy claimed a hug next, then Zach and Lizette. One by one, the others followed while Leah impatiently waited for her chance to hold him again. "Your father saved you?" Roland asked as he claimed his own hug. Seth nodded. Marcus hugged him next. "Who is your father?" Seth visually consulted David, while Leah and everyone else held their breath, awaiting his answer. "My father," he said at last, "is a watcher." Sarah's eyes widened as her jaw dropped. "He's a watcher?" she asked, her expression incredulous. "Seriously?" Leah glanced around. Most of those present seemed as clueless as she was. "What's a watcher?" Sarah answered, her face still full of awe as she stared up at Seth. "It depends on who you ask. According to religious scholars, ancient scriptures describe watchers as angels who became enamored of human women and married them. But some historians and scientists believe the watchers were aliens. Either way, the outcome was not good." Seth nodded. "Human women bore the watchers children who were described as giants capable of sorcery." Leah looked him up and down. "No wonder you're so tall." He smiled. "Not compared to them. They were giants in the true sense of the word. I'm tiny by comparison. The Watchers and their progeny shared knowledge, sorcery, technology, and more with humanity, corrupting mortals to such an extent that the world had to be wiped clean." "By the Great Flood," Sarah said. He nodded. "Those who were more powerful than the Watchers buried them so deeply they would never see the light of day again, then slew the giants they'd fathered." Leah tilted her head to one side, trying to puzzle it out. "But if your father was one of them, how had he helped them? And how had Seth escaped death?" Seth shook his head. "I'm not one of the first generation of Watchers' sons. Zach and I and the others came later. Our fathers didn't wish to meet the same fate as their predecessors, nor did they want us to be slain. So they altered our DNA while we were still in the womb to make us blend in a little better." Melanie took a step forward, her face full of fascination. "They can do that? They can alter DNA?" Lizette snorted. "Even so, you and Zach would never blend in. You're too damned handsome." Seth grinned. "And we were expressly forbidden from interfering in human affairs." Zach tightened his hold on Lizette. Aware of what happened when the first generation of Watcher sons tampered with humanity, we all readily agreed. Bastian frowned. "No wonder you thought such would result in Armageddon. It already had once." Seth nodded. Leah touched his arm. "But you married a human woman." A smile lifted the corners of his lips as he gave a light shrug. "I suppose I'm too much like my father." Foliage rustled in the forest 50 yards away. Everyone spun to face it. Had any of the Immortals borne weapons, Leah knew they would have drawn them, but none save Seth and Zach did, and they kept theirs sheathed. Leah stared at the dark forest. Cliff stepped out of the trees, then just stood there, looking dazed. Bastian and Melanie gasped, then raced toward him. "What happened?" Cliff murmured as they reached him and drew him into a hug. "Did I have another break?" His clothing bore numerous holes and tears and burn marks. Blood marred his face and arms. "I don't remember what happened. Where are we? How did I get here?" Melanie shook her head. "You helped Seth save us." "I did?" Neither his face nor his voice betrayed any emotion. His responses seemed almost robotic. Bastian nodded. "Are you okay?" Melanie asked, blinking back tears as she rubbed the vampire's arm. Cliff glanced down and inspected his torso. "Yeah." He looked around. "My ears feel funny." Bastian exchanged a concerned look with Melanie. Melanie gently clasped Cliff's chin and turned his head from one side to the other, then ran her hands along his limbs. Her brow furrowed. "I see blood, but I don't see any wounds." Seth frowned. "His wounds are all healed?" Melanie nodded. "There isn't a scratch on him." The sound of a vehicle approaching distracted Leah. A Humvee sped into view, kicking up dust on the dirt road. Tires locking, it drifted to a halt inches from the concrete slab upon which she, Seth, and the rest stood. Leah squinted against the headlights. Chris Warden stumbled out, eyes wide, hair mussed. Striding forward a few steps, he stopped, turned in a circle, then met Seth's gaze. "Okay, I don't know how the fuck I'm going to cover this up." Everyone burst into laughter. Seth was still laughing when Chris surprised him by closing the distance between them and wrapping him in a bear hug. "Glad to see you made it," Chris said. Seth clapped him on the back. "Glad to see you did, too." Chris had already ordered his men to haul ass and clear the building when Seth had told Leah and the others to close their eyes. "Did the other Immortal Guardians and Network soldiers all make it out safely?" Seth asked when they parted. "Yeah, they're guarding the prisoners we took a couple miles away. I didn't know what to expect after that big-ass explosion, so I told them to keep their distance and watch the flock while I came to see what had happened." "There was an explosion?" Leah asked. She had felt wind and heat, but... Chris stared at them. "Well, yeah. I don't know how you could have missed it. Honestly, I expected all of you to be toast when I came back. It was that fucking big. And loud. And bright as hell. It stopped just short of creating a mushroom cloud." Leah stared up at Seth with wide eyes. He shrugged, not wanting to go into it. Instead, he addressed Chris. "Don't worry about the cleanup. Have Henderson get his crew back to Network headquarters here in Texas, and have the teleporters get the rest back to your headquarters in North Carolina. Have Mateus and the other Immortals remain there and guard you all. Gershom is out of the picture, but that doesn't mean he didn't have a plan B waiting in the wings somewhere." Chris nodded. "I'm on it." Seth caught his arm as Chris turned away. "Would you take Cliff with you and have Dr. Mackin examine him once you're home?" "Sure." Chris gestured to Cliff as he strode toward his vehicle. "Hop in." Seth was both surprised and relieved to find the young vampire alive. A quick inspection revealed that Cliff's mind was even wonderfully clear of the voices that had constantly plagued him. Perhaps the brilliant light from the explosion had accomplished what Aiden, taking Cliff into sunlight, still sometimes did, and silenced the voices for a time. Seth would check on him later, just to be sure Cliff hadn't suffered any brain trauma in the blast that might require healing. Right now, the vampire just seemed a little dazed, the way he often did after experiencing a psychotic break. As soon as Cliff ducked into the vehicle, Chris started the engine and sped away. Bastian and Melanie returned to stand with Seth and the others. Amy stepped forward. "Seth?" "Gideon," he called telepathically. "Jaden, bring the children to me." The two others abruptly appeared beside Seth. Leah jumped and released a yelp of surprise. Seth slid an arm around her. "Sorry, I should have warned you they were coming." Her nerves were understandably frayed. Gideon held Adira close to his chest. One large hand cupped her bright orange curls while she leaned against him and played with strands of his long black hair. Jaden held Michael and shifted awkwardly from one foot to the other. More reserved by nature, Michael just stared somberly at the man who held him. Jaden frowned at Seth. "Why does he keep staring at me like that? Am I doing something wrong?" Before Seth could answer, the children's parents swept forward and plucked the toddlers from their powerful babysitter's arms. Roland and Sarah fussed over Michael. Amy and Marcus cuddled Adira. Happy to be back with her mommy, Adira snuggled against Amy's chest and offered Gideon a smile and a wave. Gideon's face lit with surprise. Then he smiled back and waggled his fingers. Seth glanced at David. David arched a brow. "Will wonders never cease?" Seth laughed. "You see?" Jaden complained. "She likes Gideon. Why doesn't the boy like me?" Gideon snorted.
because you don't hide your fear from him." Seth bit back another laugh. "You were afraid of him." He knew Jaden had never held a child before, but hadn't thought the powerful warrior would actually be afraid to try it. Jaden narrowed his eyes, unamused. "No, I was afraid the shit was going to hit the fan when your head left your body." "We all were," Gideon said. "That scared the hell out of us. Fortunately, it didn't." Leah's eyes widened. "It didn't?" Lizette gaped too, and motioned to the small patch of clean slab, all that remained of the military compound. "This wasn't the shit hitting the fan?" Seth shook his head. "Believe it or not, no." He and the rest of the others had always presumed that if one of them, a Watcher's son, was ever slain, his father's response would not be nearly as restrained as Seth's father's had been. It was the only reason Seth had stopped just short of killing Gershom. Those of their ilk, they believed, must be dealt with differently. Gideon caught Seth's eye and scowled. "Don't do it." "Don't do what?" Seth asked, feigning ignorance. Gideon slid their audience a glance. "Don't tell them." Seth shook his head. "Too late. I've already begun, and they deserve to hear it after everything they've been through." "The others won't like it," Jaden warned. Anger rose. "I don't give a flying fuck what the others do and don't like. If they had helped me capture Gershom as soon as he defected and I told you he was a problem, none of this would have happened." When Jaden would have spoken again, Gideon held up a hand to cut him off. "Understood," Gideon said simply. "We shall take our leave now." Both men vanished without another word. "Grab a shoulder," Seth ordered everyone else. Tucking Leah tighter against his side, he waited until everyone present had done as asked. Then he teleported them all to the great hall of his castle in England. Linking his fingers through Leah's, he led them upstairs through a series of hallways until he came to a closed door. A wave of his hand unsealed and opened it so he could stride inside. Leah moved forward with him and surveyed the room curiously as she stroked his arm with her free hand. Seth glanced around and tried to see it through her eyes. Large enough to serve as a ballroom, it boasted no furniture, nor did it possess any windows. Were it not for the overhead lights that brightened at his telekinetic command, they would be standing in a dark void. No paintings adorned any of the pale gray marble walls, nor did tapestries or photographs or flat-screen televisions. The only ornamentation the stark room boasted was an elaborate engraving that whirled across the floor and up 3 walls. The one that housed the doorway remained untouched. Amy entered behind Seth and Leah, Adira cradled in her arms. Everyone else remained in the hallway, their gazes averted. Until now, everyone, immortal, gifted one, and human, had been forbidden entrance. This had been Seth's room and Seth's alone. Though the large oak door bore no locks, anyone who tried to open it in his absence would have found the task impossible. Even preternatural force and power tools would not have granted them entrance if any had been foolish enough to try. None had. Seth had expected Bastian to when he had imprisoned the immortal black sheep in the castle for a time, but even Bastian had respected his wishes. Amy had not known this room was forbidden, though, and had dared to enter it. She had been so innocent and damaged at the time that he had felt neither anger nor resentment over it. So she was already familiar with the room and many of his secrets, as was David. "It's all right," Seth told the rest. "You may enter." Those who could see inside from their positions in the hallway sent the room quick, cautious glances, as though they feared too long a peek would turn them to stone. When Seth didn't do whatever it was they thought he might do, they crept into the room and peered around with interest. The image on the floor, an enormous tree painstakingly carved by Seth's own hand, drew their fascinated attention. "Every one of you," Seth began, "has asked me why gifted ones are born with such advanced DNA and possess such wondrous gifts." He motioned to the carving. "The answer lies before you."
He met Zach's gaze and found only approval and relief in his eyes. Zach had wanted to share this with Lizette ever since the French Immortal had stolen his heart. Seth strolled farther into the cavernous room, drawing Leah with him. Zach and I and the rest of the others were the very first gifted ones. Less than the giants who came before us, but more than human, we are children born of a union between human women and watchers, who are far more advanced beings. He glanced at the faces around him. The rest of you are my descendants. Silence engulfed them. After a moment, Roland spoke. How is that possible? I thought your children were slain alongside your wife. They were, Seth acknowledged with a familiar pang of grief. But my daughter and son-in-law gave me 3 grandchildren, 2 girls and a boy, who managed to escape death that day. He motioned to his second-in-command. David is my grandson. Eyes widened and jaws dropped as they all stared at David. David grinned, amused by their shock. Ethan looked back and forth between Seth and David, then spoke slowly as though fearing he might offend. I see the resemblance in your features, but... Seth laughed. You're wondering how I could have a grandson as dark as David? Yeah, he admitted. My wife, Ayana, was Ethiopian and as dark as David. Leah squeezed his hand and smiled up at him. No wonder you were so amused when I asked if I looked like her. Chuckling, he curled an arm around her shoulders and addressed the others. Our children were similar in coloring to Darnell. My daughter married an Egyptian man who was as dark as David, and David inherited his father's coloring. He shrugged. Or my wife's, or both. Roland studied him. Are you infected with the virus, Seth? No. My immortality was bestowed upon me at birth. Roland nodded slowly. No wonder I've never seen you infuse yourself with blood. He glanced at the image on the floor. And this is your lineage? Seth nodded. He waved a hand, enabling all of them to read the ancient language he'd used. You'll find each of your names carved therein amongst the others, as well as dates of birth, dates of death for his descendants who had not become immortal, and notations about each individual's gifts. Leah moved away, but kept a tight hold on his hand. Seth didn't blame her for not wanting to sever the contact. He deeply regretted frightening her so. He had not expected to die today. He also hadn't expected his father to bring him back if he did. Drawing him over to the base of the tree, Leah stared down at it. Your granddaughters weren't immortal? She asked softly. He swallowed the lump that always rose in his throat when he thought of the granddaughters he had raised. No. My children and those who came after them were not granted immortality at birth the way I was. And David was the first gifted one infected with the virus. We knew little about it at the time. Until then, none of them had ever sickened or caught so much as a cold. We saw what the virus did to humans and worried it would drive David insane too, that it would just take longer. Kneeling, he traced his granddaughters' names, and immortality lost its appeal when both girls, because of the DNA they inherited from me, outlived the human husbands they loved, then their children and grandchildren and great-grandchildren. Their longer mortal lives brought them great grief, so they didn't wish to extend those lives even more. It had been heartbreaking to lose them. Leah stroked his hair. When Seth glanced up, she gave the shorter locks a playful tug. It's going to take me a while to get used to this. Trust Leah to always find a way to make him smile. He rose. It will grow back. What's wrong? Ethan murmured, drawing Seth's gaze. Standing beside her husband, Heather nibbled her lower lip. She glanced around. Am I the only one who is quietly freaking out a little over the fact that we're all related? I'm not, Sarah said with a smile. It's nice to discover I have family members I actually like. Roland laughed. And who won't try to stab us in the back. Exactly, she replied. Both seemed quite pleased by the revelation. Heather wrinkled her nose. Yeah, but...
We're related to our spouses." David laughed. Seth did too. "Everyone on this planet is related, all descendants of the first man and woman who walked the earth. Some just choose not to acknowledge that fact." Melanie tilted her head to one side. "I'm guessing the Great Flood narrowed the gene pool pretty dramatically, too." Seth nodded. "Very few survived. So Melanie and Bastian, for example, are about as related to each other as Bastian is to Chris Rawdon." Bastian grimaced. "Please tell me I'm not related to that bastard." Everyone laughed. David smiled at Heather. "Heather, you and Ethan aren't first cousins whose shared ancestor is a grandparent, or second cousins who have a common great-grandparent. You would have to trace your lineage back thousands of years to find your closest shared ancestor." He motioned to the carving that covered the floor and 3 walls. "And you may do so if it will ease your concern." Smiling, Heather leaned into Ethan's side. "You've already eased it." "None of the men present," Seth added, in case any doubts lingered, "are their wives' ancestors. Only Roland fathered children before his transformation, and Sarah is not his descendant." Sarah grinned and pretended to wipe sweat off her forehead. "Phew! I didn't want to marry my great-grandpa." More laughter erupted. Then everyone began searching the elaborately carved foliage. "I found my name," Krista called with excitement. "Look, Sean, yours is here too. And Mom's and Dad's." Leah leaned into Seth as more exclamations arose. Smiling, he wrapped his arms around her and held her close. Gershom was gone. Leah and the others were safe. It was finally over. Rising onto her toes, Leah cupped his jaw in one delicate hand and pressed a kiss to his lips. "I like your family," she confided with a smile. Seth captured her lips in a longer, deeper exploration. "I love you, Leah." "I love you too." Tears welled in her eyes. "You scared the hell out of me." "I know," he acknowledged, riddled with remorse. "Will you forgive me?" "Yes," she hugged him tight. "Just don't ever do it again." "I won't." Chapter 27. The next evening, Seth teleported into a dark cavern that had never been found or explored by mankind. Heat immediately closed around him, almost robbing him of the ability to breathe as it threatened to sear his skin. Guided by his preternatural vision, he strode forward and followed the tunnel, which had once served as a lava tube. The channel carried him deeper and deeper into the earth. The others had chosen well. It took some time to reach the end of it. Seth didn't mind. He was in no hurry and could use the extra minutes to tame his emotions. He hadn't wanted to leave Leah and was not looking forward to this, but it had to be done. He had to know. At last the tunnel ended in a small room as round as a bubble. Seth halted. Only about 20 feet in diameter, it looked no different from the tunnel that preceded it, save for the figure chained to one wall. Gershom's head hung low. His hair covered his face in tangles. The others had succeeded so well in permanently depleting his power that Gershom could barely raise his head, and his eyes remained a brown so dark they were nearly black instead of flashing with golden sparks at Seth's appearance. Gershom's lips turned up in a sneer. "I won." Seth held his arms out away from his sides and made a point of looking around, looking at Gershom in chains, then looking down at himself, clean and strong and free to go wherever he willed. "How do you figure that?" "I decapitated you. I killed you." Seth casually seated himself on a nearby rock. Stretching his legs out before him, he crossed them at the ankles. "Actually, you didn't." "Yes, I did, when you rushed into that cell to save your pathetic little family." Seth shook his head and sent him a pitying look. "No, you didn't. The United States military decapitated me. That base was used to incarcerate enemy combatants before it was repurposed for the study of bioweapons. It was already booby-trapped to prevent terrorists from breaking in and absconding with the people held there before you took control of it. The failsafe in that holding room was designed and put there by humans, not you. It responded to human speeds, not immortal speeds. You failed to have them updated because you foolishly believed you would defeat me before I got that far. Your hubris screwed you and robbed you of victory." He gave a careless shrug. "You didn't decapitate anyone. The military did, aided by my own carelessness." He glanced down at his healthy body, and, as you can see, I survived. "Because Daddy came to save you." Gershom spat, his face full of fury. Seth raised his eyebrows and again made a point of glancing around. "Jealous because your daddy hasn't come to save you?" The verbal barb struck hard, sparking a rant filled with epithets and pointless threats. Seth shook his head. "Why do you hate me so much, Gershom?" he asked when the other ran out of breath. He still couldn't puzzle it out. It was the only reason he had come here today. Gershom no longer posed a threat to anyone. He never would again, because he would never escape. But Seth needed to know. "Some believe it's because you resent that I was living life, whilst you merely observed it." "Because their minds are too small to see the bigger picture," Gershom snarled. "Living life," he scoffed. "Soiling yourself with humans, with that awful—" "It's all your fault," he mumbled. "Your fault. It's all your fault." And for a moment Seth revisited the notion that Gershom had been slowly going insane over the millennia. The other truly did seem mentally unbalanced. "What bigger picture?" Seth asked. "What is my fault?" The veins in Gershom's neck stood out as he roared, "It should have been ours!" Seth stared at him. What should have been ours? The question only seemed to infuriate Gershom more. "Everything!" he bellowed. "Every fucking thing! This planet should have been ours to rule over, not theirs, not humans, who are so fucking weak and pathetic and childish in their thoughts and actions." "Those weak humans succeeded where you could not," Seth pointed out. "Those weak humans decapitated me, not you." Then he shook his head. "The Earth was never meant to be ours, Gershom. It was meant to belong to humans. We came later." "And we were better!" Gershom proclaimed, a wild glint entering his eyes. "We are better. We are so much more than they will ever be." "Our mothers were human. Have you forgotten that? Human women bore us. We owe humans our very lives." "We owe them nothing!" Chains rattled as Gershom gestured weakly. "Humans were given dominion over the Earth. Well, look what the fuck they've done with it. This was a beautiful planet, perfect in every way, and look how they've soiled it. They're unworthy of it. They're like spoiled fucking children, scrapping over toys at the playground, always warring and fighting and stabbing each other in the back in a bid to gain more wealth, more land, more power at the expense of others." Seth refrained from pointing out that Gershom had tried on at least 2 occasions to spark wars himself and had repeatedly stabbed Seth in the back. "It all could have been made right," Gershom ground out. "But you fucked it up." Once more Seth found himself shaking his head in bafflement. "I didn't cause—" "Survival of the fittest," Gershom interrupted. "What?" "Survival of the fittest," Gershom repeated, as though speaking to a dimwit. "Nature would have corrected itself, but you wouldn't let it. I don't know what you're— The virus! I know its origins." Seth frowned. "You do?" Even he didn't know that. "Did you create it?" "No, but I saw it claim its first victim, then another, and I know." He nodded, his gaze unfocused as if he were peering back into the past. "I knew it for the gift it was. I knew our time had come. I knew the virus would spread. I knew that eventually every human on the planet would either be killed by vampires or become one of them. And once only vampires remained,
They would slay each other in their insanity. He smiled. Then only we would remain. We the strongest. We the fittest. We would inherit the earth.
Seth stared at him. Gershom refocused his gaze on Seth, his face mottled with rage.
But you fucked all that up over a piece of ass. You fucking defected and married a human woman who bore you gifted children. Children with advanced DNA the virus couldn't corrupt. And when David was infected with the virus, he didn't go insane. He didn't die. Nor did the other gifted ones who became infected. Even so, nature could have still prevailed. The virus still could have wiped out all the humans. But you pitted your blessed immortal guardians against the vampire population to keep it in check and protect the humans. The fucking humans who are so fucking far beneath us.
He roared, spittle flying from his lips.
It would have been ours if you had just done what you were fucking told and stayed away from humans. It would have all been ours.
Seth sat there, stunned, for many long moments while Gershom's ragged breathing echoed in the chamber. "Damn, Seth," he heard Leah say again. "You saved the world." And all of this, all of the battles and war and pain and death he and his family had endured in recent years, was because Gershom hated him for it.
"It should have been ours," Gershom muttered. "It should have been ours. It should have all been ours. It should have been ours."
He was still repeating it when Seth left and headed back up the tunnel. Adira's giggles filled the air as Leah trotted up the basement hallway. Bouncing on her back, the toddler wrapped her arms so tightly around Leah's throat that her little fists threatened to choke her. But Leah didn't mind. Making growly monster noises, she stomped up the stairs, adding lots of extra bounce and jounce that inspired more squeals of delight. She burst into the hallway above. Richard and Etienne grinned and dodged out of her way as she trotted into the living room. David's home was packed to the rafters. Every immortal guardian stationed in North Carolina occupied the sofas, love seats, and wing-back chairs, as did their seconds. Seth had given them the night off and allowed the network special ops teams to patrol for vampires instead, so the immortals and their seconds could rest and recuperate. All grinned when Leah entered with a giggling Adira on her back. Leah galloped through black-clad bodies and sank to her knees next to Michael, where he and his mother and father were playing with some toy cars. Amy leaned forward to help Adira dismount. Leah grinned at her. "Whew, that was quite a workout." Amy laughed. "I'm sure it was. Adira even runs Marcus ragged, and he's immortal." The front door swung open. Leah turned to see who had entered and smiled when she saw Seth step inside. Rising, she closed the distance between them. "Hi, babe. How'd it go?" She knew he'd intended to speak with Gershom. Ducking his head, he pressed a kiss to her lips, then wrapped his arms around her in a tight hug. Her smile faltered when that hug went on longer than expected. "That bad, huh?" A long sigh escaped him. "It went about how I thought it would." "Very bad, then." "Did he say anything about the missing gifted one?" she asked tentatively. Now that the dust had settled, there was still one unaccounted for.
"No, and asking him would have proven futile."
Leah drew her hands up and down his back in a soothing caress. "Don't worry. We'll find her, honey. Forget Gershom," she declared disparagingly. "He's an ass." Seth huffed a laugh.
"An understatement, if ever there was one."
Loosening his hold, he leaned back and looked down at her. His somber expression lightened as he brushed a few damp tendrils of hair back from her face. Amusement sparkled in his eyes.
"What have you been doing? Your face is flushed."
"I've been giving Adira piggyback rides."
He smiled. "Let me guess. Every time you tried to put her down, she asked for one more?"
She laughed. "Yes." Looping his arms around her again, he clasped his hands at the base of her spine, pressing her close. "I like it when your cheeks are flushed," he murmured. "You're so beautiful, Leah." "This is how you look when we make love," he whispered in her head. Her heart leapt as desire flared to life. Leah rubbed her hips against his, delighting in the hard length she felt rise behind his fly. "Flattery will get you everything." He arched a brow. "Even a ride of my own?" She grinned. "Hell yes." Breaking his hold, she took his hand and began to lead him through the living room toward the hallway. "Good night, everyone," she said with a wave. "Good night," several chorused, offering them smiles. "Wait," Sheldon called. "You two aren't heading to bed already, are you?" "Yes, we are," Seth confirmed. Leah could feel his gaze on her ass like a caress as she walked in front of him. "All right, guys," Sheldon told the room. "You heard them. You know the drill." Frowning, Leah turned to look over her shoulder, then stopped short and stared. Every man and woman present reached down beneath his or her seat. Within seconds, all donned rain slickers and rain boots, then grabbed the arms of their chairs as though bracing for an earthquake. She burst out laughing. A look of chagrin swept over Seth's face, and she could have sworn color crept into his tanned cheeks. "Oh, come on," he complained. "It's not that bad." As if on cue, little Adira and Michael both held up child-sized umbrellas. Boisterous laughter erupted throughout the room. Even Seth joined in before Leah tugged him down the hallway and into their bedroom. She closed the door, ensconcing them in quiet. Seth shook his head, a smile lingering on his tempting lips. "I'm never going to live this down." Reaching up, she started to tug off his coat. "Well, it's only going to get worse." "You think so?" he asked, his eyes glued to the cleavage the V-neck of her shirt exposed. "Oh, yeah," she replied with certainty. Hanging his coat on the hook by the door, she grabbed the hem of his T-shirt and drew it up over his head. "If you think their ribbing is bad now, how much worse do you think it'll be when the thunderstorms and earthquakes stop?" Seth yanked off his boots and kicked them aside. Leah drew her fingers over his bare chest, then flattened her hand and felt his heart begin to pound beneath that warm, beautifully sculpted muscle. "You said you think it only happens because it's been so long since you made love." She loved the way he sucked in a breath when she trailed her hand down his washboard abs and unfastened the button on his pants. "And you believe it'll stop once we've been pounding it out every night for however many weeks or months." Though he chuckled, his eyes flashed with golden light as she slipped her palm down over the hard length still restrained by black fabric. "I don't believe I used that exact phrase." He touched a long, slender finger to her shoulder, then drew it down along the neckline of her shirt in a sweet caress. Arousal swam through her. "What phrase?" Sliding his finger back up, he stretched the neckline of her shirt over one shoulder, taking her bra strap with it, and bent to kiss the skin he'd exposed. "Pounding it out." Her pulse picked up as he pulled the material down even farther, freeing a breast he cupped in one big palm. He tweaked her nipple with his fingers and thumb. Sensation shot through her. She gasped, "What can I say? I like it when you lose control and take me fast and hard, no holds barred." Tilting her chin up, she sighed as he bent his head and captured her lips in a passionate kiss. Leah rose onto her toes and wrapped her arms around him. "No one makes me feel like you do, Seth," she whispered when she came up for air. One hand still teasing her breast, he slid the other around to stroke her ass and urged her closer. "Good," he murmured, "because you make me burn." Sweeping her into his arms, he strode across the room to drop her none too gently on the bed. His hands went to his zipper, his form blurred with preternatural speed. When he stilled, he was completely naked and very aroused. Leah licked her lips. "Awesome. Now do me." Again he blurred. She felt several tugs, and, quick as a blink, she was as naked as he. She sent him a wicked smile. "Now, do me." She spread her legs. "Any way you want." His eyes brightened to brilliant gold. Curling the fingers of one hand around her ankle, he yanked her toward him until her ass hit the edge of the bed. Excitement skittered through her. Her heart pounded as she spread her arms wide and clutched the bedding in her fists to keep from reaching up and grabbing him. Damn, he turned her on. She could almost come just from looking at him. As if he had all the time in the world, Seth gripped her hips, then slid his hands up her sides, his thumbs meeting on her stomach. She shifted restlessly, moaning when he moved closer, his cock brushing her clit. He cupped her breasts in his hands, kneading and squeezing the heavy flesh, brushing his thumbs across her sensitive nipples and delivering sharp pinches. "Seth," she breathed. Withdrawing his touch, he flipped her over onto her stomach so her torso rested on the soft covers and her toes touched the floor. He pushed a knee between her thighs, nudging her legs farther apart. Her breath quickened as his large hands caressed her ass. He slid one up her back, inspiring shivers. The other positioned his cock at her slick entrance. "You're already wet for me," he said, his voice deeper with desire. She moaned when he pressed forward, stretching her, filling her with his long, hard length. "Yes," she breathed. "You're so tight," he gritted, pausing to give her a moment to adjust. "You're so big," she countered. Unable to remain still, he felt too damn good inside her. She rolled her hips. Seth groaned and began to move. "Harder," she pleaded, urging him to lose control, to take her as roughly as he wanted to. He leaned over her, kissing the back of her neck as he moved in deep, hard thrusts that stole her breath and increased the pleasure. He slipped one hand beneath her and cupped her breast. "You feel so good." He slid the other beneath her stomach and down to stroke her clit in time with his thrusts. Leah lost the ability to think, could only feel, moan, clutch the covers and beg for more as the floor beneath her feet began to tremble. The scent of rain surrounded her, letting her know he'd released his wings. Her breath came in gasps as he thrust harder, deeper, those glorious fingers of his rubbing and stroking and driving the pleasure higher and higher, eliciting cries until an orgasm crashed through her, so intense she screamed. Seth stiffened, shouting with his own release. Leah went limp, breathing hard as little residual twinges of pleasure continued to pulse through her for what seemed like forever. Seth's hands stilled, then withdrew. He braced his elbows on either side of her and lowered himself over her, letting her feel some of his weight. She smiled. The first few times they'd made love, he had worried about being too heavy for her, but he had quickly come to realize that Leah loved feeling all of that hard, heavy muscle pressing down on her. She loved being surrounded by his warmth and scent. And right now, she needed it. Tears filled her eyes. She had come so close to losing him. "I love you," she whispered. His own breath still choppy, Seth pressed another kiss to the back of her neck. "I love you too." Then he huffed a laugh. "Damn it." "What?" He pressed his forehead to her shoulder. "Now every time I make love with you, I'm going to picture all of them sitting out there in their rain slickers, holding on to their chairs for dear life." Leah laughed. "Me too. They do love to tease, don't they?" When Seth withdrew from her body, she rolled over and sat up on the bed. "But I bet I know how to make you forget them." He arched a brow. "Do you now?" Grinning, she pointed to the center of the bed. "On your back, handsome." His smile broadened. "Yes, ma'am." Leah watched Seth settle himself on his back in the center of the mattress as instructed. Leaning forward, she crawled toward him, drinking in the sight of his big, beautiful, bare body. Renewed arousal brightening his eyes, he grew hard again as he watched her approach. She slung a leg across him, kneeling above his waist. Reaching between them, she gripped his cock and played with him until a low, rumbling growl spilled from his perfect lips. Then she lined him up with her entrance and slowly sank down on his long, hard length. He gripped her hips with his hands, face darkening with desire. "Now," she purred, "let's see what I can do to take your mind off everything but me." When she rotated her hips, he dropped his head back. "Yes." Leah sighed as consciousness beckoned. Sprawled on her back, eyes still closed, she smiled. The muscles in her butt and thighs ached from the vigorous sex she and Seth had enjoyed before she had pretty much passed out from exhaustion. He was such a wonderful lover, dark and intense during one bout of love-making, playful and affectionate the next. And he didn't need time to recuperate after an orgasm, so he could go all night and day, and always seemed capable of coaxing one more orgasm from her, even when she thought it impossible. She started to stretch, but stopped short with a wince. Yeah, she had definitely overdone it. Even her arms and upper back were a little sore. But damn, it had been worth it. After coming so close to losing him, she had needed his touch, his nearness. She had needed to reassure herself again and again that he was alive and well and in her arms. And he must have sensed it, or maybe felt the same himself, because they had spent most of the 36 or 48 hours since Seth had defeated Gershom in this bedroom. A large, warm hand slid across her stomach, then around and down, squeezing between her bottom and the mattress. Warmth seeped into her glutes and banished the ache. Next, the hand caressed a path down one thigh and up the other, erasing the soreness there as well. Leah opened her eyes and peered up at Seth. He lay beside her, his weight propped on one elbow as he stared down at her. "I love you," he said softly. Smiling, she cupped his face in one hand, his beard stubble rasping in the quiet and abrading her skin as she drew her thumb across his cheek. "I love you too." She shook her head and again found herself blinking back tears. "I don't know what I would have done if I'd lost you." Turning his head, he pressed a kiss into her palm, then captured her hand in his and carried it to his heart. "I want to marry you, Leah." Her heart leapt as joy flooded her, but when she opened her mouth to tell him yes, that she wanted to marry him too, he released her hand and pressed a finger to her lips. His look turned somber. "But before I ask you properly, and before you answer, I want you to meet someone." Some of her joy diminished. "Who?" "Let's shower and get dressed, shall we? They're expecting us." Leah did as he asked, anxiety creeping in when he didn't even try to fondle her in the shower. Usually Seth couldn't keep his hands off her when she was naked, but he kept a careful distance this time. Who was he taking her to see? Not Gershom, she hoped. She never wanted to see that asshole again. Seth remained quiet, seeming pensive as she blow-dried her hair. Parting his on the side, he dragged a comb through the thick, not quite shoulder-length locks, then left them to dry on their own. He looked good. Leah had loved his hair long, the way it would pool around them like a curtain when he made love to her, the feel of it on her bare skin. But he looked just as heart-poundingly gorgeous with it shorter, and she thought he might be enjoying how easy it was to manage now. Seth donned his usual black boxers, black cargo pants, and T-shirt. While he tugged on his boots, Leah drew on another set of hunting clothes she'd borrowed from the extensive wardrobe David kept on hand for Immortals and their seconds. She enjoyed seeing little sparks of desire enter Seth's brown eyes when he saw her dressed like one of his warriors. He definitely admired strong women. Grabbing her boots, Leah sank down on the sofa. Seth knelt in front of her and brushed her hands aside. He kept his gaze lowered as he lifted her right foot and slid it into the boot. Unused to quiet between them, unsettled by it as well, Leah reached out and combed her fingers through his soft, damp locks. His eyes rose. "Do you miss the longer hair?" "Yes,"
she admitted, then smiled. But I like this too. She winked. You make every hairstyle look good. His lips turned up a bit. Shall I shave it on one side like Donnell did David's? On the side where bullets had apparently blown away a sizable chunk of David's dreadlocks, Darnell had shorn the hair close in a fade, then cut an intricate design into the remaining stubble. The rest of David's dreadlocks remained long. It was a very cool effect. She winked. As long as you leave me enough hair to bury my fingers in. Seth had a few bare patches of his own in back. She had discovered them while tunneling her fingers through his hair the previous night, and her blood had turned to ice when he'd admitted the missing Immortals had shot him in the head multiple times. But the rest of his thick, silky hair hid the bald spots. Catching her hand, he pressed a kiss to it and rose. "Ready?" "I guess so. Will we be teleporting there?" she asked, wherever there was. "Yes." "Okay." The bedroom around them went black, then sunlight embraced them. Blinking against the brightness, Leah stared at a lovely pale gray cottage with bright white trim. Flowers overflowed hanging baskets on the front porch and proliferated in white window boxes. The neatly mown lawn in front was just beginning to brown with cooler autumn temperatures and bore a dusting of dried leaves. She looked around but found no other homes or structures in sight, just a plethora of trees. Some of the foliage that adorned them remained a dark, healthy green, some boasted fiery shades of red, orange, or yellow. Seth led her up the walk to the front porch and rang the bell. The door swung open. A handsome man smiled at them. Clearly he was an immortal guardian. His hair was jet black, his features similar enough to Seth and the others to betray their relation to anyone who looked closely enough. He was perhaps 6'2" tall, with a slender but muscular build and warm brown eyes, and he wore clothing identical to Seth's. He nodded. "Seth, good to see you." He turned his gaze upon Leah and offered his hand. "You must be Leah." He spoke with an Italian accent. Smiling, she clasped his hand. "Yes, I'm Tommaso." He carried her hand to his lips for a kiss. "So nice to meet you. I've heard such good things about you." "Nice to meet you, too." Leah fervently hoped the tales that had reached his ears did not all revolve around the thunderstorms and earthquakes Seth spawned when they made love. His grin broadened. Crap, he wasn't telepathic, was he? Come in, come in." Ushering them inside, he closed the door and led them to a quaint living room that definitely bore a feminine touch. "Dolcezza," he called to the back of the house. "They're here." He turned to face them. "May I get you something? A drink, perhaps?" "No, thank you." Leah declined with a smile, wondering why Seth had brought her to meet him. "No, thank you," Seth seconded, then lowered his voice. "How has she been?" Though Tommaso's smile remained in place, the light in his eyes dimmed. She's been well." He shrugged one shoulder, "About the same." Seth's brow furrowed. "I'm sorry I haven't been by." Tommaso shook his head. "Don't be. You've had a lot on your plate, and Zach has come by nearly as often as you do to heal her." Leah studied them both. Was someone ill? Who? Light footsteps drew her gaze to a hallway that led to the back of the house. Seconds later, a woman entered the living room. She was slender, small, about a foot shorter than Tommaso. An oversized cream-colored sweater hung off one delicate shoulder and covered her faded jeans to the thighs. Her long hair was a lovely silvery white with a stray blonde strand here and there. A braid began at each temple, drew her hair away from her pretty face, and met at a clasp in back where the rest of the shining waves cascaded down to her waist. Several laugh lines spread out from the corners of her eyes. More lines bracketed her mouth. All deepened as she smiled up at Tommaso. Leah guessed she was somewhere in the neighborhood of 80 years old. Too old, surely, to serve as his second. "Hi, Seth," she said as she joined them. The smile Seth bestowed upon her was full of affection. "Good to see you." Bending, he pressed a kiss to her cheek.
Tommaso smiled down at the woman and looped an arm around her waist, drawing her up against his side. Nope, she was definitely not his second. The two clearly shared an intimacy that went far beyond that. Leah darted Seth a look. "Try not to stare," he cautioned in her head. That would have been a lot easier to accomplish if he had given her a little warning, particularly since she now had a sinking suspicion why Seth had brought her to meet them. "Leah," Tommaso said, "this is my wife Cassandra. Cassandra, this is Leah, the human woman who has stolen Seth's heart." Again Leah darted Seth a look. "So I guess everyone knows about us?" Cassandra's smile broadened. Word travels fast in the Immortal Guardian's world. Unlike her husband, she spoke with an American accent. Leah winked. "So do the Immortal Guardians." Cassandra grinned. "And they even gossip at preternatural speeds." Leah laughed, liking her. Moving forward, Cassandra held out her hand. "Immortals and their seconds are the biggest busybodies on the planet, but will never admit it. It's so nice to meet you." Leah shook the woman's hand. "Nice to meet you, too." Though Cassandra was clearly in good health, her hand had a little bit of that fragile feel Leah had found in the hands of so many elderly men and women, and now that they were closer, she could see faint age spots peppering Cassandra's pale skin. "I hope you don't mind us dropping by like this." "Of course not." Cassandra motioned for Leah to have a seat on one of 2 sofas the living room boasted. Leah made herself comfortable. Cassandra sank down on the sofa across from her. "As soon as Tommaso told me Seth had fallen hard for a human woman, I knew he'd bring you to see us." She smiled up at her husband as he sank down beside her and rested his arm along her shoulders. Settling a hand on his thigh, she turned back to Leah. Her smile took on a hint of sadness. "In case you haven't guessed it yet, we're the cautionary tale." Leah felt her stomach sink and didn't know how to respond to that. Cassandra sent Seth a narrow-eyed look. "I see he didn't warn you." Seth shrugged as he sat on Cassandra's other side. "I feared she wouldn't come if I did. How are you feeling?" "Old and tired, same as usual." "Release Tommaso," Seth instructed gently. She did. Tommaso withdrew his touch and leaned back, stretching his arm along the cushions behind her instead. Seth placed one hand on Cassandra's upper back, then settled the other on her chest over her collarbones. Both hands began to glow as Leah watched. Leah glanced at Tommaso, whose gaze remained fixed on his wife who could easily be mistaken for his grandmother. Leah met the woman's pale blue eyes. "We're the cautionary tale." Cassandra was human, and Tommaso was the immortal who loved her. Cassandra's skin acquired a golden glow. She drew in a deep breath and closed her eyes. Some of the age spots on her skin faded back to her natural pale skin color, but most of the lines in her face remained. When Seth withdrew his touch, she smiled. "Thank you." Nodding, he patted her shoulder. Skillet's monster swam out of Seth's pocket. Retrieving his phone, Seth glanced at it. "It's Rawdon. Forgive me, I have to take this." He answered the call. "How are the new Immortals settling in?" He had spent little time at the network in the 2 days since he'd defeated Gershom. Leah supposed she should feel guilty about that, but instead felt grateful. Seth seemed to understand how shaken up she and his immortal guardian still were from watching him die, so he had stuck close to David's instead of diving back into his duties. "What about Cliff?" Seth asked. "How's he doing?" He frowned as he listened. "Melanie's right. He's usually quiet and withdrawn after a break, and he's convinced he had one back at the base. If it continues, I'll see if anything else is going on, but I don't want to agitate him, so I think I should keep my distance for now." Leah bit her lip. Seth had told her what had happened, that Cliff had wanted to die back at the compound. Would he hold the fact that he still lived against Seth? Seth met Leah's gaze. "Will you be all right if I leave you here for a few minutes? Tessa seems to be winning the new Immortals over, but I'd like to have a word with them myself." "Sure," she answered. "Thank you. I shall return shortly." He rose. "Chris, turn off the alarm. I'm on my way." In the next instant, he vanished. Chapter 28. A hush fell in the wake of Seth's departure. Leah wondered if the call from Rawdon had been as spontaneous as it had appeared, or if Seth had asked Chris to call him so he could leave Leah alone with Tommaso and Cassandra. "Well, that was subtle," Tommaso drawled with some amusement, breaking the silence. Smiling, Leah relaxed. "You think he planned the call?" "Without a doubt." Cassandra once more rested a hand on Tommaso's thigh. "He clearly loves you," she said gently, "and he must believe you feel the same way, or he wouldn't have brought you here." "I do," she told them. "I love Seth." Cassandra nodded. "He just wants you to know what you're getting into before—" Leah raised her brows. "Before I agree to marry him?" "Yes." Patting her husband, Cassandra rose and moved to sit beside Leah. "I'm 157 years old, Leah." Leah stared at her. "Wow, you look freaking fantastic." The couple laughed. "Thank you," Cassandra said. "That's Seth's doing. He comes by at least a couple of times a week to heal me and try to stave off as much aging as his gift will allow." She cast her husband a look of love. "In January, Tommaso and I will have been married for 135 years. "That's wonderful," Leah said. "Few marriages even seem to make it 25 years nowadays." "Congratulations," Cassandra smiled. "I know it sounds cliché, but I love Tommaso more every day I spend with him." Tommaso's face took on a look of immense tenderness. "I love you more every day too, tesoro." Leah nodded. "I can believe that." Every minute she spent with Seth amplified the love she felt for him. Sadness darkened Cassandra's smile a bit as she again met Leah's gaze. "But we both know how this will end." Tommaso lowered his head. Cassandra took Leah's hand and gave it a squeeze. "Loving Tommaso is easy. Growing old while he remains young isn't." Leah swallowed. "The first 60 or 70 years were fine. I still looked young enough that we didn't draw stares whenever we left the house together. But once Seth could no longer hold back the wrinkles and the white hair, it got harder." "I don't care what other people think," Leah told her honestly, "as long as Seth and I are together." Cassandra shook her head. "I thought the same thing when I was your age. When Tommaso and I first married, women were always leering at him and making snide comments about me when they saw us together because they wanted him for themselves. I couldn't have cared less back then, and I thought I wouldn't care later. But I do." Tommaso made a sound of protest but didn't raise his head. Leah got the impression that this was a subject he usually tried to avoid because it troubled him deeply. "When I was still strong, the gray hair didn't bother me. The nasty looks and comments we drew when we were out together didn't either. But—" she shrugged her slender shoulders. "I'm not strong anymore." "Yes, you are, cara," Tommaso countered. Cassandra kept her gaze on Leah. "I exercise every day, but even that and Seth can't stop the aging process indefinitely. Despite my husband's claims, I'm physically weaker than I used to be. So when I hear women in their 20s and 30s speculate that I must be rich and Tommaso must be with me for my money because no man in his right mind who is as young and strong and virile as he is would want to have sex with a frail old woman, it strikes a chord." Moisture welled in her eyes. "My body isn't young anymore." "You have a beautiful body," Tommaso muttered furiously, his eyes beginning to glow. But Cassandra shook her head. "I'm self-conscious about it when we make love." "I don't want you to be," her husband said, his voice full of pain as his eyes met hers. "I love everything about you, cuore mio. I love your body as much as I ever have, and I keep telling you it would have been no different had I aged alongside you." "But you didn't," she said, blinking back tears. "And now you have to hold back when we make love." "I don't." Cassandra shook her head. Darling, I've been making love with you for over a century. You think I can't tell when you hold back because you're afraid you'll hurt me if you don't?" He shook his head, his eyes tormented. "You're my world, Cassandra. You think showing a little restraint takes anything away from what you make me feel when I hold you in my arms? It doesn't." He shifted his gaze to Leah. "It doesn't." Cassandra returned her attention to Leah, too. "I'm just going to get weaker in the future. I figure I only have another 30 or 40 years before I die, if that long." Muttering what Leah suspected was a curse in Italian, Tommaso rose, stalked out of the house, and slammed the door behind him. "He doesn't like to think about it," Cassandra said apologetically. When a tear rolled down her cheek, she swiped it away. "But I worry about him." Leah's throat thickened as sympathetic tears threatened. "I worry about what it will do to him, watching me wither away until Seth can't stave off death any longer. I know normal human couples have to deal with losing their spouses eventually, too. But Tommaso was alone for 300 years before we found each other, and he'll be alone for far longer if he can't let go of his grief after he loses me." "He knew how it would end before he asked you to marry him," Leah offered softly. Cassandra nodded. "I know. I did too." Long minutes passed while Leah thought of Seth. "Do you regret it? Do you regret marrying him?" Cassandra shook her head, finding another smile. "I've had over a century with him, and in that time Tommaso has brought me more happiness than I could have ever imagined." Leah squeezed the woman's hand. "You've clearly brought him happiness, too." Her smile broadened. "Yes, I have." She patted their clasped hands, then withdrew hers. "Now go talk to that stubborn man of mine. Seth wanted you to hear my side of it. I want you to hear Tommaso's as well." Acting on impulse, Leah leaned forward and hugged the older woman. "Thank you." Cassandra hugged her back. "Thank you for loving Seth. He needs someone like you in his life." Leah smiled. "I need him just as much." Rising, she headed outside. The sun had begun its descent toward the horizon, lending everything a golden glow. All was quiet save the usual bird song and some scuttling sounds produced by 2 squirrels that chased each other around and around a tree trunk. Squinting against the brightness, Leah peered around and finally spotted Tommaso sitting on a wide wooden swing that hung from the limb of a huge evergreen tree. Heavy shade protected him from the waning light of the setting sun. Grass swished and fallen leaves crunched beneath her shoes as she made her way over to the swing and sat beside him. Minutes passed while she wondered how to form the questions she wished to ask. "I do hold back," he admitted, his voice low, before she could speak. "When we make love, I do hold back to ensure I won't hurt her. She bruises more easily now, and—" He shook his head. "When you're preternaturally strong, it's easy to inadvertently grip your lover tightly enough to leave marks." Seth had left a bruise or 2 on Leah during their tumultuous lovemaking. "But ensuring I never lose control and take her too roughly doesn't keep me from finding ecstasy in her arms." Tommaso continued. "It doesn't take anything away from what we share." Leah spoke gently. "She worries it does." "I know." Rising, he paced away a few steps, careful to remain in the shade. "Cassandra is the strongest woman I've ever known. It breaks my heart to see the insecurities she now harbors, insecurities that weren't there before." A muscle in his jaw twitched as he lowered his head. "She will only make love with me in the dark now," he confessed, his voice breaking. Shaking his head, he cleared his throat. "She won't do it with the lights on. Doesn't want me to see her." He raised a hand and drew it down over his face, loosing a haggard sigh. "Thankfully, she's forgotten how acute my night vision is, or I fear she wouldn't make love with me at all." Leah didn't know what to say to that, and opted to remain silent. "She can't see herself the way I do," he murmured. "Not anymore. She can't see how very beautiful she is to me. That weighs on my mind as much as how little time we have left together does." Wispy clouds to the west began to acquire an orange hue. "And she worries about me," he added. "She worries about what will happen after I lose her, how I will handle the grief." A third squirrel joined the other two, their little claws making scratching sounds as the chase took them to other trees. Tommaso returned to the swing and sat beside Leah. Leaning forward, he rested his elbows on his knees and stared at the sunset, his expression pensive. Leah forced herself to ask him the same question she had asked his wife. "Do you regret it?" "Marrying a human woman?" "Yes." He turned, spearing her with bright amber eyes. "Never. My only regret is that I can't grow old and die with her." Leah suspected Seth would feel the same. "I've never loved anyone the way I love my Cassandra, never experienced the happiness she has brought me all these years." Leaning back, he dragged his fingers through his hair and shook his head. "Being immortal is a double-edged sword. While it will rob me of her in the end, it has also enabled me to have so much more time with her than I would have had if I were human." Leah nodded. Most couples didn't have half the time Tommaso and Cassandra had already shared. "Would you change anything if you could go back and do it all again?" "No," he responded without hesitation. "Whatever harsh times lay ahead of us are worth the love and happiness we've shared for over a century." Leah plucked a crisp brown leaf from the wooden slats of the swing and turned it over and over, worrying the edges with her fingers. "I want Seth to be happy." Tommaso's big hand covered hers, stilling her anxious movements. "You make him happy, Leah. Everyone in the Immortal Guardian's world knows that with certainty." She glanced up at him. "He told me he wants to marry me, but then he brought me here. Because he wants you to be happy too. Seth knows what's in store for you both if you stay with him. It's easy to dismiss a hypothetical future. It's harder to do so when it's staring you right in the face. Cassandra and I are your future if you stay with him. He loves you enough to let you see that and decide for yourself if it will be too much, if it will be too difficult." He patted her hands. "Don't worry. Seth has no doubts about the future he desires with you. He just wants to make sure you don't either. If you ultimately decide that walking away from him will make you happier, he will let you go, regardless of how he feels. He loves you that much." She swallowed. "Which would have been harder for you?" He smiled. "Watching Cassandra walk away? Being denied the 135 years I've spent with her?" She nodded. "Thank you." He brought one of her hands to his lips and pressed a kiss to the back of it. "Thank you for the happiness you've brought, Seth." Footsteps crunched in the grass. Leah looked over and found Seth and Cassandra walking toward them. Seth sent Tommaso a narrow-eyed look. "I wouldn't have brought Leah here if I'd known you were going to flirt with her." Leah glanced at Cassandra, concerned the woman might misinterpret the situation, but Cassandra laughed. "Don't you worry about that handsome rogue. He has a thing for older women." Grinning, Tommaso rose. "Damned right I do." He swiftly closed the distance between them, capturing her lips in a long kiss, then looped his arm around her. Leah stood and smiled up at Seth as he approached. Though his own lips turned up at the corners, his dark eyes betrayed uncertainty. Dipping his head, he kissed her lips. "Okay?" he asked softly. She nodded. "I like your friends." He curled an arm around her and pressed her close. "Cassandra is a delight," he said with a smile, then feigned a jealous scowl. "Tommaso, on the other hand, is now on my shit list." The couple laughed, as did Leah. "You'll stay for supper, won't you?" Cassandra asked. Seth consulted Leah. "Do you want to?" he asked in her head. "Yes." He sent the couple a smile. "Thank you. That would be lovely." And it was. Leah enjoyed the other couple's company immensely. Tommaso and Cassandra shared a warm, affectionate relationship, always teasing each other, always touching. She'd rest a hand on his arm. He'd brush a stray lock of hair back from her face. There was no mistaking the love that shone in their eyes whenever they looked at each other. Clearly, 135 years of marriage had not dimmed the spark between them. They behaved like gloriously happy newlyweds. Cassandra just looked a couple of generations older than Tommaso. Zach and David must have volunteered to field Seth's calls because his phone didn't ring once over the next couple of hours. After dinner, the four of them retired to the living room. Tommaso tugged Cassandra down on his lap, then draped his arms around her, looking as though he would rather be nowhere else in the world as they talked and laughed. Leah was actually sorry to see their time together end when Seth finally rose and suggested the two of them take their leave. Cassandra hugged Leah goodbye. "Come back and visit me." "I will." Tommaso grabbed Seth's arm and tugged him into a man-hug. "See you next week." "Sooner," Seth promised. "Thank you." Leah had already forgotten that Seth had healed Cassandra when they had first arrived, and did so on a regular basis. "And thank you for giving me the night off," Tommaso added. Stepping back, he drew his wife up against his side and sent her a playful leer. "I plan to use it well." Her cheeks flushing, Cassandra swatted him, then whispered to Leah, "In other words, he plans to use me well." Tommaso grinned. "Hell yes, I do." His eyes twinkled with amusement as he looked at Seth. "And I can do it without sparking torrential rainstorms and earthquakes." Seth groaned. The rest of them laughed. "Good night, you two." Seth drew Leah into his arms. Darkness embraced them, accompanied by that peculiar feeling of weightlessness. When light flared to life above them, they were back in Seth's bedroom at David's home. Tilting her head back, she stared up at him. "Thank you for tonight. I really liked them." Seth drew a hand over her hair, brushing it back from her face. "They liked you too." His look grew somber. "Did you have a nice talk?" "Yes." Smiling, she pressed a kiss to his chin. "Now let's get married." Bright golden light flared in his eyes as he smiled. "You're sure?" "I'm sure." She studied him closely. "Are you?" He nodded. "I've been sure for some time now, Leah." She bit her lip. "You won't mind having to hold back to keep from hurting me when we make love a century from now?" "No." "Or making love in the dark when I'm too self-conscious about your still being hot as hell while I'm wrinkled and saggy?" "No." "What about when I'm too old and frail to make love at all?" He shook his head. "It won't bother me, love." Dipping his head, he brushed his lips against hers in a tender caress. "What we have transcends the physical, Leah. Don't you know that? You are so much more to me than an exquisite body upon which I can slake my lust." "Damn," she murmured. "I don't know why, but your saying that just totally turned me on." He smiled, his eyes brightening with amusement. "I love you." He claimed her lips in another, longer kiss that carried so much emotion it brought tears to her eyes. "Marry me, Leah." Reaching up, she cupped his face in her hands and met his alluring golden gaze. "Yes." His handsome face creasing with a big grin, he wrapped his arms around her, swept her off her feet, and spun her in a tight circle. "She said yes!" he shouted mentally. Whoops and shouts immediately bombarded her mind. "What is that?" she yelled over the noise, even though she knew it was in her head. "The telepaths expressing their happiness for us." Leah laughed. As exuberant as a boy who had just gotten the present he really wanted for his birthday, Seth set her on her feet and proceeded to kiss the stuffing out of her. The floor beneath them began to rumble and vibrate. Pulling back, she chuckled. "An earthquake? Already? We've barely gotten started." Seth laughed and shook his head. "I'm not doing it this time." "Then what?" The bedroom door burst open and crashed against the wall, startling Leah so badly she jumped. Men and women garbed in black rushed inside, vying for position as they surged toward the two of them. David reached them first and drew Seth into a bear hug. Amy slammed into Leah, damned near taking her to the floor as she squeezed her tight and offered congratulations. Then bodies crushed in around them, pressing close. Leah laughed as she was passed from one immortal to the next. First the women embraced her, then the men, all overflowing with happiness. All were heartwarmingly thrilled that the man who had watched over them for hundreds and thousands of years had finally found love and happiness, and all were now her family too. Seth found Leah again amid the crush of revelers. Bending, he wrapped his arms around her, then straightened, lifting her feet off the floor. Grinning, happier than she had ever thought she could be, Leah pressed her lips to his. "I love you. I love you too." Pressing her lips to his ear, she whispered, "You know I'm just marrying you because your boys all make me feel small, right?" He laughed and tightened his hold. "I don't care why you do it, as long as you marry me." Then he kissed her, longer and deeper, firing her blood. "I get to plan the wedding," Lizette called behind them. "I get to help," Sarah said quickly. "Me too," Amy cried. Then all the women present were volunteering. "I want to help," Sheldon tossed in. "No way," Tracy objected. "You'd line the aisle with creepy blow-up dolls." Everyone laughed. Seth smiled at Leah. "Are you okay with that?" "With Sheldon lining the aisle with creepy blow-up dolls?" she asked with a grin. Chuckling, he shook his head. "With Lizette and the others planning the wedding." Shifting, Leah drew her legs up, locked them around his waist, and settled her core against the hard length constrained by his cargo pants. "I'm fine with that." She nipped his earlobe. "We have better things to do." "Everybody out," he called, his gaze holding hers as he slid one hand down to cup her ass. Protests arose. "You heard him," Leah added with a grin. "Daddy wants to get his kink on." Several men hooted. Beside them, David groaned. "Do you know how weird it is to hear someone say that about my grandfather?" She laughed and reached out to squeeze his shoulder. "Sorry about that, David. I forgot." Leaning closer with a smile, he kissed her cheek. "Congratulations again, and welcome to the family, Leah." "Thank you." "Okay, children," David called over the din. "Let's go. It's time to begin the night's hunt." Though some grumbled, all immediately began to file out of the room. "You'd best hurry," David advised them with a wink at Leah, "and leave before the rain begins." Now Seth groaned and pressed his forehead to hers. The door closed, leaving them alone. She laughed. "You're lucky I'm not the shy type, or I'd make you take me someplace remote every time we make love so no one will know." He raised his head. "Now there's an idea." "Don't you dare," she ordered with mock severity. "The farmers of North Carolina need you." Laughing, Seth tossed her onto the bed. "Well, let it never be said that I shirked my duties." Leah grinned as their clothes fell away. Chapter 29. Seth swayed on his feet. The hand on his shoulder tightened. "Are you all right?" Felix asked, his deep voice full of concern. Seth smiled at the Aussie Immortal and those clustered around them. "Yes. You should have had someone else teleport us in." "They're all busy teleporting in the rest," he said with a shake of his head. "Find a seat." Felix patted his shoulder, then strode forward. The other immortals stationed in Australia followed, each offering Seth a pat or a slap on the back. As Seth surveyed the scene around him, a peace he hadn't felt in thousands of years sifted through him. He stood in what resembled an enormous grassy bowl. Seth had often wondered over the millennia if the deep indentation in the earth might be the remnants of a crater blasted into the surface by a meteorite. The ground curved upward on all sides, no trees marring his view. The forest didn't begin until you reached the rim, and there it proliferated, the foliage so dense that even Seth's preternaturally sharp eyes couldn't penetrate it. The grass at the base of the bowl had been neatly mown, thanks to Seth and a handful of immortals whose gifts allowed them to alter nature. The sloping sides all overflowed with wildflowers. Hundreds of solar-powered lights and lanterns illuminated the clearing, twinkling like the stars above them. Chairs formed row after long row on the lawn, enough to seat every immortal guardian on the planet. Even those whom Gershom had transformed with the help of blood stolen from Aidan were present, each assigned to an elder immortal guardian. It was a remarkable experience, seeing his entire family in one place. The males wore sleek black suits, the women wore beautiful gowns. Some of the attire was modern, some vintage formal wear from their mortal days. All looked as happy and excited as Seth felt. This, the congregation of powerful men and women before him who spent their nights protecting humanity, this was his legacy. He could not have been more proud. Seth had never thought to see them all gathered together this way, and had Chris Rorden and the other network heads around the globe to thank for making it possible. "Aren't you tired?" Turning, he found Zach, Jared, David, Gideon, and Jaden approaching. He had been pleasantly surprised when the last two had asked if they could attend. "What?" "Aren't you tired after teleporting so many immortals here?" Gideon repeated. Seth reached out and pressed a hand to Gideon's chest. Energy flooded him. Gideon staggered. Grinning, Seth released him. "Not anymore." The other men laughed. Zach clapped Seth on the back. "Are you nervous?" "Hell no. I've been waiting thousands of years for this." He ran a hand down the smooth lapels of his suit. "How do I look?" "But ugly," Zach retorted. "I don't know what the hell Leah sees in you." While the other men laughed, David gave Zach a shove and moved forward to straighten Seth's tie. "Ignore them. You look good." "Thank you." Seth drew a hand over his hair. He was used to pulling his long locks back from his face in a braid or with a tie, but his hair was too short for that now, so he'd opted to leave it loose. "Is her family here?" David didn't ask whose family. "Yes, they're seated in the front row, everyone except her father, who will walk her down the aisle." Seth frowned. "I've barely said more than, 'Hello, nice to meet you,' to her parents. I should have spent more time getting to know them." David shook his head. "You've had your hands full with the new immortals. Leah explained everything to her mother and father. They understand." Not all of the immortals Seth and the others had retrieved from Gershom had fallen into line as quickly as Tessa had. Some had balked, the mind games played on them making the transition to truth difficult. Seth hoped being here tonight would help. David's eyes twinkled with amusement. "Like Leah, her family is good with different." He glanced at the multitude of immortals taking their seats. Some zipped around at preternatural speeds, although their eyes are pretty wide tonight. Seth smiled. "I bet they are." Lizette emerged from a white tent located not far away from them, but some distance from the last row of chairs. She wore a lovely peach gown that hugged her figure to her hips, then flowed out into a skirt that trailed behind her in the grass. Zach sent her a besotted smile, his eyes acquiring a golden glow. She smiled at Seth. "Are we about ready? Leah is driving me crazy." Unease crept in. "Is she having second thoughts?" Lizette laughed. "Just the opposite. She cannot wait to make you hers, you handsome devil." Seth grinned, his heart swelling. "Then let's do this." Turning on his heel, he strode up the center aisle, Zach on his heels. Every immortal guardian, still standing, blurred and found a seat. Jared, Gideon, and Jaden followed suit. At the front of the masses, Seth scaled a few stone steps to the large granite dais Zach and David had driven into the side of the hill. Zach positioned himself in the center of the dais, while Seth took his place as groom and turned to watch for his bride. Leah's mother and brother sat in the front row, Ben's wife and Aaron beside them. All looked happy, if a little overwhelmed by the other guests. "Poor bastard," Zach murmured telepathically. "You can't stop smiling, can you?" "No," Seth replied, unrepentantly. A group of immortal guardians seated off to one side of the gathering raised string instruments and began to play elegant music. Seth's heartbeat picked up. David appeared at the far end of the long center aisle. Amy left the white tent and joined him, so lovely in a peach-colored gown like Lizette's. David smiled down at her as she curled a hand around his arm. Amy's red hair really stood out amid the sea of black around her as David escorted her forward. Her green eyes sparkled with joy. When they reached the dais, they scaled the steps. Amy stopped before Seth, rose onto her toes, and drew him down so she could kiss his cheek. "I'm so happy for you," she whispered. He pressed a kiss to her forehead. "Thank you." She moved to stand on the bride's side. David moved to stand beside Seth. Darnell and Lizette appeared at the end of the aisle next, Darnell handsome in his suit, Lizette graceful and alluring in her gown, which matched Amy's. "Damn, I love that woman," Zack muttered. Lizette grinned and winked at her husband. She, too, gave Seth a kiss on the cheek upon reaching the dais. "Leah is lucky to have you." "I'm luckier to have her," he said with a smile. She moved to stand beside Amy. Darnell drew Seth into a hug, clapping him on the back, then took his place on David's other side. The white fabric of the tent on the opposite side of the gathering moved and fluttered. Seth had to struggle not to laugh when he heard Sarah and Roland engage in hasty whispering every immortal present could nevertheless hear. Then little Adira and Michael burst from the tent, giggling as they ran forward. Sarah and Roland zipped after them, catching them before the toddlers could reach the aisle and charge down it. The audience chuckled. Sarah knelt, her gown pooling on the lawn, and whispered to the children, who listened carefully, then nodded. Turning to face Seth, Adira and Michael began to walk forward with large, slow steps. Adira looked like a little fairy princess, her peach skirt frothing out around her in fluffy layer after fluffy layer. One hand clutched the handle of a pretty white basket decorated with flowers and ribbons that matched the wreath balanced precariously on her fiery curls. Plunging her other hand inside the basket, she drew out a handful of flower petals and scattered them on the ground in front of her. Michael was equally adorable, in a suit identical to his father's. Holding a white satiny pillow in both hands, he marched forward with exaggeratedly somber steps, like a little toy soldier. But there were a lot of immortals present, and the aisle the children had to walk down was a long one. The two soon grew bored and impatient with the slow, stately steps. Adira picked up her pace. Michael cut her a glance and started walking faster, too. Then, as if by some unspoken agreement, it abruptly turned into a contest to see who could reach Seth first. Both children burst into giggles and took off running up the aisle, Adira flinging flower petals every which way and Michael waving his pillow around like a balloon. When Roland and Sarah took a step forward to stop them, Seth grinned and held up a hand. "This is a day of celebration," he told them. "Let them have their fun." Chuckles rippled through the crowd as the little ones ran and giggled and ran. Seth descended the steps and caught the two up in his arms. Bussing their cheeks, he carted them safely up to the dais. Adira moved to stand with her mother. Michael moved to stand beside David and leaned into his side. Seth retook his place and returned his attention to the far side of the clearing. The tent flaps parted, and Leah stepped outside, her hand tucked into the crook of her father's arm. Seth lost the ability to breathe as he stared, arrested. She wore no veil, as per his request. He had wanted nothing to shield Leah's lovely face and impede his view tonight. Her brown hair was drawn back from her face in a crown of braids, from which tiny flowers peeked here and there. The rest cascaded down her back in a sleek, shining curtain. A white gown hugged her figure from breasts to hips, left her soft alabaster shoulders bare, and covered her arms with delicate lace. The skirt flared out from her hips the way Lizette's and Amy's had, and trailed behind her as she strode forward with those same strong, sensual steps that had captured his attention from the very beginning. She was stunningly, ravishingly beautiful. And she was his. He heard Leah's mother suck in a breath and guessed his eyes had begun to glow with golden light, but he couldn't help it. In her free hand, Leah carried a pretty bouquet of wildflowers Amy and the children had picked for her earlier. Even that, Choosing something made for her by those he loved over a bouquet that had been carefully crafted by professional florists made him love her even more. Beside Leah, her father stood tall, perhaps 6'3". The medium brown skin of his head was clean-shaven like Darnell's. His beard, cut in a Van Dyke, bore a mixture of black and gray hairs. His trim, muscular body was clad in a handsome suit, but Seth only saw that from the periphery, unable to drag his gaze away from the woman he loved. When Leah and her father reached the far end of the aisle, everyone present stood. Leah's eyes rose and met Seth's. A lump rose in his throat. Her exquisite face shone with love and happiness and no little excitement. He thought her steps might have even quickened when she saw him waiting for her. Seth descended the steps but forced himself to wait for her there instead of jogging up the aisle to meet her as he wanted to. When at last she reached him, he managed to drag his gaze away long enough to meet her father's. "Thank you." Joseph Turner nodded and placed Leah's hand in Seth's. "Make her happy." "I will." After kissing his daughter's cheek, Joe turned away and joined his family in the front row. Seth looked down at Leah. Her full pink lips stretched in a grin. Seth's did too. Ducking his head, he pulled her into his arms and kissed the hell out of her. Humming her approval, she wrapped her arms around him, parted her lips, and deepened the contact, teasing him with her tongue. A throat cleared. "I believe you're supposed to wait until after the ceremony to do that," Zach drawled. Leah laughed as Seth raised his head. The smile he bestowed upon her carried no remorse. "I couldn't wait," he admitted. "I couldn't either." The moment Leah had seen him standing up on the dais, so damned handsome in his suit, his face full of love for her, she had wanted to follow Adira and Michael's example and take off running up the aisle, impatient to be at his side and make him hers. His irises glowed as though golden flames flickered behind them. Stepping back, he offered his arm. Leah curled her hand around it, her heart pounding as he tucked it against his side and strode up the stone steps with her. Amy moved forward with a sweet smile. Rising onto her toes, she kissed Leah's cheek and took the bouquet. "Thank you for making him happy," she whispered. Leah gave her a quick hug. "Thank you for helping me find him." If Amy hadn't frequented Leah's store, she never would have met Seth. Amy grinned as she backed away. Seth and Leah faced each other in front of Zach, who would officiate the ceremony. Leah could think of no one more qualified to do so than the son of a watcher who had lived since biblical times. Little Adira suddenly hurried over to them. Taking Leah's hand in one of hers, she grabbed Seth's with the other and held the two together until Leah twined her fingers through Seth's. Then she wandered back over to her mother's side. Leah smiled up at Seth. This is how it all began. He carried her hand to his lips, "And how it shall be from this day forward. I love you so much. I love you too, Leah." Together they turned to face Zach, eager to begin their future together. Leah lost count of the number of men and women who crowded around them to offer their congratulations after the ceremony. All introduced themselves and embraced her with unfeigned affection. After the first 3 or 4 dozen, she gave up trying to remember their names. There must be thousands, all Seth's descendants, all powerful, honorable men and women who had dedicated their lives to protecting others. She stared up at her new husband, knowing her heart was in her eyes. His was, too, when he smiled down at her as he accepted another hug. Grinning, she brought her hands together in front of her chin, performed several tiny claps, and mouthed, "I feel so small around these guys." He laughed. When it seemed everyone present had gotten their chance to personally congratulate the newlyweds, Leah looked around. "Where are my mom and dad? I don't want them to feel too overwhelmed, and they've been on their own for quite a while now." "Sorry about that." Taller than the other immortal guardians present, Seth peered around. "There they are, chatting with Darnell over by the drinks." "There are drinks?" He nodded. "And food. Chris had one of his restaurants cater it. Zach and Jared teleported everything in after the ceremony concluded. It's over there." He pointed to one side, then his brow furrowed. "Uh-oh, Sheldon is with them. I didn't know he was here tonight." He had thought Darnell and Tracy would be the only seconds in attendance to reduce the crowd size and the number of people who would have to be teleported in. The rest had viewed the wedding through a live internet feed broadcast on one of the network's secure websites. Leah nodded, unable to see around all the tall bodies that surrounded them. Tracy talked Lizette into letting him play DJ tonight. "Well, we'd better hurry and join them. I never know what's going to come out of that boy's mouth." Leah laughed. Seth wrapped an arm around her and teleported to her parents' side. Both jumped at their sudden appearance, liquid spilling over the rims of their glasses. Seth winced. "My apologies. I didn't mean to startle you." Darnell and Sheldon hastily offered them both napkins. Leah's mother laughed as she smiled up at her new son-in-law. "Don't worry about it. The whole teleportation thing is very cool, but it's going to take some getting used to." Leah laughed. Sheldon smiled and took Tracy's hand, twining his fingers through hers. "Let's go put some music on and give the musicians a break." "Okay. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Turner," they said in unison as they backed away. Darnell shook his head. "I'd better go make sure Sheldon doesn't play anything too outrageous. Nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Turner." He smiled at Leah and Seth. "Congratulations." Leah and Seth thanked him as he strolled away. "I like them," her mom proclaimed. Her dad nodded. "I do too. I think they were worried we might feel overwhelmed by all this because they made sure we knew they aren't immortal." Leah bit her lip. "Are you overwhelmed by all this?" Her dad looked around. "A little bit," he replied honestly, then smiled. "But we couldn't be happier for you both." Her mom nodded. "No one who sees you two can deny you belong together. And you couldn't have chosen a better man, sweetie." Leah sent Seth a loving look. "I know." He kissed her forehead. "I couldn't have chosen a better woman." Leah's mother tucked her arm through her father's. She looked so pretty tonight, Leah thought. Though Leah had inherited her mother's straight brown hair and teasing personality, her height had clearly come from her birth father, because Dorothy Turner was a good foot shorter than Leah's stepdad. Her mom now stared up at Seth with an expression Leah couldn't decipher. "It's true, isn't it?" She looked up at her husband, then at Seth. "You're him, aren't you?" Seth sent Leah an uncertain look. "I'm sorry, I don't know what you mean." Leah studied her parents. She didn't know what her mother meant either. Her dad spoke. "You're him, aren't you? It took me a while to realize it because when Leah brought you to meet us, you were wearing jeans and a sweater instead of all black." When Leah had taken Seth to her parents' house a few days after he had asked her to marry him, he had opted to abandon his hunting garb and dress casually so he would appear more normal to them. "Your hair is a lot shorter now, too," Joe said, "and you don't wear a beard." Seth stiffened. Leah looked up at him. "What is it?" When he said nothing, she consulted her parents. "Mom, Dad, what's going on? What are you talking about?" Her dad alternated between looking at her and looking at Seth. "Do you remember when Ben was born, how he and your mother had to stay in the hospital for a while because he came early?" "Yeah." She had been 10 years old at the time. She couldn't remember what exactly had gone wrong with her mother's pregnancy, but the new brother she had been looking forward to seeing with such excitement had come early enough that he had been placed in the NICU. His lungs had been too underdeveloped for him to breathe on his own, and a host of other problems caused by his premature birth had left doctors and nurses grim-faced. Her mother had cried a lot. Her father had done his damnedest to hide his fear from Leah, but she had seen it nevertheless, and she had heard medical murmurings about Ben's kidneys and bleeding in his brain. When her father had, at her repeated pleading, taken her to the NICU lobby to see her new brother through the glass window, the number of tubes attached to Ben's tiny body had terrified her. "There's something we never told you about that," her father said now. "What do you mean?"
One night you asked if you could see Ben again, but you were so tired that you fell asleep in my arms before we got to the NICU. And while I stood in the lobby, watching Ben through the window, a man suddenly appeared. He stared at Seth. He had black hair that fell to his waist, a closely cropped beard, and was dressed all in black. The nurses didn't show any reaction to his abrupt appearance, as if they had no idea he was even there. He shook his head. I was afraid for Ben. The man looked like a soldier. He even carried sheathed swords on his back. But when I started to call out a warning, he looked right at me and held up a hand. Leah glanced up at Seth, but he kept his gaze on her father. This feeling of rightness filled me, her dad said, like everything was going to be okay. Then he raised the cover of Ben's unit and rested a hand on Ben's head. Leah sucked in a breath as she stared at Seth. The only other thing she remembered about that time was Ben improving and growing stronger far faster than the doctors and nurses had expected. "You healed Ben?" Seth nodded. "And every other infant in the NICU," her father finished. "Thank you so much," her mother said, tears welling in her eyes. "Before you came, the doctors warned us that Ben might not survive, and that if he did, he would have hearing and developmental problems, along with a host of other health concerns for the rest of his life. But he didn't." Seth sent her a gentle smile. "It was my pleasure." "Why didn't you tell me?" Leah asked him softly. He shifted awkwardly, and Leah knew him well enough to realize he wished the conversation hadn't taken such a turn. "I didn't want it to influence your feelings for me," he admitted. Of course he hadn't. He was clearly uncomfortable with her parents knowing, so instead of thanking him profusely for saving her brother's life, she shook her head. "No, I mean, why didn't you tell me you used to have a beard? That's so hot." Relief lighting his handsome features, he laughed and pulled her closer. "Hey, you two," Lizette called as she approached them. "It's time for the bride and groom to share their first dance." When Leah turned to follow her, one hand linked with Seth's, she was surprised to see that the rows and rows of chairs had been moved to the outskirts and placed around tables, clearing a very large dance area for them. Her parents trailed behind Leah and her new husband and joined the masses who formed a circle to watch. Seth led Leah onto the soft, grassy dance floor. "I'm glad I didn't wear heels," she said with a smile, knowing high heels would have probably sunk into the soil. "What did you wear?" he asked curiously. Lifting the hem of her long skirt, she extended a leg and pointed her toes, showing off a pretty ballet slipper. He smiled. "Perfect for dancing." Music poured forth from speakers Leah couldn't see, and Etta James began to croon, "At Last." Leah rested her left hand on Seth's shoulder and placed her right hand in his. "You're perfect. How's your ballroom dancing?" "With you in my arms. Exemplary." She grinned. "That's what I like to hear. Though this dress might hinder me a bit." Dipping his head, he brushed his lips against hers. "I'll keep it out of your way." As he swung her into a graceful waltz, Seth kept his promise. Leah didn't know if he used telekinesis or what, but she didn't trip on the long length once while he swept her around the circle. It was like something out of a fairy tale, and Leah soon forgot everything except the joy of being in Seth's arms and knowing he was all hers. Their dance ended with a romantic dip. Cheers and clapping erupted. Straightening, Seth drew her up with him and stared into her eyes. "I love you." She touched his face. "I love you too." Lizette approached them. Like everyone else present, she smiled widely. "You're welcome," she said, as she stopped beside them and started to fiddle with the waist of Leah's dress. Seth smiled. "Thank you. The wedding was beautiful and the song perfect. That's not what you're thanking me for." He eyed her with amusement. "Then for what?" She winked. "For this?" She flicked her hands, almost like someone shaking out a sheet on laundry day before hanging it up to dry.
Leah's long skirt ballooned out, then fell away, revealing a form-fitting skirt beneath that only reached halfway down her thighs and left the rest of her long, lovely legs bare. Leah gaped down at it. "I didn't know it did that." The skirt bore a layer of the same lace that covered her arms. "Since the wedding was going to be outside, I thought that was just there to keep everyone from seeing my underwear if the wind blew my dress up." Seth laughed, as did many of the Immortals who had overheard. Then Lisette leaned in and lowered her voice as she caught Seth's eye. "You can thank me later for the lingerie. That and the dress are my wedding gifts to you both." Seth fastened his gaze on Leah's shortened dress and wished desperately that he could see through it to what lay beneath. "Thank you." Lisette draped the long skirt over her arm and kissed Leah's cheek. "This is Sheldon's gift to you." She dashed away. Seth looked over Leah's head, past the Immortals observing them, and saw Sheldon nod at Lisette. As acting DJ, he had surrounded himself with a plethora of electronic equipment, most of which Seth couldn't identify. Seconds later, a woman's voice poured through hidden speakers. "Ooh," Leah smiled. "I love this song." "What is it?" "Sean Paul's No Lie featuring Dua Lipa." She sent him a wicked grin and moved toward him in slow, deliberately provocative steps. "Leah," he warned sternly, "don't." "Don't what?" she asked innocently as she rested a hand on his chest, then slipped around behind him, her touch already coaxing his damned body to respond. "Don't tempt me, minx," he murmured. "Your parents are watching." "So?" Reaching up, she tucked her fingers in the collar of his suit jacket and tugged it off. "I'm a grown woman. This is my wedding night." Rising onto her toes, she nipped his earlobe with her teeth, sending a shock of pleasure through him. "And I intend to enjoy it to the fullest." He groaned as she moved back around to face him and held his jacket out to one side. "Tell Lisette to read my thoughts," she ordered, giving him a siren smile. He glanced at Lisette. "Leah wants you to read her thoughts." Lisette glanced at Leah. A moment later, her eyes widened and color flooded her cheeks. What in the world? Leah's lips stretched in a mischievous grin. "Tell her to do it." Again, he looked at Lisette. "Whatever she wants you to do, do it." Lisette cast her husband an uncertain look, then dashed forward in a blur. The suit jacket Leah held disappeared. Then Seth felt several tugs at his clothing before Lisette zipped back to her husband. When he glanced down, his eyebrows flew up. His shirt was now untucked, and his sleeves rolled back, exposing his forearms. He looked at Leah. Winking, she began to move her feet to the music, hips swaying in a way that never failed to stir his blood. "Leah," he cautioned, trying valiantly to resist her. He really didn't think her father would want to see the two of them dance the way they did in her shop, yet that seemed to be what the beautiful temptress had in mind. Ignoring his stern tone, Leah eased forward and reached up. Her tongue darted out to moisten her lush lips as she unfastened the top two buttons on his shirt. His pulse quickened. Curling her fingers around the tie just beneath the knot, she loosened it, then tugged him down until their mouths were only a breath apart. "Dance with me, husband," she implored in a sultry voice. It was the first time she had called him that, and it made his heart swell and his body harden. Closing the last millimeter of space that separated them, Seth locked an arm around her waist and took her lips in a voracious kiss. Leah was breathless, her cheeks flushed when he raised his head, and he could see the glow in his own eyes reflected in hers. Smiling down at her, he shook his head. "All right, wife. You asked for it." She grinned. "Bring it, handsome." Seth laughed. Forgetting everyone around them, he began to dance with her the way he enjoyed most, hips moving, bodies brushing, hands teasing. Leah laughed as he spun her around and around, then drew her close again. Her scent intoxicated him. No perfume, just Leah and a hint of the wildflowers she had carried earlier. He slid a hand down her back, his fingers resting on the upper curve of her tantalizing ass as he slipped a thigh between hers. Damn, she felt good. Winking, she twirled away, then moved behind him. Her full breasts pressed against his back, her pelvis brushed his ass. He smiled when she slid an arm around him and splayed her fingers on his chest. He would never get enough of this, enough of her. She was so much fun to be with, so sensual, her touch sublime. Desire coursed through him anew as she drew her hand down his front. Swearing, he caught it before she could slide it past the waistband of his pants, and was glad she'd had the foresight to have Lizette untuck his shirt. Turning, he sent her a look of mock admonishment and spoke in her head, "Naughty girl." She grinned unrepentantly as he twirled her around and around. Seth couldn't resist bringing her in close again, once more slipping a thigh between hers as they rocked together to the beat. "You dropped something," he heard Zach say over the music. "What?" Lizette responded absently. "You dropped something." "I did? What did I drop?" "Your jaw," Zach said dryly. Seth laughed. "I can't help it," Lizette said, her words full of astonishment. "Seth never danced with me like that." Her husband snorted. "It's a good thing he didn't. I'd have to geld him." Grinning, Seth once more lost himself in Leah and the dance. Every wink and flirtatious glance filled him with joy. Every brush of her hands, hips, and breasts kindled his desire. He'd played the role of powerful, austere leader for so long that he'd forgotten what it felt like to just be a man in love with a woman who made him laugh and burn and enjoy life. As the music began to wind down, he spun her in a series of tight, fast turns that left her laughing and breathless, then bent her back over his arm in another dramatic dip. The song ended. Seth straightened, keeping her pressed against his chest. Silence reigned. Her face flushed with pleasure, Leah looked around. Seth followed her gaze and found a sea of wide eyes and gaping mouths. His immortal guardians had rarely seen him relax, and had never seen their illustrious leader behave in such a wanton fashion with a woman. He sent her family a quick glance. Her parents gaped at them, too. A blush darkened her mother's cheeks. Ben was struggling not to laugh as he looked back and forth between Leah and their parents. "Maybe you were right," Leah murmured. "Maybe they weren't ready to see us like this." Chuckling, he shook his head. "Too damn bad." Lowering his head, he captured her lips in a long, passionate kiss. Cheers and applause erupted from the crowd. All uncertainty left Leah's expression as she grinned up at him. "You're so wrong," he muttered telepathically. "Why?" "Because I believe I'm supposed to dance with your mother next, and now I can't." He didn't have to tell her why. His hips were pressed to hers, allowing her to feel how much she had aroused him. She bit her lip as though she held back a laugh. "Tell Sheldon to play some big band music." He looked at Sheldon. "Play some big band music, something we can swing dance to." Sheldon gave him a salute. A second later, the thrumming beat of Sing, Sing, Sing began to play. Seth caught Lizette's gaze and waved her forward. With a little whoop of excitement, she pulled Zach onto the grassy dance floor beside them. Then Sheldon handed something to Darnell, grabbed Tracy's hand, and jogged forward to join them too. Ethan and Heather followed. His heart light, Seth twirled Leah away from him and began to swing dance. She laughed when he tossed her over his shoulder, swung her around, and landed her on her feet again. "This is so awesome!" she cried over the music, grinning from ear to ear. "Best wedding ever!" She looked so happy, Seth always wanted to see her thus, and felt almost as young and carefree as a boy as they danced and played together. More immortals raced forward and joined in the swing dancing. Much to his surprise, Leah's mom and dad did too. Darnell and Sheldon kept the tunes coming, playing music from many generations. Seth eventually got to dance with his new mother-in-law, while Leah danced with her father. He also danced with Ben's wife, Abby, and Lizette, and some of the other female immortals present, while Leah danced with one immortal male after another. An hour or so later, he reclaimed Leah and took her to get a drink. "I know the bride and groom are supposed to sneak away fairly early," he said as she drank thirstily, "but—" He took her free hand. "I don't know when we'll all be able to gather together like this again. Would you mind if we stayed a bit longer?" "Of course not," she replied with a grin. "I'm having a wonderful time. And I don't know if you noticed, but like 50 immortals asked me to save them a dance on our way over here." He smiled. "I noticed. All were eager to get to know the woman who captivated him. Are you sure?" He sent her a comical leer. "I don't want you to be too tired to make love with me once we leave." She laughed. "Nothing could make me too tired for that." Edward, a young British immortal who had been stationed in North Carolina briefly, joined them. Bowing, he extended a hand to Leah. "Would you do me the honor of joining me for a dance, Leah?" Smiling, she took his hand. "I would love to." Handing Seth her drink, she headed back to the dance floor. The revelry continued until sunrise. Seth thanked everyone for celebrating with them, then asked Zach to begin teleporting them all home. Most would like nothing more than to continue the festivities, but the youngest immortals couldn't withstand more than a few minutes of exposure to daylight. Seth closed his eyes and drew some cloud cover overhead to give the elder immortals more time to teleport them to safety. Even Roland pitched in and helped, now that he could teleport too. Leah's parents both looked happy and tired. Ben held his sleeping son against his chest. He and his wife had done their fair share of dancing too, and appeared worn out. Leah kissed her mother's and father's cheeks. "Good night. I love you." "Love you too, baby," they chorused. Seth caught David's eye. "Would you take Leah's family home, please?" "Of course." Once they vanished, Seth drew Leah close and kissed her forehead. "Ready?" She nodded. Darkness embraced them as he teleported away. Chapter 30. Seth appeared outside 2 large double doors. Leah glanced around in surprise. "Is this your castle?" "Yes." Bending, he lifted her up and cradled her in his arms. "The one in England." She had never seen the exterior of it. "Oh." She stared at the large, heavy double doors in front of them. "I thought we were heading back to David's place." "Not tonight." He wanted neither distractions nor interruptions on their first night together as husband and wife, and hadn't even brought his phone with him. Leah had been teasing him with touches and brushes of her body all night. Seth planned to spend the next several hours making love to her with abandon. The doors swung open at his telekinetic command. Seth carried Leah inside, flicked on the overhead lights with a thought, then stopped short. His eyes widened. "Holy crap," she breathed. The castle boasted very high ceilings, and every single room in sight was packed from the floor to those ceilings with prettily wrapped packages. Leah looked around. "Are these—" "Wedding presents," he replied, overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. "How many do you think there are?" Moving forward, he wound his way through the piles and climbed the stairs. "Thousands." "Wow. It's going to take us a year just to open them all. You're so lucky to have a family that big, especially one that cares about you so much." He smiled. "Yes, I am. And they're your family, too, now." More gifts lined the hallways he traveled and spilled out of the rooms they passed. It would appear every immortal on the planet had sent them at least one gift. Carrying Leah into his solar, Seth set her on her feet. "This is your bedroom?"
she asked, looking around curiously. "Our bedroom," he said as he tugged at his tie. He hoped she liked it. Turning to face him, she bit her lip. Her lovely face grew solemn. Some of his joy faded. She didn't look as though she liked it. "You can redecorate it any way you want," he quickly assured her. If anything, her brow furrowed more. Seth paused, still gripping his tie. "Would you rather we go to our bedroom at David's place?" "It isn't that. It isn't the room." He lowered his hand, taking the tie with it. "Then what is it? You can tell me anything, Leah." Her shoulders slumped. "I was wrong." "About what?" Releasing a long, weary sigh, she sent him a look full of contrition. "I can't believe I'm actually going to say this, but I'm too tired to make love. All that dancing has left me exhausted. I'm sorry, Seth, I really am. I don't think I can even dredge up enough strength to shower before going to bed. I just want to dive under the covers and sleep for the next 24 hours. Disappointment flooded him. He had really been looking forward to this, their first night as a married couple. But he made a valiant effort to hide it. He didn't tire nearly as swiftly as a human, and Leah had gamely danced with every immortal who had asked her until they had run out of time. He dropped the tie on the floor and forced a smile as he stroked her arm. "It's all right, sweetheart. I understand. We'll just—" She burst into laughter. "Ha!" she shouted, eyes sparkling with amusement as she pointed at him. "Got you! I'm just kidding. You should see your face." Seth laughed. She had gotten him. Then he narrowed his eyes. "Oh, you're going to pay for that one," he warned in a sinister voice and lunged toward her. Leah shrieked and spun away, laughter trailing behind her as she ran. Of course, Seth was preternaturally fast, so she didn't get very far. Growling in feigned anger, he scooped her up and tossed her over his shoulder. He didn't think he had ever heard Leah giggle before, and felt warmth unfurl inside him when she did so now. Damn, he loved her. "Where are you taking me, caveman?" she cried amid giggles. "And why aren't you naked? I could be grabbing your bare ass right now." Again he laughed. "Patience, love." After carrying her into the bathroom, he bent and turned the taps in the large bathtub. "Still waiting for you to get naked," she mentioned casually, dangling upside down and drumming her fingers on his backside as he adjusted the temperature. Grinning, he set her on her feet and straightened. "I take it patience is not your strong suit." "Nope." She glanced at the steamy water filling the tub, then up at him and arched a brow. "But I'm liking where this is going." He winked. "You'll like this even more." Seth snapped his fingers. Their clothing vanished as he teleported it to their bedroom at David's place. All but the delicate white lingerie Lizette had bought her, that is. Seth's gaze fastened on it, and on the pale, perfect flesh the lace both concealed and revealed. His body hardened as lust struck with a vengeance. His voice deepened an octave when next he spoke. "Remind me to thank Lizette again later." Leah shifted her weight to one leg. Tilting her head, she sent him a sultry smile and trailed the fingers of one hand over her collarbone, down over the lush mound of one breast. Those fingers paused to tease the pink nipple, then continued onward down her stomach. "You like it?" He swallowed, his hands curling into fists. "Very much." She drew her tongue across her lower lip. "You want me?" "More than anything in this world, wife." Her face flushed, not with embarrassment, but with the passion that had been arcing between them for hours. She moved forward the same moment he did. They fell into each other's arms, both frantic with need. Seth crushed her lips beneath his own and slid his tongue within to stroke hers. Leah moaned. Raising one leg, she looped it over his hip and ground her damp core against the erection trapped between them. "Screw the bath," she whispered hoarsely. "I want you now." Jumping up, she wrapped her legs around his waist. Seth groaned and clutched her to him. "This is our first time together as husband and wife." He trailed hot kisses down her neck. "I want to do it right."
Her head dropped back as he lifted her high enough to close his lips around one hard, sensitive nipple. "Who says fast and hard isn't right?" she asked on a moan. "You've been teasing me with touches and brushes and kisses all night. We've had hours of foreplay, so forget the bells and whistles and just take me." He laughed against her firm, tempting flesh. Shaking his head, he delivered a love bite to her breast. She jumped against him, then moaned again, "Seth, please, I want you inside me." More than willing to comply, Seth telekinetically turned off the taps and carried Leah back into the bedroom. Kneeling on the bed, he lowered her to the mattress. She reached for him before he could pull away, writhing and rolling toward him. Seth nudged her legs apart and settled himself between them. "Yes," she moaned when his cock brushed her entrance. Seth shook his head. "Not so fast, wife." Dipping his head, he closed his mouth around a taut nipple shielded with pretty lace and sucked hard. Leah swore, squirming beneath him as she buried her fingers in his hair. He lavished more attention on her other breast, then trailed his lips down her stomach. He teased the warm, soft skin below her belly button with his lips while he slipped a finger beneath the delicate bikini panties she wore and tore them away. "Oh, shit," she whispered, "that's so hot." She groaned when he touched his tongue to her clit, circling it, flicking it, and stroking it while she arched up against him. "You and that mouth of yours, so good." Her fingers fisted in his hair and gave a sharp tug. Lust shot through him, making his cock jump. "Damn, I need your ass," she moaned, "and I mean that literally. I should be grabbing your ass right now." Seth stopped stroking her long enough to choke out a laugh. "Don't make me laugh, damn it. I'm trying to make this good for you." "It is good," she declared. "It's better than good. But I want you buried deep inside me, with all your delicious weight pressing down on me when I come, so I can grab that gorgeous ass of yours and—" Seth ducked his head, pressed his tongue to her clit, and stroked her so swiftly it would feel like he held a vibrator to her. Leah instantly stiffened, crying out as she arched against him and came hard. He could hear her heart slamming against her ribs as she slumped back against the covers. Rising above her, he arched a brow. "Better?" She smiled. "Hell yes. Now take me, handsome." Shaking his head, he knelt between her thighs instead and sat back on his heels. "Look at you," he murmured, taking in her beautiful body splayed out before him, adorned in delicate lace. Leaning forward, he cupped her perfect breasts in his hands, teased the nipples with his thumbs. Renewed desire flared to life in her eyes as he drew his hands down her sides to her hips. His gaze traveled a leisurely path over her body. He was so hard for her, wanted badly to be inside her, couldn't believe she was his, that he could be so fortunate. Shifting his thumbs, he slid them farther down and caressed her clit. She gasped, arching into his touch. "Seth, please," she whispered. Nodding, he stretched out above her and settled himself between her thighs. She smiled. "Finally." Reaching down between them, she curled her fingers around his erection. Pleasure shot through him as she rubbed the sensitive crown against her entrance. He met her gaze. "I love you, Leah." Leaning up, she pressed her lips to his in a kiss that carried as much love and affection as it did passion. "I love you, Seth." He thrust deep inside her, so tight and hot and ready for him, then withdrew and drove deep again. "Yes!" Arching up to meet him, thrust for thrust, she wrapped her arms around him. He groaned when her nails scored his back. Then, just as she'd promised, she slid her hands down to grab his ass and urged him on. "Don't hold back," she pleaded, her breath coming in gasps. Seth moaned as the ground began to shake. "Leah." Leah jerked awake. Her heart pounded a rapid beat in her breast. What had awoken her? She lay on her side beneath the covers in Seth's big bed at his castle. After spending all day making love, she had finally collapsed in an exhausted slumber near sunset. Darkness eclipsed the room now.
The covers drooped, allowing cold air to touch her bare shoulders. No warm body curled around hers to keep the chill away. Reaching back, she felt around for Seth, but found only covers, still warm from where he had recently lain. Confident that he would return soon, she burrowed beneath the blankets and closed her eyes. Bright light exploded behind her lids, as blinding as that which had surrounded her and the others right after Seth had been slain. Heat filled her body as though she stood before a roaring fire in a fireplace. At first it felt good, banishing the chill, but within seconds it bordered on pain. Fear piercing her, Leah opened her eyes and saw only white. Brilliant white light that banished everything around her. She could make out no walls, no ceiling, no shapes. "Seth!" she cried, terrified. "I'm here. I can't see you." And just like the night she'd lost him, he spoke in her head. A sob caught in her throat. Had something happened? Had Gershom escaped? Had she lost Seth again? "Close your eyes." He spoke aloud this time from somewhere close. His voice was calm, untroubled, as though she had just woken from a nightmare and he were trying to soothe her back to sleep. The heat intensified. "What?" "Close your eyes, Leah. Trust me, please." She closed her eyes. Her muscles seized suddenly as though an electrical current touched her. She clenched her teeth. "It hurts." "I know, sweetheart, but it will be over in a minute." His hand closed around hers, his touch keeping her from totally losing it. "Don't let go," she pleaded, terrified of losing him again. His lips touched the back of her hand. "Never." Then the light vanished. The prickling heat left her body. Her muscles relaxed. Leah opened her eyes and looked around frantically, her breath coming in gasps, but the light had been so bright that it took her eyes several moments to adjust to the sudden darkness. Seth sat beside her on the bed, wearing only a pair of sweatpants, his wings a dark shadow behind him. Leah barely had time to register that before he dragged her onto his lap and cradled her in his arms. Burying his face in her hair, he held her so tightly she suspected he would leave bruises, and his whole body began to tremble. "Seth?" Concern for him suspended her fear and confusion. Wrapping an arm around him, she cupped the back of his head in one hand. "Are you okay?" She glanced around. The castle bedroom looked the same as it had before they had succumbed to sleep. He nodded, but didn't raise his head. Alarm returned full force when she felt moisture on her neck and realized he wept, and she could hear his heart pounding in his chest. "Seth, talk to me, honey. You're scaring me. What just happened?" "My father came," he said, his voice hoarse. She glanced around the room with wide eyes. "Your father was just here?" His father, the Watcher? He nodded, and she felt him swallow hard as though he fought back a sob. "Why?" Now that the odd heat had left her, her skin prickled with feeling, and her ears felt weird. "To give us a wedding gift." Again she searched the room but found no prettily wrapped package. What gift? At last Seth raised his head. Moisture shone on his cheeks as he cupped her face in both hands and pressed a gentle kiss to her lips. "He granted you immortality, Leah." She stared at him in shock. "What?" Moisture welled in eyes that glowed as brilliantly as the sun. "He altered your DNA and made you like me so you would—" "He can do that?" she blurted. "Apparently so." She frowned. "You didn't know he could?" He shook his head. "I knew he could alter the DNA of babies in the womb, but I didn't know he could alter the DNA of adult humans." "And yet you don't seem surprised." "I'm not. My powers are nothing compared to his. Shaking his head, he shrugged. "Unfathomable even to me." She cupped his face in one hand. "He didn't do this for your first wife?" Seth shook his head. Too little time had passed since the first Watcher's sons had wrought havoc in the world. He believed the same thing Gideon, Jared, and the others did, that we should keep ourselves separate from mankind and avoid sharing what humans called our sorcery with them in order to avoid altering their fate. When I abandoned our self-imposed isolation and not only lived amongst the humans, but married one and bred children with her, he feared history would repeat itself.
Though he didn't wish to see me suffer, he thought that granting Ayana immortality and gifts she had not been born with would make that a certainty. Leah struggled to grasp it, all the little implications, the greater ones, too. I don't understand. The rest of the others still believe that. Why doesn't your father? What changed his mind? He carried one of her hands to his lips and kissed it. The thousands of years that have passed since then, in which I ensured my progeny maintained a careful balance in the world instead of tipping it. Gershom may be mad, but there was some truth to his rants. He had told her what had driven Gershom to hate him so. Leah nodded. You and your immortal guardian saved the world. You saved humanity. She smiled. Hell, you're still saving it. And we stopped Gershom from launching Armageddon. Even some of the others are beginning to think I chose the right path after all. As Leah's mind worked to absorb it, her heart began to slam against her ribs. So, I'm immortal now? I'm not going to grow old? Seth blinked back new tears. You're not going to grow old, sweetheart. He pressed his lips to hers. You aren't going to leave me. A sob rising in her throat, she hugged him tight. I love you so much, she choked out. I love you more, he said, voice hoarse. She emitted a shaky laugh. I love you most. Leaning back, Seth smiled down at her. I'll love you for eternity. She stared up at him in awe. We're really going to have eternity together. Yes. Why does my skin feel so weird? It's prickling or something. You're like me now, with my heightened senses, greater strength and speed, and special abilities. Her mouth dropped open. All of your abilities? Are you kidding me? He laughed. No, I'm not kidding you. But you're going to need me to teach you how to harness and control them, so try not to teleport or shapeshift until I can shapeshift? She blurted incredulously. His grin widened. Yes, but don't try to... She glanced down at her arm and thought, cat. Fur rippled along her skin as her fingernails lengthened into claws. Leah yelped, suddenly afraid. Laughing, Seth rested a hand on her arm. Much to her relief, the fur vanished and her nails returned to normal. His glowing eyes danced with amusement. As I was saying, don't try to do it until I can give you some direction. Excitement bubbled up inside her. This is so cool! Want to see something cooler? He asked, a twinkle entering his eyes. Yes! Rolling off the bed, he set her on her feet, took her hand, and led her into the bathroom. Look. Leah turned toward the mirror and gaped. Her eyes glowed with bright golden light identical to Seth's. Holy crap! My eyes are glowing! Peeling her lips back, she studied her teeth. Seth laughed. What are you doing? Looking for fangs. He shook his head. You don't have any. You aren't infected with the virus, remember? You're like me. Oh, right. Spinning toward him, she eyed him speculatively. So, I have super strength now? Yes. Deciding to test that out, she placed her hands on Seth's hips and tried to lift him. Seth's eyes widened as he flew up, crashed through the ceiling, and continued through the ceiling of the room above them. Leah let out a cry of dismay as she peered up through the ragged holes and tried to glimpse him. Oh, I'm sorry. I just wanted to see if I could lift you. No response came. Seth? Silence. She bit her lip. She hadn't actually hurt him, had she? Honey? She called uncertainly. He abruptly appeared a foot away from her. She jumped, emitting a little yelp. Something powdery covered his hair and shoulders. His eyes narrowed. Did I or did I not tell you to wait until I've given you some instruction before you... Leah couldn't help it. She burst out laughing. His brows drew down farther, though amusement lurked in his beautiful eyes. Now you're laughing at me, too? I can't help it. You have plaster and dust and bits of concrete all over you. He took a menacing step toward her. Oh, you're going to pay for that. She winked. Are you sure? You'll have a harder time catching me this time. Before he could respond, she took off through the castle, running so swiftly the walls around her blurred.
It was a heady, exhilarating experience that set her heart to racing. Seth's laughter followed her, filling her with such happiness that she couldn't stop a broad grin from covering her face, until Seth abruptly appeared right in front of her on the stairwell landing. Eyes widening, she plowed into him at preternatural speeds. His arms encircled her as the two of them flew out over the great hall. "Oh, shit!" she cried. This was going to hurt. Seth tightened his hold and spread his wings. Leah relaxed against him as he gently lowered them until their feet touched the floor. "Phew!" She smiled up at him. "That was a close one. Sorry about that." He smiled. "Don't apologize. This is both new and exciting for you. I had little hope that you'd let me finish my sentence before you began to test your new abilities." She laughed. "You know me too well." His look turned mischievous. "I know something else that will interest you." "Really? What's that?" Leaning forward, he nipped her earlobe and whispered, "You're going to love immortal sex." She caught her breath as intense sensation rippled through her body. "Oh, wow," she breathed. "Exactly." He nuzzled her neck and rested his hands on her hips, drawing her closer. "Your senses are all heightened. Your vision—" "I can see you in the dark now," she murmured, tilting her head to give him better access. "Your sense of smell." When she drew in a deep breath, his scent hit her like an aphrodisiac. Fire licked through her body, luring her into nuzzling his neck. "You smell so good." "Your hearing?" "I can hear your heartbeat," she whispered. It slammed against his ribs as he trailed his soft lips down to her shoulder and slipped a hand up her side. "Your sense of touch?" He cupped her breast and drew a thumb across the taut peak. Such pleasure shot through her that Leah's knees nearly buckled. "You'll feel everything more now," he promised, ducking his head to close his lips over her nipple. She moaned. The great hall around them fell away, replaced by their bedroom. Seth raised his head and looked around. His eyes widened. "You teleported us. That was perfect." Leah drew in his scent again, barely paying attention. "I did that?" "Yes." "Good. Tuck your wings away." His wings vanished. Desire burning inside her, Leah shoved Seth backward onto the bed. Though she'd clearly startled him, he offered no protest as he hit the mattress. Instead, his eyes brightened further as Leah climbed on top of him and straddled his big, hard body. "I think I'm going to like this," he said, his voice deepening with desire. She nodded. "You're going to like this even more." "What?" She lowered her lips to his, letting him feel the hunger he inspired, as she kissed the stuffing out of him, teasing his tongue with her own. When he would have closed his arms around her, she shook her head and trailed more kisses across his stubbled jaw, along his neck, to his chest. He moaned when she tongued one of his nipples, then nipped him with her teeth. "When you listed my heightened senses," she said, "you forgot to mention taste." She heard his heartbeat pick up, thudding rapidly in his chest as she trailed kisses down his rippling abs. "And you taste very good." "I love you so much, Leah," he said fervently, his eyes glowing bright gold. She grinned. "I love you too." Thunder rumbled outside as the castle around them began to shake. Epilogue. Seth smiled. He and Leah had ended their brief honeymoon in England and returned to David's home, though they teleported back to his castle whenever they made love. Now that Leah was like him, the ground shook even more when they made love. So whenever lust struck, he thought it best to place as much distance as possible between them and the immortals who tended to tease. He would have liked to have had more time alone with her, but Leah, who was as accustomed as he was to being in charge, hadn't felt comfortable leaving her store in the sole care of her employees for very long. Of necessity, she spent less time working now.
Her powers and gifts were too new for her to remain long in the company of humans, and, too, Seth thought she enjoyed mothering his immortal crew. She was loving the hell out of having such a large family, and delighted in shocking them every chance she could get. Seth had not felt comfortable shirking his duties either. The fallout from destroying the compound in Texas had been remarkably minimal. Seth didn't know what his father had done, but no one in the military, including Heather's father, retained either a record or a memory of the place. So he was able to concentrate most of his attention on training the new Immortal Guardians and bringing them into the fold. He and Chris had still not found the last missing gifted one. Because 12 gifted ones had been missing, Seth had believed all 12 had been taken and transformed by Gershom, but only 11 newly turned immortals had been in Gersham's care, and Tessa and the others had no memory of a 12th. Chris believed the woman was dead, executed months earlier by Gershom at the same time Veronica and several other missing gifted ones had been. Since none of his immortal guardians had yet encountered a female immortal on their hunts, Seth feared the same. He nevertheless continued to search for her. It was yet another reason he and Leah returned early. Also, after thousands of years of working almost every minute of every day, Seth just wasn't used to lolling in bed, where he and Leah spent most of their honeymoon, while David, Zach, and Jared fielded his calls. He did work fewer hours, though. He was finally getting used to delegating more responsibility, and he liked having the freedom to enjoy more nights, like this one. The Immortal Guardians stationed in North Carolina had all completed their hunts early, thanks to the decrease in vampire population Gersham's defeat had heralded. Now they lounged in David's living room, enjoying each other's company. Conversation flowed freely, interspersed with frequent laughter. Seth sat beside David on a sofa. The coffee table in front of it had been removed to give Leah more room to open more wedding gifts, something he was beginning to believe really would take a year. Their castle was still packed with them. His smile widened. Their castle. Amy and Marcus reclined on the sofa across from him, their sides glued together. Roland sat in a wingback chair kitty-corner to them, with Sarah perched on his lap. All laughed as they watched Adira and Michael help Leah open the gifts. Giggling, Adira picked up some curly ribbon and threw it up in the air like confetti. Michael did the same with several bows. Then the two applied themselves to tearing pretty paper off a box that was bigger than both of them combined. Leah laughed and sat back to give them more room to work as it turned into another race to see who could tear off the most paper the fastest. She glanced over and caught Seth watching her. "I love you," she told him telepathically. She had been working diligently to hone her new skills, and, as usual, the sound of her voice in his head heated his blood. She knew it, too. He could tell by the spark of amusement that lit her eyes as he crossed his legs. "Don't tempt me, Minx," he warned. "There are children present." She grinned. "That's okay. Their rain boots and umbrellas are right by the door." He laughed. Adira suddenly stopped playing with the ribbons and paper. The smile left her adorable face as she looked around as though she had heard something. Seth watched her, wondering what had caught her attention. One of David's cats, perhaps? Or Susan's dog, Jack's? Maybe Marcus and Roland's crazy felines who persisted in fighting over territory. Perhaps not. Adira seemed puzzled. Rising, she tromped across shredded wrapping paper and weaved her way through furniture and black-clad bodies toward the front of the house. One immortal warrior after another reached out and brushed an affectionate hand over her soft curls as she walked past. Seth leaned a bit to one side so he could watch her. Adira stopped in front of the bay window. Pressing her little hands to the glass, she peered out into the darkness. He glanced at her parents. Marcus shrugged. "Perhaps she heard an animal. We believe her hearing may be more acute than a human's." Seth hadn't heard anything, but he hadn't really been paying attention, and there were plenty of sounds here in the room to distract him from those outside. "Wow," Leah said. "Look at this, honey."
Reaching into the box, she drew out a large, heavy shield that was adorned with ornate engravings. He smiled. A majority of the gifts they had opened thus far had been weapons and armor of one sort or another. His immortal guardians seemed determined to do everything they could to keep Leah safe now that Seth had found her. The distant sound of a car engine reached his ears. It swung off the highway and began to creep up David's long driveway. Perhaps one of the seconds returning from some errand, or perhaps Chris. He looked at David. Think it's Rawdon? Maybe he had some news about the missing gifted one. The fact that, after all was said and done, they had failed to rescue one troubled him deeply. David shook his head, his brow furrowing. I can't access the driver's thoughts. What? Frowning, Seth reached out telepathically to see who was coming, and found nothing. If Ethan weren't already with them, Seth would have thought it was him, since Ethan's mind was inaccessible to telepaths. But Ethan stood across the room, laughing at something Heather had said. Everyone quiet, Seth ordered, the hairs on the back of his neck prickling. The room descended into silence. Even Michael fell still, no longer tearing at the wrapping paper or playing with the bows. Seth looked at Adira, who leaned forward and pressed her nose against the glass. Adira? She looked at him over her shoulder. Who is it? Who's coming? Images flooded his mind, of a man being cut open and dissected on an operating table while still conscious. Shock tore through him. Who is it? Marcus asked, his hand going to the sword he'd left on a side table. Seth met his gaze. It's the man from Adira's nightmares. Leah frowned up at him. Adira has nightmares? He nodded. Ever since she was in the womb, she has had nightmarish visions of a man being tortured. We've never been able to discern who it is because the visions are always from his perspective, so we've never seen his face. Brakes squeaked as the car slowed to a stop outside David's tall security gate. I count 3 heartbeats, David said softly. Seth did too. In the distance, a woman spoke. Now what? A car door opened. Footsteps traversed pavement. What are you doing? The woman asked. She's in there, the man said, his voice a deep, guttural rasp. I know she is. You can't climb that, the woman protested. The hell I can't. Clanks and clunks sounded, accompanied by pained grunts. Then a heavy weight hit the ground. David caught Seth's gaze. Shall we see who it is? May as well, Seth replied as he stood. He's already made it inside the fence. Waving a hand, he telekinetically opened the gate. Every immortal in the room rose and reached for weapons. Beneath the bustle, Seth heard a car door close before the vehicle started forward again. Marcus gripped his sword. Whoever it is, Seth, you can't just let him in here. It sounded as though the man had come for either Amy or Adira. Though Seth was concerned, he remained confident that he and his brethren could keep her safe. No one, save Gershom, could combat them when they had such numbers, and that bastard wouldn't see the light of day again. Amy gasped suddenly. Face paling, she gripped her chest as though a knife had just pierced her. Marcus dropped to his knees and reached for her, his brow furrowing with alarm. Amy, sweetling. For a moment she looked as though she couldn't breathe. Then air whooshed out through her lips and sucked in again. Tears welled in her eyes. Frowning, Seth took a step toward her. Amy. Marcus rested a hand on her knee. Talk to me, sweetling. What is it? What's happening? Are you in pain? He looked up at Seth. I think she's in pain. She did seem to be having trouble breathing, and she kept gripping her chest. Was this a response to whoever came? Could it be someone who had worked at the facility in which she had been held captive? Amy could feel individuals' energy signatures. If this man and woman had been at that facility, Amy would recognize them. And while she had been at that facility, she had suffered dreadful torture. When Seth and David had found her, Amy's chest had been cut open, her ribs spread, and the bastard scientists had been shocking her heart while she was still awake. Now she clutched her chest as though she were enduring the same torture again. Though his concern rose, Seth spoke gently. Amy, what is it, sweetheart? Do you know them? Tears welled in her eyes as she looked at Marcus. It can't be, she whispered, her face full of torment. The car's engine grew louder as it pulled up in front of the house. Adira pressed her nose to the glass again, peering outside. Seth thought it odd that the child seemed unperturbed while her mother experienced such distress. "Baba, look." 2 car doors opened. Footsteps sounded. "Amy," Marcus said, lips tightening, "did this man, whoever he is, hurt you?" Anger rising at the thought, at the pain the man's presence now caused her, Seth rounded the sofa and strode toward the front door. Amy jumped to her feet and rushed past him. Marcus caught her as she reached for the doorknob. "Amy, wait! We don't know who's out there!" She shook her head. "Let me go. I have to see." Marcus cast Seth a helpless look. Frowning, Seth tried to piece it together. Now that the visitors were closer, he discerned that one of the 3 heartbeats was that of an infant. Surely the man and woman wouldn't have brought a baby if they intended to engage in battle. "Let her go," he commanded softly. Marcus shook his head. "Seth!" "I'll keep her safe," he vowed. "Let her go, Marcus." A muscle leaping in his jaw, Marcus released his wife and stepped back, but his hand fisted around the hilt of the sword he still carried. Amy stumbled the final few feet to the door and flung it open. Seth stared at the 2 adults who stood outside. A little jolt of surprise shot through him. He recognized them. The night he had defeated Gershom, he had seen them both at the base in Texas. David had just left to spirit the children away to safety, and an odd feeling had coursed through Seth. He had spun around, half expecting to see Amy and Adira. Instead, he had seen a network soldier helping a pregnant woman in a lab coat stumble down a hallway. The 2 had leaned heavily on each other. The woman had been clutching her stomach, and the man had gripped his chest, much like he was now, much like Amy was now, the same pain creasing his face. But he wore no uniform tonight. Yet another puzzle. Network soldiers tended to live in their black fatigues, and his auburn hair was longer than it had been that night, longer than it could have grown in the brief amount of time that had passed since Seth had last seen him. Who was he? Seth glanced at the woman. Who was she? The tiny heartbeat he had detected was that of the babe still in her belly. Were they Gershom's plan B? Mind-controlled into carrying out whatever orders he had implanted? Or were they more innocent victims? A cry escaped Amy. Seth's head snapped around. Cupping her hands over her mouth as though to hold back more, she stared up at the man with wide eyes. Tears spilled over her lashes and coursed down her cheeks. Then she lunged forward, threw her arms around the man, and began to sob. Marcus reached for her. Seth shot a hand out to hold him back. "Wait." The man released the pregnant woman and wrapped his arms around Amy. Ducking his head, he buried his face in her hair and began to sob too. Seth glanced at the woman. Pain rippled across her features, mostly hidden by a curtain of hair. Hissing in a ragged breath, she reached out and braced a hand against the door jamb as she gripped her big belly, but her eyes remained focused on the man. Seth leaned to one side and caught her gaze. "Are you all right?" Her heartbeat increased. Fear filled her expression as she glanced at him and the big men behind him. Swallowing hard, she gave him an abrupt nod and released her tummy long enough to draw her hair back from her face and tuck it behind her ear. More surprise coursed through Seth. She was the missing gifted one. At the base, her hair had concealed her features enough for him not to see it, but with the long locks drawn back... "Amy?" Marcus said quietly, his brow furrowed with concern. Drawing in a shaky breath, Amy leaned back and looked up at the man who held her. "How is this possible?" she whispered. He cupped her face in one hand and shook his head, seemingly too overcome by emotion to speak. "Amy," Marcus repeated, keeping his voice low, "who is this?" Turning to face him, she kept an arm around the stranger and gave her husband a watery smile. "He's my brother." Seth stared at the man, stunned, speechless. Amy came from another planet. She believed her family didn't know where she was and, since she had no way of contacting them, had never thought to see any of them again. Her brother tightened his hold on her and studied them with suspicion. He staggered a step to the side, nearly losing his balance. Then his green eyes abruptly rolled back in his head as he sank toward the floor. This concludes Death of Darkness by Dianne Duvall, narrated by Kirsten Potter. Copyright 2019 by Dianne Duvall. This unabridged audiobook is published by arrangement with Dianne Duvall and was produced in the year 2019 by Tantor Media Incorporated, a division of Recorded Books, which holds the copyright thereto. Please visit tantor.com for more information on our growing library of unabridged audiobooks.